Chapter 490. This was a transport caravan. There were 20 camel beasts pulling all kinds of goods. The people in the caravan were all ordinary people with low cultivation levels. There were about 40 of them. Everyone was on a huge wooden carriage with a canopy. The weather was too hot, and it was a huge challenge for these ordinary people. Qingshui Cliff is right in front. Everyone, be alert. We can rest there for a while. A burly man in the caravan shouted. The hot weather made people feel tired and lazy. If they encountered any danger, they wouldn't be able to react in time. All the men in the caravan were topless, revealing their tanned muscles. When they heard the leader's words, they immediately sobered up. However, at this moment, a figure blocked the path in front of the caravan. His sudden appearance caused the leader to become nervous, and the entire convoy stopped as well. It wasn't a good thing for a stranger to block a caravan in the middle of a barren desert. The person blocking the caravan was naturally Mu Yu. All the caravans in the desert were headed for Qingshui City. He needed to find someone to find out about the situation in Qingshui City. If possible, he wanted to follow the caravan so that he wouldn't have to wander around the desert like a headless fly. When the leader saw that it was a skinny young man, he didn't relax. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Friend, this is the caravan from the Mu family in Qingshui City. What business do you have with us?" Mu family? Mu Yu shrugged. He recalled that his surname was also Mu. He smiled and said, "Uncle, I don't have any other intentions. It's just that I want to go to Qingshui City, but I'm lost. Can you give me a ride?" The leader could barely be considered a cultivator. His cultivation level was only at the Qi cultivation stage. He couldn't see through Mu Yu's cultivation level. He also couldn't understand why such a young man would appear in the desert. Although there were many cultivators in Qingshui City, they usually traveled by air. Very few cultivators would travel on foot in the desert. The leader was in a difficult position. He couldn't let his guard down just because the other party was young. He couldn't agree to the other party's request so easily. If he wasn't careful in the cultivation world, it would be hard to survive. "Lai, what's going on?" At this moment, a middle-aged man with a steady aura jumped down from the carriage behind them. This middle-aged man had a dignified appearance and was different from the others. He was dressed in a luxurious green robe, looking fresh and elegant. His cultivation was much higher than that of the leader. He was a cultivator from the Jindan period. "Boss," a young man from an unknown place said that he's lost and wants to go with us. "Boss, what do you think?" Lai turned around and said respectfully. The scholarly middle-aged man furrowed his brows and walked up to Mu Yu. He sized up Mu Yu and smiled. "Little friend, I am Mu Rongxuan, a member of Clearwater City's Mu clan. Are you going to Clearwater City as well?" Mu Yu grinned and said, "Yes, I have a bad sense of direction and got lost. I wonder if Uncle could point me in the right direction, or let me follow Uncle's convoy to Clearwater City." Mu Rongxuan looked at Mu Yu's pure smile. It did not seem like he was lying. His vigilance lessened slightly as he said, "So that's how it is. Little friend, this must be your first time coming to Clearwater City. Usually, people who come to Clearwater City for the first time need someone to guide them. Otherwise, it's easy to get lost. Since we're going the same way, why don't you follow me?" Mu Rongxuan saw that Mu Yu was only at the foundation establishment stage and was not old. He was relieved and let Mu Yu get on his carriage. This carriage was made of summer fir. It was very spacious and could fit 5 to 6 people without a problem. At this moment, there was a boy and a girl inside. They looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. The young man had a tired expression and was very quiet. Seeing Mu Yu get into the carriage, he looked at Mu Rongxuan suspiciously. Then, his body involuntarily moved inwards, faintly protecting a girl behind him. This girl had a lively appearance and looked similar to the young man. She was curiously sizing up Mu Yu. Mu Yu greeted them politely, but the young man did not reply. He only asked with a displeased expression, "Father, why did you let a stranger into our carriage?" Mu Rongxuan gave the young man a look, indicating that he should not speak. Then, he smiled at Mu Yu and said, "Little friend, this is my son and daughter, Mu Hao and Mu Xin. I still don't know how to address you. My name is Feng Mu. Mu Yu felt that it was fate to meet someone with the same surname as him. After all, there were not many people with the surname Mu. However, the name Mu Yu was too famous in the 3 continents. He still wanted to keep a low profile. Hello, brother Feng Mu. Mu Xin, who was behind him, said with a smile. She was not shy at all. However, Mu Hao looked at Mu Xin with dissatisfaction and said, Little Xin, don't always be so enthusiastic when you meet a stranger. We still don't know where this guy came from. Mu Hao was quite hurt by his unguarded sister. Unlike Mu Xin, he was deeply wary of Mu Yu. Looking at his sitting posture, it was obvious that he was protecting his sister in the safest position behind him. He was afraid that Mu Yu would suddenly make a move or something. Mu Rongshuan invited Mu Yu into his carriage. This was a caravan. He did not know if Mu Yu was really lost or if he was faking it. However, the highest cultivation of the other entourage was only at the qi refining stage. Mu Yu was at the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, he had to personally keep an eye on him to prevent Mu Yu from having any bad intentions. Mu Yu asked curiously, Uncle, you just said that your surname is Mu. Is it the Mu of trees? Without waiting for Mu Rongshuan to answer, Mu Hao suddenly said, What Mu of trees? Let me tell you, it's Mu Yu's Mu. You didn't hear wrong. It's the true God's disciple, Mu Yu's Mu. Mu Hao was quite proud when he said this. Mu Yu opened his mouth and felt that it was funny. Wasn't he the true God's disciple? His surname had become the object of this brat's bragging. It was a strange feeling. From your tone, you seem to be very proud. Mu Yu looked at Mu Hao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Nonsense. That's the true God's disciple, the object of my admiration. It's much better than your ridiculous surname. Mu Hao said with joy. However, Mu Rongshuan interrupted Mu Hao. Little Hao, don't talk nonsense. Mu Rongshuan scolded. Mu Hao unwillingly turned his face away and did not make a sound. Mu Yu shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He was a little proud in his heart. It turned out that he still had a silly little fan in the cultivation world. This was not bad. He saw Mu Xin's naive look and smiled. Hello little sister Xiao Xin. Mu Hao snorted lightly. He was very dissatisfied with Mu Yu's greeting of his sister. His cultivation was also at the foundation establishment stage. Reaching the foundation establishment stage at the age of 13 was actually not bad. After all, not everyone in the 3 continents was a cultivation genius. When Mu Yu was at his age, he was also only at the foundation establishment stage. Big brother Feng Mu, where are you from? Why are you here? Mu Xin blinked her big eyes and asked. Mu Yu said embarrassedly, I'm from Lanshi City. I originally came to Qingshui City to look for someone, but I couldn't find the way. I just happened to see your convoy, so I took the liberty to stop you. So big brother Feng Mu's sense of direction is not good. Mu Xin giggled. Yes. I don't have a sense of direction. Mu Yu patted his head. As a person with no sense of direction, this was not the first time he got lost. When he was at the 2nd heaven, he was also wandering around. However, at that time, he at least had a slightly detailed map. But in the desert, there was only yellow sand as far as the eye could see. Without the experience of walking in the desert, even if Mu Yu had a map, it was useless. Since he can't find the way, Father, why don't you just give him a map and let him find it himself? Mu Hao looked at his father and said. He did not welcome Mu Yu's arrival at all. Little Hao, you're not allowed to be rude to the guests. Mu Rongshuan reprimanded. Then, he smiled at Mu Yu and said, Little friend Feng Mu, please forgive me. My son's words are too serious. Meeting is fate. It's also good to make friends. Mu Rongshuan's thoughts were not as simple as Mu Hao's. For some reason, he felt that the young man in front of him was not simple. Although he only had the aura of a foundation establishment stage, he was experienced and knowledgeable. It was very rare for a young man to wander around in the desert. He thought of giving Mu Yu a map and sending him off, but seeing that Mu Yu was only 18 or 19 years old and was very polite, he should not be a bad person. Therefore, He decided to let him stay. Uncle Moo is too polite. To be honest, I already had a map before entering the desert, but I still got lost. Moo Yu said awkwardly. Then, he raised his eyebrows at Moo Hao and said, "But I won't care about the words of a child." "Who are you calling a child? I'm 13 years old this year. I can be independent long ago." Moo Hao's temper flared up. Moo Yu's words were like stepping on his tail. He had always been a very strong-willed person. He didn't like others calling him a child. "Oh, then what should I call you? Big child?" Moo Yu felt that this guy was quite interesting. He liked to pretend to be mature at such a young age. He could not help but be playful and deliberately said, You better show some respect," Moo Hao said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Then, he turned to Mu Rongxuan and said, "Father, this person is so arrogant. You just casually brought him here. What if he has evil intentions? We must chase him out of the car." Mu Rongxuan scolded. "All right, little Hao, didn't I tell you? Outside, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. How is your personality like an adult?" "That's right. When I grow up, I want to be a child again." "Why does a brat like you want to be an adult? You really don't know how lucky you are." When Mu Yu was young, he always fantasized about growing up quickly. However, when he grew up, he encountered many messy and troublesome matters. He had to face everything by himself. There was no way to escape. He could only grit his teeth and walk on. Sometimes, he would think that he might as well not grow up. How good would it be to be like a child forever carefree? However, this thought was just a random thought. People had to learn to be independent in the end. Many times, they could only rely on themselves. There were countless people riding on top of his head. If he did not work hard, he would only be stepped on by the people he hated. If he wanted to continue walking in the cultivation world, he had to be strong and face everything. As one grew older, many emotions would trouble everyone. Love, hate, love, and hatred, it was unavoidable. Mu Rongxuan smiled knowingly. Looking at Mu Yu, he realized that this young man's words were quite honest. His wariness towards Mu Yu decreased by a bit. Mu Hao angrily glared at Mu Yu. He snorted heavily and did not speak. "Oh right, uncle, what is the background of that Sikong Chiwen from Clearwater City? Recently, there have been rumors about him. Is the Sikong family very powerful in Clearwater City?" Mu Yu went to Clearwater City to find Tian Bu Wait. Since Tian Bu Wait was going to fight with this Sikong Chiwen who suddenly rose up in 2 months, he could also find out more about Sikong Chiwen. HMPH, Country Bumpkin. What's so great about a Sikong Chiwen? Our Mu family has a. Chapter 491. Clearwater City was a huge city and there were cultivator families of all sizes scattered around the city. The 5 biggest cultivator families were the Sikong family, Dongfang family, Yang family, Jiyu family, and Mu family. According to Mu Rongxuan, the Sikong family started rising in the past half a year. Clearwater City originally only had 4 huge families and the Sikong family was not included. The Sikong clan was originally just a subsidiary clan of the Mu clan. However, in the past 6 months, Sikong Chiwen had appeared out of nowhere. Not only had he entered the Supreme Celestial Leaderboard from a nobody, but he had also overcome all obstacles and slaughtered his way up the leaderboard to become the 51st Supreme Celestia. Sikong Chiwen became a dazzling star on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard and the Sikong family status also rose. Not only did they announce that they were leaving the Mu family, but they also became the most powerful family in Clearwater City. The Mu family used to be the old master of the Sikong family. However, after Sikong Chiwen appeared in the Sikong family, the Sikong family began to turn the tables. They wantonly suppressed their old master and took most of the Mu family's business. Now, the Mu family only had a name. They had declined from being a big family. Now that a clan had produced a supreme immortal, and a talented one at that, their future was limitless. Naturally, they had the right to be arrogant. The Sikong family relied on Sikong Chiwen's reputation to make a name for themselves in Clearwater City. Other families did not dare to challenge them. Actually, Our Mu family also had a supreme immortal. His name was Mu Qingfan and he was the 93rd supreme immortal. What a pity. Mu Rongxuan shook his head dejectedly. Mu Hao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Father, don't worry. When I grow up, I'll definitely teach this Sikong Chiwen a lesson. Mu Qingfan, the 93rd supreme immortal. Isn't he very outstanding? What happened? Mu Yu asked curiously. It should be a good thing for a family to have a supreme immortal. Why were they so disappointed? Mu Rongxuan sighed. Sikong Chiwen's first battle was to challenge our Mu Qingfan and severely injure him. He still hasn't woken up yet. In the past, we treated the Sikong family well, but they stepped on us to climb up. The first battle after Sikong Chiwen's rise was to challenge the genius disciple of his old sect, Supreme Immortal Mu Qingfan, who was ranked 93rd back then. Originally, the Mu family was very angry at the Sikong family's provocation and hoped that Mu Qingfan could severely punish Sikong Chiwen. But he had never imagined that Sikong Chiwen's strength had increased so much at some point. He had actually defeated Mu Qingfan and had almost killed him. At that time, the Mu family was very shocked. However, it was a fact that Mu Qingfan had lost to Sikong Chiwen. After that, the Sikong family began to leave the Mu family. Because they were the most familiar with the business of their old master, they directly took away half of the Mu family's business. Mu clan wanted to save him, but Sikong Chiwen defeated 21 extreme immortals in a row and established his status as a genius. Relying on Sikong Chiwen's reputation, all the businesses that were originally related to the Mu clan all chose to follow the Sikong clan. Without an extreme immortal as their pillar, the Mu clan instantly fell from their pedestal. That's a pity. Mu Yu didn't know what to say. Logically speaking, the Sikong family wasn't wrong. They had a genius disciple and naturally wouldn't be willing to be under others. It was inevitable that they would rise. Although stealing the business of their old master was very unkind, if the Mu family didn't stand up, it would be very difficult for them to contend against the Sikong family. Pity my ass. I really hope that Tianju will kill that bastard Sikong Chiwen. When our Mu family was strong, the Sikong family was still bowing and scraping. Now, they're actually riding on top of our heads. When I grow up, I'll definitely personally take revenge for Big Brother Qingfan and destroy the Sikong family. Mu Hao said angrily. It's still too early for you to destroy the Sikong family. Sikong Chiwen is challenging Tianju now, which means that his cultivation is already at the spirit severing stage. You're just a little kid at the foundation establishment stage. If your family can't find a second Mu Qingfan, you should think about how to protect yourself first. Mu Yu said bluntly. This was a very realistic matter. The appearance of the extreme immortal ranking had allowed many people to rise. The Mu family's Mu Qingfan was already seriously injured and unconscious. They didn't have the prestige of an extreme immortal, so they definitely weren't a match for the Sikong family. Who said we don't have a second Mu Qingfan? Our family still has a Mu Yu. Mu Hao blurted out. Impudent. Little Hao, shut up. Mu Rongxuan said angrily. Hey! What the hell is Mu Yu? Mu Yu blinked, not understanding what was going on. Then, he thought of something. He was Mu Yu. Sorry, I've let little friend see a joke. Children love to talk nonsense. Little friend Feng Mu, don't listen to him. Mu Rongxuan's expression was somewhat strange, as if he was hiding something. Father, you know that I'm not lying. Mu Yu is the disciple of a true god. He's also a member of our family. Mu Hao said stubbornly. Ah! Mu Yu was a little stunned when he heard that. How did he suddenly have another family? You're saying that the handsome and elegant true god disciple is a member of your Mu family? Mu Yu felt a burst of laughter in his heart. I think you're mistaken. He just happens to have the surname Mu. If he finds out that you're randomly recognizing relatives, he won't be happy. We're not randomly recognizing relatives. Mu Yu is a member of our family. Mu Xin also said loudly. Mu Yu frowned. What were these siblings doing? He had grown up in the Moyun mountain range since he was young. It was impossible for him to have any connection with the Mu family in this barren Clearwater city that was thousands of miles away. If it wasn't for his good temper, perhaps he would really teach them a lesson. After all, this was tarnishing his reputation. The Mu family's method of claiming kinship was really laughable. Just because the true God disciple's surname was Mu, he was a member of their Mu family. Little friend, don't blame us. Actually, this matter is a long story. It's because our Mu family did have a family disciple wandering outside a long time ago. No one knows where he went. At that time, he wasn't born yet. However, according to our Mu family's naming rules, if he's a boy, he'll be called Mu Yu. If he's a girl, she'll be called Mu Yu. Mu Rongshuan paused for a moment before continuing. Calculating his age, he's about the same age as the true God's disciple. Therefore, the family thinks that Mu Yu is our family's disciple. It's just that we can't find Mu Yu himself to confirm it. Because this is only a guess and has not been confirmed, we don't dare to make it public. We're afraid that it won't be good if it spreads to other people's ears. After all, the true God's disciple is not a good person. Mu Rongshuan smiled apologetically. He was afraid that Feng Mu, an outsider, would go around spouting nonsense, so he instructed again. Actually, I feel that the people in the family are desperate to find a doctor. How could Mu Yu be one of us? Little friend Feng Mu, don't take it to heart. Just treat this matter as a joke. Don't spread it out, or else our Mu family's reputation will be ruined again. What do you mean Mu Yu is not a good person? Didn't I hear that Mu Yu is quite handsome? When Mu Yu praised himself, he didn't even bat an eyelid. His tone was very serious. Maybe it was because he had stayed with Little Handsome for too long that he had become narcissistic. That's right. You finally said something reasonable. Mu Yu gave a rare nod of approval to Mu Hao. Mu Hao's eyes began to shine as he said, "The true God's disciple is a true genius. He is my idol." During the Jindan period, he walked out of the terrifying withered tree valley. He also used his Jindan period cultivation to cause havoc on the floating immortal island, which was full of nascent soul stage geniuses. In front of a group of nascent soul stage geniuses, he even killed a few reckless fellows. In the end, he even became the Pill Cauldron sect's genius alchemist. I heard that he even trampled many of the Pill Cauldron sect's young geniuses to the ground. I just want to ask, who in the cultivation world can compare to him? But don't forget that it was Mu Yu who caused the White Ape Demon King to appear. He even killed his fellow disciples from the Pill Cauldron sect. Mu Rongshuan said impatiently, "That's pardonable. The White Ape Demon King is so powerful." Mu Yu was only bewitched. In the end, didn't he represent our human race to defeat the demon race and ruthlessly slap the demon race's face? If it wasn't for that, the demon race would have already surpassed us. Mu Yu is the true hero. Mu Hao retorted. What kind of truth is this child speaking? The corner of Mu Yu's mouth curled into a smile. He found out that he had an idiotic fan for no reason. He was quite happy. It seemed like this guy wasn't as annoying as he looked on the surface. If you ask me, in life, you should be like Mu Yu and create your own wonderful legendary life. Father, don't you often say, a child should be like this, Mu Yu? Don't worry, Mu Yu is my idol. I will definitely learn from him. Mu Hao said solemnly. Well said. I like your straightforward personality. Mu Yu slapped his thigh. He was still a little complacent after being praised by a child. He didn't expect that he would still have a fan in the cultivation world after causing trouble everywhere. It was really amazing. What's the use of you liking it? You're not Mu Yu. Mu Hao unceremoniously choked Feng Mu in front of him. Hey! I'm not. I. Mu Yu opened his mouth and scratched his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't even know how to respond. When Mu Hao mentioned the legendary Mu Yu, his eyes lit up. When he saw the real Mu Yu, he had a look of disdain. Damn it. Your idol is right in front of you. Give me some face. Little Shuai was already laughing in Mu Yu's embrace. Why does this silly kid look so funny? Don't talk. Mu Yu didn't let Little Shuai speak. However, Mu Yu really found Mu Hao more and more pleasing to the eye. Although he always looked at him with disdain, he was still his true fan. In life, It was already good to have someone supporting him. Why would he mind so much? Uncle, if you want to recognize relatives, at least have some proof. For example, a birthmark or something. Otherwise, why would they admit it? Mu Yu looked at Mu Hao with satisfaction. In the end, he was fiercely glared at by Mu Hao. Mu Yu's mother. I'm talking about our Mu family's Mu Yu. When his mother left, she was only pregnant and hadn't given birth to him yet. Who knows what birthmark that child has? Besides, maybe it's a girl. In short, little friend Feng Mu, just treat it as a joke. Don't mind it. Mu Rongshuan said with a smile. Mu Yu frowned, because he had heard village chief grandpa say that when his mother came to Flowing Water Village, she was alone with a big belly. After giving birth to him, she disappeared without a trace, which was similar to what Mu Rongshuan had said. However, the Mu family was on the third continent and Flowing Water Village was in the Moyun mountain range. How could his mother pass through the vast 10,000 great mountains and return to the Moyun mountain range? He touched the blue stone on his neck. That was the only thing that could prove his identity. He had also studied it carefully. There was nothing special about the blue stone. It was just a kind of beautiful stone that his mother had left for him. Just as Mu Yu was about to ask for clarification, the convoy suddenly came to a halt. What's wrong? Mu Rongshuan asked. Chapter 492. Little Hao, protect Little Shin. Mu Rongshuan said in a deep voice. Then, he looked at Mu Yu vigilantly and rushed out. Mu Hao protected Mu Shin behind him again. He looked at Mu Yu unkindly and said, Who are you? Why did people come to rob you the moment you came? Are those people following you? Hey, you little brat, what are you talking about? Mu Yu rolled his eyes. This guy was always rude to him. If it wasn't for the fact that this fellow foolishly worshipped him, he would have beaten him up long ago. He couldn't be bothered with Mu Hao. At least Mu Hao was a good brother. From the moment Mu Yu came in, he separated Mu Shin and Mu Yu. If Mu Yu wanted to do something to Mu Shin, he could stop him in time. Although in reality, he couldn't stop him. Stay here and protect little sister Little Shin. Really? You unlucky kid. Mu Yu shook his head and got out of the carriage. It was unknown when, but there were already more than 100 burly men outside, surrounding the entire convoy. These people were all dressed in black. Their chests were bare and their faces were fierce. There were also many scars on their bodies. One look and you could tell that they often lived a life of blood on the tip of a blade. The leader was a sinister one-eyed old man. His hair had all fallen off, and there were many scars on his face. He held a large machete in his hand and licked his lips sinisterly. He chuckled and said, Obediently hand over all your valuables. Leave the goods and the women behind. As for the rest, cut off one of your arms and get lost. One-eyed dragon, our Mu family's annual fee has been paid, right? What's the meaning of this? Mu Rongshuan shouted angrily. One-eyed dragon was a group of bandits in the desert. They specialized in hijacking passing merchant caravans. Many merchant caravans in Clearwater City had been hijacked by them. Clearwater City's 4 great families had once joined forces to completely eliminate these bandits. But they were like wolves in the desert. They came and went without a trace. No one knew where their nest was. In the end, they had no choice but to negotiate with One-Eyed Dragon. Every merchant caravan would pay a toll. So what? The Mu clan is the one that I'm robbing. From today onwards, the Mu family will have to pay double the toll. The one-eyed man cackled, and 2 burly men from the Jindan period appeared behind him. Mu Rongshuan's face changed. He was the only one in the Jindan period in the Mu clan caravan. The others were all in the Qi refining stage and foundation establishment stage. If they were to fight, it would be disastrous. Good. We'll pay. Mu Rongshuan tried his best to suppress his anger. He had brought his own child with him this time. In order to avoid causing more casualties, he had no choice but to choose to spend money to avoid disaster. Even if you do, you'll have to cut off one of your arms. Also, leave the women behind. One-Eyed Dragon chuckled. You're going too far. Boss, let's fight it out with him. At worst, I'll just die. The people of the Mu family's caravan were not afraid of death. They were all hot-blooded men who had been escorting goods all year round. They had already tied their heads to their pants. Even if they were to die, they would drag a few people down with them. You guys were sent by the Sikong family, right? Mu Rongxuan instantly thought of something. Robbers only liked money. If they could get money without using force, who would be willing to risk their lives? The Mu clan was willing to pay double the toll, but they were not willing to let them go. It was obvious that there was someone behind them. And the only one who had a grudge with the Mu clan was the Sikong family. Taking someone's money to eliminate disaster. Since someone wants your life, just hand it over. Kill for me. One-eyed dragon did not only want Mu Rongxuan's arm, but also his life. With a wave of his hand, the 100 or so robbers behind him immediately pounced over like tigers and wolves. Little Hao, quickly take Little Shin away, Mu Rongxuan roared and rushed towards One-eyed Dragon alone. He was not afraid of death, but with his son and daughter by his side, he could not let anything happen to them. Mu Rongxuan's body lit up with a green light. The flying sword in his hand drew a sharp arc in the air. It flew towards One-eyed Dragon and clashed with One-eyed Dragon. One-eyed Dragon wielded a ferocious broadsword like 1,000 catties. It fiercely clashed with Mu Rongxuan's flying sword. Mu Rongxuan's expression changed and he retreated a few steps. However, the two Jindan period robbers behind One-eyed Dragon had already rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, they sent Mu Rongxuan flying. Your life in exchange for those things is really worth it. One-eyed Dragon took out his broadsword and slashed down at Mu Rongxuan. Mu Rongxuan was shocked and furious. He watched as the broadsword fell towards his neck. You have to disturb me on a good journey. So annoying. An impatient voice of complaint sounded out. One-eyed Dragon then realized that his broadsword had stopped an inch away from Mu Rongxuan's neck. He raised his head in shock, but before he could see clearly who had attacked him, his entire body had already spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. A powerful spiritual energy had directly struck him in the chest, shattering all the life in his body, causing him to bleed to death from all 7 orifices. Some kind of faint white light shot out from One-eyed Dragon's corpse. But before it could escape, it was unknowingly sucked in by Mu Yu's Mu Ling. The two Jindan period robbers beside him also widened their eyes. The two robbers who were originally insufferably arrogant had already fallen before they could even make a move. Hey, what are you guys still fighting for? Your boss with one eye is already gone. What the hell are you guys still fighting for? Mu Yu lazily kicked One-eyed Dragon in front of the group of robbers who did not care about their lives. His eyes flashed with a trace of hostility. These Jindan period foundation establishment stage beggars were not even worth mentioning in front of him. Anyway, this group of people were people who killed people like scything flax. Mu Yu would not feel strange killing them. All the robbers were stunned. Seeing their boss of the Jindan period lose his life in the blink of an eye, they understood that they had accidentally gnawed on a hard bone. It was unknown who shouted go, and all the robbers immediately scattered in all directions, hurriedly running for their lives. Forget it, just kill them. It can be considered as getting rid of evil for the people. Mu Yu thought for a moment. He didn't like killing people, but if some people lived, it meant that more people would die. So he just snorted, and a tyrannical spiritual force swept out in an instant, wrapping the bodies of each of the robbers. More than 100 robbers who were running for their lives suddenly trembled. Everyone's body suddenly fell down with a loud bang. Countless indiscernible white lights once again merged into Mu Ling's sword. Mu Yu felt that there was something strange in his heart. It was like the pleasure of killing. The thing that he used to reject very much, now made Mu Yu seem so calm. Mu Rongxuan looked at Mu Yu with a face full of shock. His mouth did not close for a long time. Just now, when One-eyed Dragon's broadsword chopped down, he thought that he was finished. Who would have thought that this thin and weak young man would directly kill more than 100 robbers with just a few grumbles? You. Mu Rongxuan was still sitting on the ground as he looked at Mu Yu in disbelief. At first, he thought that these robbers were attracted by Mu Yu. He was originally worried about his 2 children, but in the end, he found out that he had misunderstood them. "Uncle, it's fine." Mu Yu clapped his hands, flicked off the dust on his body, turned around and walked towards the carriage. Taking care of these small characters was simply a simple matter, and it did not take much time. "Father, I'm not leaving, I'll help." Mu Hao heard his father's heart-wrenching cries and his heart was filled with shock. He was a stubborn child. Just as he stuck his head out and was about to fight to the death with the robbers, a hand roughly pressed down on Mu Hao's head and pushed him back, causing Mu Hao to fall flat on his back. "Help what? By the time you crawl out, the daylily will be cold," Mu Yu said impolitely and crawled back himself. "You spy. I'll fight it out with you." Mu Yu had just crawled in when a sword pierced towards him. However, the sword seemed to be made of mud and suddenly shattered into a pile of slag. "Fight your sister." Mu Yu raised his hand and flicked Mu Hao's head, causing Mu Hao to be dumbfounded. Then, seeing Mu Xin's frightened gaze, he remembered that Mu Xin was Mu Hao's sister and quickly laughed. "Ah, the fight your sister I said wasn't talking about you. Little Hao, stop. You can't be rude to your benefactor." Mu Rongshuan only reacted when he heard Mu Hao's voice. He scrambled over, afraid that his son would do something rude. "Benefactor, my son doesn't know etiquette." "I'm really sorry, benefactor, please don't mind," Mu Rongshuan said in fear and trepidation. How could he have thought that the lost little lamb he casually picked up on the road was actually a hidden expert, and even saved their entire caravan? "Father, are you all right? This spy." "Shut up. Quickly apologize to our benefactor. If it wasn't for him exterminating the bandits, we would have been finished long ago." Mu Rongshuan raised his hand and wanted to give Mu Hao a slap, but he was stopped by Mu Yu. "Forget it, children's words carry no harm," Mu Yu said indifferently. This guy just crawled out for less than 2 breaths of time. How could he exterminate the bandits? "Father, are you joking?" Mu Hao said suspiciously, but he was fiercely glared at by Mu Rongshuan. "Benefactor, I have not taught my son well. I hope that benefactor will not take it to heart." Mu Rongshuan looked at Mu Yu again after surviving a calamity. At this moment, Mu Yu still had the aura of a foundation establishment stage, but the moment he made his move, that terrifying pressure was definitely not wrong. His cultivation was more than a few thousand times higher than his. "Quickly let them pack up and leave." Mu Yu still leaned on the cushion behind him with a face full of kindness, not wanting to explain too much. Mu Rongshuan quickly replied and went out again. He ordered the frightened guards to quickly clean up the battlefield and clean up their wounds. Fortunately, other than one of the guards who was heavily injured, the others were fine. Everyone quickly packed up and set off again. "Benefactor, you." Mu Rongshuan wanted to say something but hesitated. At this moment, he was truly in awe of Mu Yu. Who would have thought that this calamity would be resolved so easily? He thought that they would all be wiped out. "Call me Feng Mu. It's weird to call me benefactor." Mu Yu shrugged his shoulders, then looked at Mu Hao provocatively. Mu Yu's face was filled with suspicion. He didn't even see how Mu Yu made his move, but just as he stuck out half of his head, he was chased back by Mu Yu. He originally wanted to kill the bandits with his father in grief and indignation, but in the end, he couldn't even see the shadow of the bandits. "Little friend Feng Mu, are you a disciple of some big sect?" Mu Rongshuan asked carefully. He didn't know the depth of Mu Yu's strength, so he didn't dare to ask too obviously, afraid that he would make him unhappy. No, I'm just a nobody." Mu Yu laughed and said. His name was too scary, so it was better not to say it. Even if he did, the first person to question him would definitely be Mu Hao, this rash fellow. At that time, he would have to explain a lot, which would be troublesome. Mu Rongshuan naturally did not believe that Mu Yu was a nobody, but seeing that Mu Yu did not want to say anything, he could only give up. He saw that Mu Hao was still looking at Mu Yu suspiciously, and immediately shouted, "Bastard, don't be rude. In the future, you have to learn more from little friend Feng Mu." Mu Hao curled his lips. "Learn what from him? When he didn't come, we were always at peace. When he came, we encountered bandits, and he didn't even reveal his identity. There must be a problem with him being so secretive. Furthermore, The person I want to learn from is Big Brother Mu Yu, who is many times stronger than him. You want to learn from Big Brother Mu Yu? Mu Yu laughed involuntarily. It was a strange feeling to have a silly guy belittling and worshipping him at the same time. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with that? Mu Hao puffed out his chest, as if as long as this Feng Mu in front of him dared to insult Mu Yu, he would definitely be the first to pounce on him and fight him to the death. Chapter 493. The sun was still scorching the desert. The Mu clan's caravan left a trail in the desert as it moved forward quietly. It didn't look like it had just experienced a calamity. Uncle, you said that the Sikong clan ordered the one-eyed man to kill you. Why would they want to kill you? Your Mu clan is no longer a threat to them, right? Mu Yu asked. Sikong Chiwen was now ranked 51st on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard. Mu Qingfan was only ranked 93rd and was still unconscious. The Mu clan had lost their spiritual pillar. How could they fight against Sikong Chiwen? Mu Rongshuan shook his head. They wanted to kill me to completely destroy our Mu clan. To be honest, I'm the only one in the Mu clan who knows a thing or two about business. My brothers have better cultivation talent than me, so they usually don't care about the clan's matters. Once I die, a lot of the Mu clan's businesses won't be able to be taken care of. So I thought that I might be in danger, but I didn't expect them to act so quickly. Then why didn't you send a few more nascent soul stage guards or Jindan period guards to protect this caravan? Mu Yu asked. With the Mu clan's strength, it couldn't be that they didn't even have a nascent soul stage cultivator. Mu Rongshuan shook his head. Every clan has its own difficulties. Now that our Mu clan is being bullied by the Sikong clan, my father transferred many of the experts in the clan to deal with some sudden situations in Clearwater City. I don't go out often, and this time I only needed to go out occasionally. I thought that nothing would happen, so I didn't think too much about it. These two kids also wanted to follow, so I just let them follow. I didn't expect them to almost lose their lives. After talking with Mu Rongshuan, Mu Yu knew about the general situation of the Mu clan. The current head of the Mu clan was Mu Tianhe. He was a first heaven out of body stage cultivator and had the highest cultivation in the clan. Mu Tianhe had 4 sons and 2 daughters. Mu Rongshuan was the 3rd son. His 2 brothers were both nascent soul stage cultivators and were the future pillars of the family. Mu Tianhe said that whoever could break through the out-of-body stage earlier would be given the position of patriarch, so Mu Rongshuan's 2 brothers were cultivating all the time. Mu Rongshuan's cultivation talent was not good, but he had a mind for business. It was just that in the Mu clan, with only a mind for business, he could not become the patriarch. He was also helpless. Those who had cultivation did not have the ability to govern the family, and those who had the ability to govern the family did not have cultivation. This was the most awkward moment for the Mu family. If Mu Rongshuan became the patriarch, he was worried that his 2 brothers would have objections, so he did not covet the position of patriarch, and only focused on doing his own things. But the Sikong family seized the opportunity when the Mu family looked down on Mu Rongshuan, so they thought of ways to kill Mu Rongshuan. They were much smarter than the rest of the Mu clan. They knew that as long as something happened to Mu Rongshuan, the Mu clan's business would definitely become a mess and the Mu clan would collapse on its own. It was a pity that Mu Tianhe was old and still believed in strength above all else, so he had never sent anyone to specifically protect Mu Rongshuan. Your father is a bit muddle-headed. He should have sent someone to protect the 3 of you. Mu Yu shook his head. Little friend Feng Mu, you must be joking. The family's situation is not optimistic, and we don't have enough manpower. Mu Rongshuan awkwardly smiled. His father was already old, and with Sikong Chi-wen's sudden appearance and powerful cultivation, he had brought the Sikong family to this situation. That was why Mu Tianhe firmly believed that only people with high cultivation could bring glory to the family. He had neglected Mu Rongshuan's safety, but Mu Rongshuan didn't blame his father for not considering everything. Being said like this by Mu Yu, Mu Hao was unhappy and retorted, "You're not allowed to talk about my grandfather like that. I'm telling the truth, you brat." Mu Yu said, "If your grandfather's mind is clear, he should know that it is not enough to rely on cultivation to govern the family. It's one thing to have a high cultivation, But if you don't know strategy and only know how to use your fists, when you're sold, you might even help count the money. Your father knows how to do business, so safety is definitely the first priority. Then he thought of something and asked, "Then don't you have a brother and 2 sisters?" "My 2 sisters are married and are not in Clearwater City. As for my 4th brother, sigh, it's fine if I don't say it." Mu Rongshuan seemed to have something that was hard to say and did not continue. Mu Yu did not ask any further. How the Mu clan was did not have much to do with him. Although they all had the surname Mu, Mu Yu did not feel that anyone he met was really his relative. There were many people with the same surname in the same sect, so there was nothing to be conflicted about. He was not interested in the conflicts between the clans. This time, he made a move purely because he was following the carriage. His purpose in coming to Clearwater City was to kill Tian Bu 2 months later. With the speed of their camel beasts, it took them a full 5 days to reach Clearwater City. Along the way, Mu Rongshuan was very respectful to Mu Yu, but Mu Hao would occasionally choke on Mu Yu. Whenever Mu Rongshuan praised Mu Yu as a young hero, Mu Hao would timely interrupt and say that young hero was used to describe Mu Yu and not Feng Mu. Then he would say a few times that he wanted to learn from big brother Mu Yu. "You unlucky child." Every time Mu Yu was belittled, he would be very unhappy. However, this guy would always say Mu Yu long and Mu Yu short, throwing all the good words on Mu Yu, which made him very happy. It made Mu Yu want to admit that he was the great big brother Mu Yu that Mu Hao spoke of, so that this guy would not be so wary of him. The reason why a city in the middle of a desert was called Clearwater City was because the cultivators used some methods to draw underground water into the city. The entire city was filled with red flowers and green willows, forming a stark contrast with the arid desert outside. Clearwater City was very big and prosperous. From time to time, a few cultivators could be seen flying in the sky on their swords. This city was mostly populated by ordinary people. Walking on the streets, there were all kinds of hawking sounds. There was no lack of delicious food, especially when the aroma of Rujiamo drifted into Little Shuai's nose, making him almost intoxicated. Little Shuai drooled and wanted to look for food, but he was firmly held down by Mu Yu. "Little friend Feng Mu, do you have a place to stay in Clearwater City? If you don't have a place to stay, you can stay in my Mu family for a while and let me do my best as a host. How about it?" Mu Rongshuan said sincerely. "There's no need to trouble uncle. I want to walk around and familiarize myself with Clearwater City." Mu Yu shook his head. "Big brother Feng Mu, you've helped me before. Let us thank you properly. Little Shin can tell big brother Feng Mu what's fun in Clearwater City. This way, big brother Feng Mu won't get lost like in the desert. Clearwater City is very big." Mu Shin said happily. Mu Hao snorted in dissatisfaction. He did not welcome Mu Yu's arrival. "Does the Mu family have a lot of delicious drumsticks?" Little Shuai interrupted. Along the way, Mu Rongshuan and the rest also got to know Little Shuai, this spiritual beast that looked like a little squirrel. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Yes, yes. If you want to eat anything, just tell the servants to prepare it." Mu Rongshuan knew that the young man in front of him was not ordinary. From the way he dealt with the bandits yesterday, he knew that Mu Yu's cultivation was at least at the nascent soul stage. A nascent soul stage cultivation was considered quite high in the Mu family. If they could invite such a great god to stay by their side, it would be an extremely good thing. "Uncle said to eat until we're full. Mu Yu, can we stay?" Little Shuai wagged his big tail and asked pitifully. "Damn it, when did I starve you?" Mu Yu glared at Little Shuai. Every time he bought so much food, it went into Little Shuai's stomach. He lived every day smelling the fragrance of drumsticks and had to clean the oil stains on his body. He didn't even get to bite the bones. "Big brother Feng Mu, stay." Little Shin saw that her father wanted Mu Yu to stay. She ran over and pulled Mu Yu's hand with a pleading face. Mu Yu looked at Little Shin's cute appearance and his heart softened. He reached out and pinched Little Shin's little face and said, "All right, then I'll stay here for a few days." But his hand was slapped away by Mu Hao. Mu Hao warned, "Don't touch my sister's face." Mu Yu resisted the urge to beat this kid up and muttered, "We're both born from the same father. Why is the difference so big? Mu Hao wanted to refute, but Mu Rongxuan had already pulled him behind him. Mu Rongxuan saw that Mu Yu agreed to stay and was filled with joy. Little friend Feng Mu, it's my honor to be able to stay. As long as little friend Feng Mu has any needs, just say it. There's nothing I, Mu Rongxuan, can't do. Then I'll have to thank Uncle Mu. Mu Yu cupped his hands and said. The Mu family's courtyard was quite big. After all, it was one of the 5 great families in Clearwater City. Although it was weak now, it was not something that some small families could covet. Mu Yu followed Mu Rongxuan to the Mu family. The gatekeeper immediately ran over to welcome Mu Rongxuan. Young Master Rongxuan, you're back? Was the journey smooth? An old man dressed in steward attire walked over and said respectfully with a bow. We'll talk about some things later. Uncle Mu, nothing major happened in the family while I was away, right? Mu Rongxuan asked. Uncle Mu wanted to say something but hesitated. He said, Master asked you to go find him immediately after you came back. Some things happened in the family while you were away. No need. Rongxuan, quickly come with me to the medicinal herb shop in the east of the city. They'll belong to the Sikong family very soon. An old man with white hair and beard walked in with large strides. This old man exuded a powerful aura from head to toe. He was awe-inspiring without being angry, making people not dare to look at him directly. This was the Mu family's current family head, Mu Tianhe, Grandpa. Mu Xin happily ran towards Mu Tianhe and hugged him. Mu Tianhe's stern face revealed a rare smile. He rubbed his granddaughter's head and said, Little Xin, be good. Grandfather and your father have to take care of some things. Grandfather, what's so urgent? You don't know. We almost had an accident on the way back, Mu Xin said. What happened? Mu Tianhe frowned and asked in a deep voice. Mu Rongxuan quickly walked over and said, Father, the Sikong family sent the desert robber One-Eyed Dragon to kill me. What? It's the Sikong family again. Are you all right? Mu Tianhe's expression changed slightly. He looked at Mu Hao and asked quickly, Father, we almost lost our lives. Fortunately, this little friend Feng Mu helped us kill One-Eyed Dragon and saved us. Mu Rongxuan quickly introduced Mu Yu to Mu Tianhe. Mu Tianhe sized up Mu Yu and was surprised by Mu Yu's age. One-Eyed Dragon was at least at the 9th layer of the Jindan stage. He was actually killed by such a young man. He carefully probed Mu Yu's cultivation and found that even with his first layer of the out-of-body stage cultivation, he couldn't see through Mu Yu's cultivation. He was a little puzzled. He then cupped his hands and said in a clear voice, Thank you, little friend Feng Mu, for saving my Mu family. I'm the Mu family's family head, Mu Tianhe. I'm Feng Mu. Greetings to Senior Mu. Mu Yu politely returned the greeting. Although his cultivation was much higher than Mu Tianhe's, etiquette would give people a good impression wherever he went. Chapter 494. Little friend Feng Mu is so young, yet you were able to kill the 9th firmament golden core One-Eyed Dragon. You are indeed a young hero. May I know who your master is? Mu Tianhe asked. For such a young person to be able to defeat the 9th firmament golden core One-Eyed Dragon, his cultivation was at least at the nascent soul stage. His talent was already very high. Senior Mu, I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator. This time, I came to Clearwater City for a stroll because of its reputation. I got lost in the desert and Uncle Mu agreed to bring me along. Therefore, I can't just stand by and do nothing when something happens to Uncle Mu, Mu Yu said with a smile. When Mu Tianhe heard that Mu Yu didn't belong to any sect, his face lit up. At this moment, the Mu clan was lacking people. If he could recruit some people to the Mu clan, it would naturally be an extremely good thing. He said kindly, Then little friend Feng Mu can stay in my Mu clan for a while. My Mu clan knows Clearwater City like the back of our hand. If you have any needs, just tell me. I'll do my best to satisfy you. Then I'll thank Senior Mu for your kind intentions. Feng Mu will have to trouble you. Mu Yu nodded. He had a good impression of Mu Tianhe. When he heard Mu Rongxuan talk about his father, Mu Yu thought that Mu Tianhe was a stubborn old man. Mu Tianhe said sternly, "Uncle Mu, immediately arrange a separate courtyard for him to stay in and serve him well. He's now an important guest of our Mu clan and also the benefactor of Rongshuan, Little Hao, and Little Xin. Don't neglect him." "Yes, master," Uncle Mu hurriedly said respectfully. Mu Tianhe smiled apologetically at Mu Yu and said, "Little friend Feng Mu, I'm very sorry. Rongshuan and I have to go and settle some family matters first. If you need anything, just tell Uncle Mu. Uncle Mu will help you settle it. No worries. Senior Mu and Uncle Mu can go and do whatever you want. Don't worry about me," Mu Yu said. Mu Tianhe and Mu Rongshuan quickly left the Mu clan. It was obvious that they were going to settle the conflict with the Sikong clan. Mu Xin skipped over while pulling Mu Yu's hand. Mu Hao snorted and left by himself. Uncle Mu led the way in front, leading Mu Yu to the courtyard. But at this moment, a middle-aged man with a drunken face suddenly stumbled over, and the smell of alcohol on his body could be smelled from afar. This middle-aged man was dressed very casually, and his hair was messy. He looked like a tramp, which did not match the orderly environment of the Mu family. The middle-aged man was holding a wine bottle in his hand. His eyes were half open. When he saw Mu Yu, he threw the wine bottle at Mu Yu, shattering it all over the ground. "Why did you invite an outsider? Get the F***ck out of here. I don't need any treatment," the drunkard slurred. "Treatment?" Mu Yu raised his eyebrows. Uncle Mu shook his head and apologetically said to Mu Yu, "Little friend Feng Mu, please don't take offense. This is our fourth young master. His mind is a bit muddled, so please don't laugh at him." As he spoke, he quickly walked over and supported the drunkard, saying, "He is a guest invited by third young master. He is not here to treat fourth young master's illness. Don't be rude to a guest. Hurry up and go to sleep. Be good. Don't lie to me. I don't need any treatment." The drunkard couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. From time to time, he would point at Mu Yu and mutter things like "Get the F***ck out." Uncle Mu looked at the drunkard with eyes full of pity and helplessness. He kept persuading him, and finally called a few servants to carry him away. "Don't be shy. Fourth young master is rude to everyone. Little friend Feng Mu, please don't take it to heart. This way please." Uncle Mu brought Mu Yu to a quiet courtyard, and then ordered the servants to prepare some roast ducks according to Little Shuai's request. Then he left. Mu Yu looked at the clean and tidy courtyard and was quite satisfied. He asked, "Little Xin, who was the drunkard just now?" Mu Xin blinked her big eyes and said, "It was my fourth uncle. My father said that his mind is not normal. I don't know. Anyway, he has been like this for as long as I can remember. He drinks all day. If he doesn't drink, he will get angry and smash things everywhere. My father often shakes his head and sighs at him." Mu Yu remembered that Mu Rongshuan had said that he had 3 brothers. He only said 2. When he mentioned the last one, he didn't say anything. Presumably, it was this person. For the Mu family to have such a person, it was a disgrace. It was understandable that he didn't want to say too much. "What is your fourth uncle's name?" Mu Yu asked. "Fourth uncle's name is Mu Zhixing. I heard from my father that he was fine when he was young. Later on, an accident happened. He abandoned himself and never woke up again." Mu Xin tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she said excitedly, "Brother Feng Mu, I will take you out to play tomorrow. I know that there are many fun places in Clearwater City. You will definitely want to go. Little Xin, I think you want to go play by yourself, right?" Mu Yu looked at Mu Xin's dancing and shook his head helplessly. Mu Xin touched her head embarrassedly and said, "I haven't played in a long time. In the past, my father would send people to accompany me. He didn't have time. But ever since the accident at home, he didn't let me wander around. He said that he was afraid of encountering danger. But as long as Brother Feng Mu is here, nothing will happen to me, am I right?" Mu Yu smiled and said, "Okay, I will tell your father tomorrow. I will accompany you to play." Bang! Just as they were talking, the door to the courtyard was suddenly opened. The smell of alcohol wafted out again. Mu Zhaxing stumbled in drunkenly with another bottle of wine in his arms. He walked over to Mu Yu, drinking as he walked. Fourth uncle, can you stop drinking? Mu Xin pinched her nose and ran over angrily with her hands on her hips. Mu Zhaxing burped and said, okay. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Mu Yu casually. His bleary eyes looked very tired. Little Xin, let's go. Don't be alone with outsiders. Let's go to fourth uncle's place. I will give you something fun to play with. No, fourth uncle, your place stinks. I won't go. Mu Xin shook her head. Even if you don't go to fourth uncle's place, you should still be with little Hao. Where is he? Didn't I tell him to keep an eye on you? Mu Zhaxing took another sip of alcohol. Fourth uncle, I am here. I just went to do something. Mu Hao ran in and supported the drunk Mu Zhaxing, frowning. Don't let little Xin be alone with outsiders. It's dangerous. Mu Zhaxing glanced at Mu Yu again. His drunken eyes did not waver at all. Then he slowly left. Mu Yu shrugged. He did not understand why this drunkard was so wary of him, just like Mu Hao. I don't look like a bad person. Mu Yu looked at little Xin, who was only 8 years old. She felt funny in her heart. Could it be that she would kidnap little Xin and sell her? Little Xin, this Feng Mu didn't do anything to you, right? Mu Hao glared at Mu Yu. Hey, boy, what can I do to little Xin? Mu Yu asked unhappily. Mu Hao snorted. You better not do anything. Otherwise, when big brother Mu Yu comes back, I will make you suffer. TCH, if Mu Yu comes back, so be it. I'm not afraid of him. Mu Yu replied without hesitation. Then he remembered that he was Mu Yu. What nonsense was this? Along the way, Mu Hao kept mentioning the Mu Yu in his imagination. Mu Yu was confused. Sigh. I can't be bothered with you. Really. Little Xin, come find me tomorrow. Mu Yu waved his hand helplessly and turned to go back into the house. Uncle Mu quickly arranged for the servants to bring up a large pile of roast duck and roast lamb. Little Shuai was so happy that he almost flew to heaven. The delicious food filled the entire table. His small figure was almost lost in the food and could not be seen. Big earthworm, come and eat this. Sheep penis is delicious. You eat that too? Aren't you afraid of nosebleeds? Dragon Vine coiled around the chair and used its tail to hook the wine pot. I don't like meat. I like wine. Wine is spicy and disgusting. You might as well drink my piss. Little Shuai liked to eat everything except wine. He hated the spicy taste of wine. It would cause him to be unable to taste anything else. What do you know? Wine can wash away your worries. What do you have to worry about, big earthworm? It's true that you're ugly. Do you want to die? Mu Yu looked at the bones being thrown out of the food on the table. He had no appetite at all. He lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Thinking about the purpose of his trip to Clearwater City, he sighed. His cultivation was only at the 9th heaven of the out-of-body stage. How was he going to fight Tian Buwai, who was in the spirit-severing stage, 2 months later? Many people were paying attention to the battle between Sikong Chiwen and Tian Buwai. Both of them were as talented as him. Especially this mysterious Sikong Chiwen. He was not even on the list when it was first released. How did he enter the spirit-severing stage in just a year? His talent was probably several times more terrifying than his. Clearwater City was not famous in the Third Heaven continent. The overall cultivation of the self-cultivators here was not high. It was only because of Sikong Chiwen's appearance that the city suddenly became famous. Needless to say, within 2 months, a large group of self-cultivators would gather here to watch the legendary battle between Sikong Chiwen and Tian Buwai. One was a dark horse and the other was the young master of Stargate. This battle was very interesting. Mu Yu's goal was different from everyone else. No matter who won, it had nothing to do with him. As long as he could kill Tian Buwai with his own hands, that was enough. Mu Yu, don't think too much. Do you want to drink some wine? It can help you forget your troubles for a while. Dragon Vine was not as heartless as little Shui. It knew what Mu Yu was thinking, so it hooked a pot of wine with its tail and handed it over. Mu Yu was not pretentious. He directly poured himself a mouthful. The spicy wine entered his body and warmed his whole body. He thought of the fourth young master of the Mu family. This guy drank all day long. What could he have forgotten? Who cares? Mu Yu drank another mouthful. Wine was indeed a good thing sometimes. While the wine stimulated the senses, it could also dull one's nerves and prevent one's imagination from running wild. Night fell quickly. Little Shui had already finished all the food on the table. It ate food that was more than 10 times its size, but its stomach was not bloated. It really did not know how this guy digested it. Dragon Vine was already lying next to Mu Yu and taking a nap. Mu Yu also closed his eyes in satisfaction. Chapter 495. Mu Yu got up and opened the door carefully. Using the moonlight, he saw a drunk man looking at him lazily before lying down on the floor. The wine bottle in his hand rolled to the side and disappeared. Soon, snoring sounds came from the guy's nose. "Hey, uncle, even if you're wary of me, you don't have to sleep at my door, right? You don't have to be so obvious." Mu Yu pursed his lips. But Mu Zhexing did not respond to Mu Yu. He just turned around and continued sleeping. Mu Yu did not sense any cultivation fluctuations from Mu Zhexing. He felt that he was just an ordinary person. But today, he saw how much he cared about Mu Xin. This made him curious. Why would a person who relied on drinking to get by be so concerned about a little girl? It seemed that this guy was not drunk at all. He still had some consciousness. "Uncle, did you meet some obstacle that you can't get over? That's why you're thinking about drinking every day?" Mu Yu did not want to chase him away. He waved his hand and the wine bottle on the table flew to him. Then, he turned around and sat on the roof, staring at the moon in a daze. "But everyone has obstacles that they can't get over." Mu Yu seemed to be talking to himself. "I've met some obstacles too. The people closest to me were framed and killed. But the enemy is so powerful. But I won't choose to wallow in despair. I will choose revenge." Mu Zhexing's body suddenly moved. But he just turned around and lay on his back, snoring as usual. "I came to Clearwater City to look for someone. It has nothing to do with the Mu family. Don't worry about me." Mu Yu lay on the roof. He did not understand why he was saying all this to a drunk man. Maybe it was because he had drunk a little too much tonight. It was uncomfortable to keep things bottled up in his heart, but no one wanted to listen to him. And a drunkard was obviously the most suitable audience for him. In his opinion, this drunk man was probably troubled by something and was unwilling to face reality. He had been wallowing in despair for so many years. Maybe they had encountered the same thing, but made different choices. The night breeze blew gently. The bright moon hung high in the sky and the stars dotted the night sky. It was a quiet night. One person lay on the roof, the other on the ground. They both had their own thoughts and were either asleep or awake. When Mu Yu started snoring softly, Mu Zhexing suddenly opened his eyes. The drunkenness in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by an indescribable sadness. But soon, Jupiter closed his eyes and fell asleep again, snoring loudly. "Brother Feng Mu. Brother Feng Mu. Get up, let's go play." The door to the courtyard was not closed at all. Mu Xin ran in excitedly and did not see where she was going. She stepped on Mu Zhexing and almost tripped. "Aya, fourth uncle, why are you sleeping in Brother Feng Mu's courtyard?" Mu Xin crawled and cried out in dissatisfaction. Jupiter wobbled as he sat up. He glanced at Mu Xin with sleepy eyes, then turned around to look for something. Finally, he crawled towards the wine bottle in the corner. "Xiao Xin, so early." Mu Yu also yawned and jumped down from the roof. He saw a well in the courtyard, so he walked over and fetched a bucket of water. He washed his face to wake himself up. "Brother Feng Mu, I've talked to my father. He agreed to let you take me out." Mu Zhexing was wearing a blue dress today. She looked cute and playful. I'll go too." Mu Zhexing shook the wine bottle and was unhappy to find that there was no more wine. "No, I won't go with fourth uncle. Fourth uncle always drinks. I don't like it. Mu Zhuxing ran to the well and fetched a bucket of water. Then she carried it to Mu Zhuxing. Fourth uncle, wash your face. Mu Zhuxing buried his head in the bucket and shook it a little. Then he raised his head, his messy beard scrunched together. He said in a daze, then let Xiao Hao go with you. Fourth uncle, don't worry. Of course I'll go with sister Xiao Xin. I won't let Xiao Xin run around with a stranger. Mu Hao's discordant voice sounded at the door. Mu Yu rolled his eyes. This guy still didn't believe him. What a lovable and hateful bastard. He turned back into the house and woke Long Ting up. Long Ting crawled back into his arm. She then grabbed Xiao Shuai's big tail and stuffed it into her pocket. Only then did she walk out. Clearwater City was already bustling with activity early in the morning. The streets were bustling with activity. Mu Zhuxing was jumping around and looking around. She was having more fun than anyone else. Mu Hao, on the other hand, didn't take his eyes off Mu Zhuxing for 15 minutes. He was afraid that he would lose her. He was a good brother. After walking around for 4 hours, they had only seen the tip of the iceberg of Clearwater City. Thus, Mu Yu decided to bring them on his flying sword and flew above Clearwater City. Clearwater City was different from other cities. Cultivators were not prohibited from flying here. So they could see people rushing past them from time to time. Wow. I love flying the most. But my cultivation level isn't high enough. Mu Zhuxing exclaimed happily. She was only in the Qi refinement stage and couldn't fly on a sword. However, Mu Hao could. He insisted on flying by himself. However, his speed was too slow. He was mocked by Mu Yu, which made Mu Hao furious. What's the use of flying fast? Brother Mu Yu is faster than you. Mu Hao's face turned red as he tried to keep up with Mu Yu's pace. However, he was always left behind by Mu Yu. Mu Yu, your sister. Mu Yu couldn't help but scold. Then, why did it sound like he was scolding himself? Mu Yu is my brother, Mu Hao said proudly. Mu Yu was helpless. You've never seen Mu Yu before. How do you know he's your brother? Don't call him so happily. What if the one in your family is sister Mu Yu and not brother Mu Yu? Even if Mu Yu isn't part of our family, he's still the disciple of a true God. He's also someone I worship. It's none of your business. Mu Hao felt a little powerless. Mu Yu was intentionally not letting him catch up. It's a good thing to worship someone, but you can't just belittle one person to raise another person. That's very wrong. Mu Yu recalled that when he was at Falling Dust Mountain, Lan Linger also belittled him to raise her beloved second senior brother. However, Mu Hao was belittling Mu Yu to raise another Mu Yu. This made Mu Yu feel helpless. No matter what you say, you can't compare to a true God's disciple. Mu Yu is much stronger than you to begin with. You're only saying that because you can't compare to Mu Yu. Mu Hao gritted his teeth and said. His speed was getting slower and slower, but Mu Yu always maintained the speed at which he wanted to catch up but couldn't. Otherwise, this guy would have been left behind 100,000 miles away. Mu Yu felt a headache whenever he faced this hothead. He simply said, if I say I'm Mu Yu, would you believe me? You're Mu Yu. Mu Hao raised his eyebrows. Don't insult the two words Mu Yu, okay? Mu Yu is a great person. How are you great? Mu Yu scratched his head. He was also stumped by this question because he didn't know why he suddenly became great. Then, he felt embarrassed and said, I'm embarrassed when you say that. I'm not praising you. I'm praising Mu Yu. Don't flatter yourself. Mu Hao waved his fist. Mu Yu liked and hated this guy. He didn't even have the heart to break the image of Mu Yu in his fantasy. Okay. Your big brother Mu Yu is handsome, confident, and unrestrained. No one has ever been like him. He's brave, invincible, and handsome. Is that okay? Mu Yu felt like he was floating in the air when he said this. Anyway, praising himself didn't cost him anything. You don't have to say that. Mu Hao snorted. Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Big brother little Hao, don't try to be brave. Let big brother Feng Mu give you a ride. It's so easy for him to give me a ride. Mu Xin occasionally turned around to persuade him. I don't want him to give me a ride. I can fly myself. Mu Hao stubbornly clenched his teeth and persevered. He kept flying at his fastest speed. The pitiful spiritual energy in his body was almost depleted. After flying for another 4 hours, he finally couldn't take it anymore and fell with a thud. Why are you acting like an idiot? You're asking for a beating. Mu Yu helplessly rolled Mu Hao up. Mu Hao snorted stubbornly and turned his head away unwillingly. Mu Xin was quite familiar with the entire Clearwater City. It was obvious that she often went out with her father to play. Mu Yu also had a rough idea of the power distribution of the various families in Clearwater City. Mu Xin even pointed out the properties of the Mu family to Mu Yu. This is our Mu family's cemetery. The neighborhood next to it is our property. Mu Xin said. It's not anymore. Mu Hao said solemnly. What's not anymore? Mu Xin asked curiously. Other than the cemetery that still belongs to our Mu family, the shops in the neighborhood have all been taken away by the Sikong family, Mu Hao said with some reluctance. Mu Hao glanced at Mu Yu and then explained to Mu Xin which areas belonged to the Mu family and which areas didn't belong to the Mu family anymore. He also reminded Mu Xin not to go to places that didn't belong to the Mu family. The Sikong family was not to be trifled with. Mu Yu listened quietly. From Mu Hao's explanation, the Mu family's properties originally extended to all parts of Clearwater City. However, they had shrunk severely. Almost 2/3 of their properties had been taken away by the Sikong family. Many shops no longer worked with the Mu family and chose to work with the Sikong family. Damn it! What's so great about Sikong Chiwen? This bunch of snobs. Mu Hao got angrier and angrier as he spoke. In the end, he couldn't help but curse. To be honest, Mu Yu sympathized with the Mu family. However, Mu Yu didn't want to get involved in the feud between the Mu family and the Sikong family. His target was Tian Buwai and not Sikong Chiwen. He didn't want to get into trouble. Kid, you should hurry up and cultivate. Try to increase your cultivation. When you surpass Sikong Chiwen, you can help your family. If the Mu family doesn't have someone comparable to Sikong Chiwen, it'll be hard for you to survive, Mu Yu said. He wouldn't help the Mu family. After all, they only met by chance and had the same surname. Who says the Mu family doesn't have one? The Mu family has a Mu Yu. Mu Hao glared at Mu Yu. Mu Yu touched his forehead. He didn't have the heart to break Mu Hao's fantasy. He was always saying Mu Yu and Mu Yu, which confused the real Mu Yu. After shopping for an entire day, Mu Yu was tired. Mu Xin excitedly said that she wanted to go to the one-word signature restaurant to eat. Mu Yu followed her directions and went to the restaurant. The one-word signature restaurant was opened by the Mu family. The charcoal grilled emperor lizard dish was especially famous. It was also Mu Xin's favorite food. When Xiao Shuai heard that there was food, he stuck his head out and grinned foolishly. He had already eaten a lot last night, and now he was still thinking about eating. Who knew what was in his stomach? How could he digest it so quickly? The one-word signature restaurant was very lively. People came and went. There were normal people and cultivators who came because of its reputation. The signature dishes here looked, smelled, and tasted good. It was an old restaurant in Clearwater City. This was the Mu family's business. Because business was too busy, Mu Hao didn't intentionally disturb the manager. Instead, he went upstairs and found a corner to order some dishes. Xiao Shuai and Mu Xin were the happiest. Halfway through the meal, Mu Hao said that he wanted to ask the manager about the one-word signature restaurant's business. So, he went downstairs. However, at this moment, there were sounds of quarreling coming from downstairs. There were even a few angry scoldings. Mu Yu listened carefully. One of the voices belonged to Mu Hao. Chapter 496. This is clearly our Mu clan's restaurant. Sikong Chiwu, you dare to cause trouble here? Mu Hao angrily looked at a young man in luxurious clothing. He was about the same age as Mu Hao and was the most famous dark horse of Extreme Immortal, Sikong Chiwen's younger brother, Sikong Chiwu. Your family's restaurant. Mu Hao, let me tell you, this one-word signboard restaurant has already changed its name to Sikong. Right now, I'm the owner of one-word signboard. Quickly scram as far as you can. Sikong Chiwu crossed his arms and said proudly. You're talking nonsense. How can one-word signboard be your Sikong's? Mu Hao's gaze fell on the shopkeeper beside Sikong Chiwu and anxiously asked, Uncle Zhong, what he said isn't true, right? Shopkeeper Zhong lazily raised his head and glanced at Mu Hao. He smiled and said, Young Master Mu Hao, right now, one-word signboard restaurant is indeed the property of the Sikong clan. Young Master Mu Hao, if you're here to eat, then quickly go eat. After you're done eating, pay the bill and leave. Your Mu clan is already finished. Quickly scram and wait for death. Sikong Chiwu laughed loudly, his expression extremely arrogant. However, he did have the capital to be arrogant. With the extreme immortal dark horse Sikong Chiwen as his older brother, it wasn't unreasonable for one person to rise to the top. You're shameless. Mu Hao clenched his fists. He was greatly angered by Sikong Chiwu's words. The surrounding diners were discussing Mu Hao with interest. After figuring out the identity of these two people, their expressions became very playful. The Sikong clan was originally a subordinate clan of the Mu clan. Now, because of Sikong Chiwen's rise, they rode on the Mu clan's head. The Mu clan's only extreme immortal, Mu Qingfan, was defeated by Sikong Chiwen. Now, the Mu clan no longer had the strength to contend against the Sikong clan. And this Mu clan kid had no background, yet he dared to clash with Sikong Chiwen. He was truly courting death. Mu Hao's face turned red from being pointed at by others. He suddenly raised his fist and pounced at Sikong Chiwu. It was actually not bad for him to have this cultivation at his age. However, the two retainers beside Sikong Chiwu were also Zhuji stage cultivators. They had already anticipated that Mu Hao would make a move. They turned around and blocked in front of Sikong Chiwu, pressing Mu Hao to the ground. Sikong Chiwu squatted beside Mu Hao and mocked, Today is different from the past. Whoever has the fist has the right to speak. I heard that you went around boasting that the true God's disciple, Mu Yu, is a member of your Mu family and your big brother, right? It's none of your business. Mu Hao wanted to struggle, but Sikong Chiwu's two guards were much stronger than him. They firmly held him down. Sikong Chiwu's face was filled with mockery. With your Mu family's cowardice, you still have the nerve to claim kinship with a true God's disciple. What a joke. Do you really think that Mu Yu is a member of your Mu clan? Can you be more shameless? You also can't prove that Mu Yu is not a member of our Mu clan. Mu Hao's stubborn face was filled with anger. Let's not talk about you not being able to take out evidence. Even if Mu Yu is a member of your Mu clan, so what? Could it change the fate of your Mu clan being annexed by our Sikong clan? Sikong Chiwu stroked his chin and said arrogantly, Don't be arrogant. Mu Hao furiously roared. Let me tell you. My big brother is the 51st extreme immortal. No matter how powerful Mu Yu is, he is only the 81st extreme immortal. He is nothing in front of my big brother. Even if Mu Yu is a member of your Mu clan, your Mu clan does not have the qualifications to fight with our Sikong clan, because Mu Yu is simply not my big brother's match. Sikong Chiwu arrogantly said, Also, this restaurant is already our clan's property. It has nothing to do with your Mu clan. You should quickly scram. You actually want to inquire about the restaurant's business situation. Are you courting death? The restaurant's business was very prosperous, so there were many diners watching the show. From their conversation, many people already understood the ins and outs of the matter. They all began to point at Mu Hao and discuss animatedly. The Mu clan is truly shameless. They actually want to get involved with a true God's disciple. Do they think they can protect their property like this? He can't win, but he actually boasted shamelessly that Mu Yu is his big brother who led a wandering life outside. How is this brat so thick-skinned? That's right. What's so great about having the same surname? The 75th on the Extreme Immortal leaderboard is called Zhong Wei. My name is also Zhong Wei. Did I say anything? Hey, you are also called Zhong Wei? I am also called Zhong Wei. Brother, we are fated. Mu Yu, who was at the staircase, finally understood. Mu Hao had just said that he wanted to ask the shopkeeper about the restaurant's business situation these few days. However, the Sikong clan seemed to have already snatched away the signature restaurant that originally belonged to the Mu clan. Then, this hothead went against them and said that Mu Yu was a member of the Mu clan without any evidence. It was natural for him to be mocked. Mu Yu touched his forehead, feeling a slight headache. He liked that Mu Hao worshipped him, but he didn't like that he always put a label on him and always said that he was his big brother. This was indeed suspicious of randomly recognizing relatives. Mu Yu didn't plan to intervene. The two below were just children fooling around. There was no need for him to get involved. It was fine as long as no one died. Moreover, this was also a lesson for Mu Hao, so that he wouldn't always go around tarnishing his reputation. Let me tell you, even if you are a true God's disciple, you are not even fit to carry my big brother's shoes. Sikong Chiwu stepped on Mu Hao's back. You are not allowed to insult Mu Yu like this. Even if he is not a member of our Mu clan, he is not someone you can casually insult. Mu Hao roared. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he suddenly broke free from the two servants beside him and sent them flying. He then pounced towards Sikong Chiwu, and the two of them immediately began to wrestle. Sikong Chiwu's cultivation was not as high as Mu Hao's, so he was punched in the eye by Mu Hao. His whole body flew out and knocked against a stool. One of his teeth was knocked out. Little bastard, you dare to hit me? Sikong Chiwu covered his mouth. One of his eyes had already turned purplish black, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. His body suddenly lit up with terrifying aura and a short blade suffused with black light appeared in his hand. Once the short blade appeared, everyone felt an oppressive power shrouding them and their breathing became somewhat hurried. I will kill you. Sikong Chiwu threw the short blade in his hand towards Mu Hao. The black short blade's aura firmly locked onto Mu Hao. Mu Hao was alarmed and wanted to dodge, but he discovered that he was unable to break free from the terrifying black short blade. Mu Yu slightly frowned. The aura contained within the short blade is very powerful. Perhaps no one present could block it, let alone Mu Hao. His feet lightly trembled. At the critical moment, a formation swept out and swept the black short blade to the side. The black short blade pierced into the wine cabinet at the side and instantly the entire counter exploded into pieces. What happened? Why is it so noisy? At this moment, a black-clothed middle-aged man walked over. The aura of a ninth-layer nascent soul cultivator immediately spread out and pressed down on everyone. The crowd automatically opened up a path for him. When this black-clothed middle-aged man appeared, the atmosphere in the restaurant immediately became somewhat oppressive. Clearly, this person's background is not small. Isn't this Mu clan patriarch Mu Tianhe's trusted aide, Mu San-tu? Sure, don't talk too much. It's not like you don't know Mu clan's Mu San-tu's fierce reputation. The discussions of the diners gradually quieted down. They were very fearful of this Mu San-tu. The Mu clan's Mu San-tu appeared here for Mu Hao. When Mu Hao saw Mu San-tu, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Uncle San-tu. You're here too. Mu Hao hurriedly pulled Mu San-tu's hand as if he had found a backer. He instantly became more confident and said to Sikong Chiwu, Uncle San-tu, the Sikong clan's people are here to cause trouble. He said that the one-word signature restaurant no longer belongs to the nameless Mu clan. Hurry up and teach this shameless fellow a lesson. Mu San-tu's original surname was not Mu. His original name was Ge San-tu. When he was young, he was chased by his enemies. It was Mu Tianhe who saved him. Since then, he had always followed Mu Tianhe and worked for the Mu clan. He changed his name to Mu San-tu. He helped the Mu clan settle many troubles. Many times, when people wanted to challenge the Mu clan's dignity, they were all dealt with by him. He had a pair of eagle claws that were as hard as iron and was famous in Clearwater City. Young Master Mu Hao, let go first. Mu San-tu frowned. Uncle San-tu, hurry up and chase Sikong Chiwu out of our Mu clan's restaurant. Mu Hao still had his back facing Mu San-tu. Mu San-tu often followed Mu Tianhe and was very good to Mu Hao and the others. Mu Hao also respected Mu San Tu. Mu Hao, you really don't know what happened? Haha. Sikong Chiwu laughed. What are you laughing at? Mu Hao vaguely felt that something was wrong. Sikong Chiwu laughed for a while before saying, Sikong San Tu, tell this naive young master Mu Hao who is your master. Mu San Tu heavily shook off Mu Hao's hand. Then, under Mu Hao's dumbfounded gaze, the nascent soul ninth stage Mu San Tu respectfully walked in front of Sikong Chiwu and knelt down on one knee. Subordinate Sikong San Tu greets young master Chiwu. Mu Hao looked at Mu San Tu, who was kneeling in front of Sikong Chiwu in disbelief. He didn't react and ran over to grab Mu San Tu's clothes and murmured, Uncle San Tu, why are you kneeling in front of the Sikong clan? Don't call me Uncle San Tu. I'm now young master Chiwu's follower, not your Uncle San Tu. Also, my surname is not Mu, but Sikong. My name is Sikong San Tu. Mu San Tu's face revealed a trace of mockery. He swung his hand and threw Mu Hao towards the table. Mu Yu slightly frowned. He swung his hand and a formation rune silently protected Mu Hao, preventing him from being smashed. Mu Hao's body smashed the table, but he didn't feel any pain. The Mu clan was weak, yet Mu San Tu chose to betray his savior, Mu Tianhe, and chose to join the Sikong clan. He even changed his surname to Sikong and became Sikong San Tu. Such a slave who changed his surname was truly shameless. Mu Hao stood up in a daze and looked at Sikong San Tu in disbelief. He murmured, but my Mu clan has treated you well. Sikong Chiwu sneered, so what? With my brother here, my Sikong clan can give him 10 times the benefit. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Right now, he is my personal servant. Don't you think so, San Tu? Sikong San Tu lowered his head and said respectfully, yes, young master Chiwu. This subordinate is willing to be at young master's beck and call, even if I have to die 10,000 times. Mu Hao's eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't know why Uncle San Tu, who was very good to him in the past, was now kneeling in front of Sikong Chiwu like a dog. He was still young and didn't know what this meant. His little heart was greatly shocked. Sikong Chiwen's sudden appearance actually caused his respected Uncle San Tu to betray him. He couldn't accept this situation. Mu Hao said, I don't believe it. Uncle San Tu, you must be lying to me. Lying to you? Then I'll let you die with understanding. San Tu, cripple his legs for me. He actually dared to hit me just now. I want to see if his useless and laughable big brother Mu Yu will come and save him. Sikong Chiwu said. Mu Yu isn't useless and laughable. I'll fight it out with you. Mu Hao roared and charged at Sikong Chiwu again. However, Sikong San Tu's eyes turned cold. 2 powerful spirit forces slashed at Mu Hao's legs. With his 9th firmament nascent soul stage cultivation, Mu Hao's legs would definitely be cut off. This old guy actually used a heavy hand. Chapter 497. Mu Yu didn't want to bother with these messy matters. He always thought that it was just a fight between kids and that winning or losing would be over quickly. However, when Sikong Sandu actually attacked Mu Hao, Mu Yu couldn't just sit by and watch. A shadow flashed by and a domineering aura swept over, forcing Sikong Sandu's spiritual energy to retreat. Sikong Santu retreated a few steps before stabilizing his footing. He looked coldly at the uninvited guest who had suddenly appeared and became cautious in his heart. Mu Yu landed in front of Mu Hao and looked coldly at Sikong Sandu. You, a nascent soul stage cultivator, have the nerve to attack a foundation establishment stage junior? Sikong Sandu looked gloomily at Mu Yu. Mu Yu's faint aura seemed very weak, but it gave him a very dangerous feeling. He said in a low voice, "You're not from Clearwater City, so it's best if you don't meddle in our Sikong family's business." Sikong Sandu was originally from the Mu family, and the Mu family was once the strongest family in Clearwater City. Naturally, he knew what kind of experts there were in Clearwater City. Mu Yu repelled him, who was at the 9th firmament of the nascent soul stage, with just one move. Clearly, this wasn't someone from Clearwater City. He was certain that the Mu family did not have such a young expert. Even though Clearwater City was huge, it was impossible for him to not know of such a talented young man, let alone the Mu family. This person must have come from outside of Clearwater City. I only have one question. Does your father know that you change your surname so frequently? Mu Yu asked while stroking his chin. Sikong Sandu's face turned red as he snorted. That's none of your business. If you want to meddle in our Sikong family's business, you better think carefully. Brother Hao, are you okay? Mu Xin ran down in a panic towards Mu Hao. Along the way, she saw Sikong Sandu and exclaimed in surprise, Uncle Sandu, you're here too. However, Mu Hao held Mu Xin tightly and said, Little Xin, he's no longer our Uncle San too. He's a dog of the Sikong clan now. Mu Hao looked at Sikong San too with grief and indignation. Even at this moment, he was still unable to accept this reality. The once amiable Uncle San too actually wanted to kill him. He was so heartless and did not care about their past relationship at all. This was the first time he had seen such a fawning person. Mu Yu looked at Sikong San too in disgust, feeling extreme contempt for this person's way of doing things. To be honest, I really don't want to be a busybody. It's just that even an outsider like me can't stand what you're doing. This brat clearly respects you so much, yet you still want to ruin his future. You're truly unparalleled in the world if you're shameless. Mu Yu was very angry in his heart. In his opinion, it was fine if two teenagers fought because of their brother. It was fine if they lost, as long as they didn't get hurt. But Sikong San too, a nascent soul stage cultivator, actually had the face to get involved in a child's quarrel. He was truly shameless to the extreme. Sikong San too's old face turned a bit red from Mu Yu's words. However, he still said arrogantly, he actually dared to make a move on Sikong Chi Wen's brother. Even if he died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be too much. If you want to be a busybody, you should first consider whether you have the qualifications to challenge Sikong Chi Wen. What? Sikong Chi Wen has the face to personally make a move on a 10-year-old child? Then he really is a famous extreme immortal. Mu Yu mocked. Impudent. You dare to be disrespectful to Sikong Chi Wen? You're courting death. Sikong San too snorted and quickly flashed towards Mu Yu. His hands were like sharp eagle claws. With a sharp whistling sound, he prepared to kill Mu Yu in one strike. Sikong San too's eagle claw technique was famous in Clearwater City. His hands were called Iron Eagle Claws. They were indestructible and comparable to magic treasures. Many self-cultivators who didn't know what was good for them were torn apart by him. He had great confidence that he could directly take down Mu Yu. He had just joined the Sikong family and became the servant of Sikong Chi Wen's younger brother. Sikong Chi Wen was a spirit-severing cultivator. In his opinion, becoming the servant of Sikong Chi Wu's younger brother was a very honorable thing. Thus, he couldn't wait to express his sincerity to Sikong Chi Wu. With his reputation in Clearwater City and the strength of the Sikong family, he wasn't afraid of anything. However, if he truly knew Mu Yu's identity, perhaps he wouldn't recklessly make a move on Mu Yu. Sikong San too's hands were already close to Mu Yu's neck. He viciously laughed as he imagined the pleasure of crushing Mu Yu's neck with his claws. However, Mu Yu only tilted his head and shook it impatiently. Sikong San too suddenly felt that something wasn't right. He could clearly feel a powerful aura coming towards his dantian. This spiritual energy came so quickly that he didn't even notice it. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Poochie. Sikong San too fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened as the aura on his body rapidly withered. The originally domineering nascent soul aura suddenly disappeared. He couldn't even muster up a single bit of strength. You actually destroyed my dantian? Sikong San too looked at Mu Yu in shock. The dantian was the foundation of a self-cultivator. If the dantian was damaged, the cultivation would be destroyed in an instant. He would turn into a mortal and would never be able to cultivate again. Bang! Sikong San too fell heavily at Sikong Chi Wu's feet. He no longer had the insufferably powerful aura from before. He clutched his abdomen as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. If his dantian was damaged, he would never be able to cultivate again. This was a relatively huge blow to a ninth firmament nascent soul stage cultivator. Originally, the matter between your Seekong clan and the Mu clan had nothing to do with me. I was also just an outsider who had just arrived in Clearwater City. But I just couldn't stand seeing you like this. If you want revenge, then come find me. Mu Yu's voice was very loud and clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. He said this to draw a clear line between himself and the Mu clan. He was equivalent to a self-cultivator who would lend a helping hand when he saw injustice. This way, the Seekong clan wouldn't pin this matter on the Mu clan. Young Master Chiwu, save me. Seekong-san too hugged Seekong Chiwu's leg and begged. Seekong Chiwu was stunned by Mu Yu. He was once a subordinate of the Mu clan and naturally knew how powerful Seekong-san too was. At least in Clearwater City, there were less than 10 people who could defeat Seekong-san too. However, Mu Yu didn't even make a move, and he actually knew how to defeat Seekong-san too. Seekong Chiwu's mouth was wide open. He only reacted when Seekong-san too hugged his leg. He kicked Seekong-san too away and spat. Bah! I always thought you were very powerful. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Trash. How can you be my guard like this? Our Seekong clan doesn't want trash like you. After Seekong Chiwu finished speaking, he pointed at Mu Yu without confidence and said, "Just you wait. Don't you dare leave Clearwater City. My brother will definitely kill you." As he spoke, he didn't care about Seekong-san too and fled in a panic. Uncle-san too. Mu Xin broke free from Mu Hao and ran to Seekong-san too. She squatted down and asked anxiously, "Uncle-san too, are you okay? Why are you here?" Mu Xin didn't know what happened when she was upstairs. She also didn't know that Seekong-san too was now like a mortal without any cultivation. However, because Seekong-san too had always followed Mu Tianhe, she was very worried when she saw Seekong-san too collapse. Seekong-san too looked at the escaping Seekong Chiwu and then looked at Mu Xin, who was asking about his well-being. His old face flushed red. He suddenly understood what he did wrong. However, it was too late now. Why would the Seekong clan want him without any cultivation? Xiaoxin, let's go home. Mu Hao clenched his teeth. Mu Xin didn't know about Seekong-san too's current situation, but how could he not know? He knew that Seekong-san too had already received the punishment he deserved and didn't have any cultivation. He also felt sorrowful. But what about Uncle-san too? Mu Xin asked anxiously. Uncle-san too is fine. The shopkeeper will take care of him. Let's go home. Mu Hao pulled Mu Xin towards the door. After 2 steps, he turned around and said, Uncle-san too, although you were heartless to us, I can't be unjust to you. After all, you helped our Mu clan for so many years. There is an empty residence in the west of the city. I will order people to clean it up for you. You can move there yourself. Take care. Mu Hao looked up at Mu Yu and said, Thank you, sir, for saving me. Mu Hao didn't dare to stay. He wasn't stupid. Mu Yu's words just now were to draw a clear line between them and the Mu clan, so the Seekong clan wouldn't come looking for them. Therefore, he couldn't let others know about their relationship with Mu Yu. Mu Xin originally wanted to call Mu Yu, but her mouth was covered by Mu Hao. The brother and sister left the one signboard restaurant. Seekong-san too looked at the back of the Mu siblings and felt extremely ashamed. He had wronged them, but they still remembered their old relationship. Now that his cultivation was gone and he had to bear the infamy of being unfaithful, he didn't have the face to continue living. He took out a dagger with trembling hands and slit his own neck. The people in the restaurant came to see what was going on. When they saw Seekong-san too end his life in shame, everyone sighed and said that Seekong-san too deserved it. They refocused their attention on the young man who had helped them, but when they looked carefully, Mu Yu was nowhere to be seen. Clearwater City was very big, and the one signboard restaurant was several hours away from the Mu family's courtyard. Therefore, Mu Yu's appearance was just a flash in the pan. No one knew where he came from or where he was going. However, everyone believed that Mu Yu was just a foreign kid who didn't know his place. He couldn't stand the Seekong clan bullying the weak, so he helped them. It had nothing to do with the Mu clan. Everyone felt sorry for Mu Yu. He had just arrived, and he had already gotten himself into big trouble. Something was bound to happen. After all, the Seekong clan had the talented Seekong Chiwon behind them. This was equivalent to challenging Seekong Chiwon's reputation. However, how would these people know that the young man who dared to help actually had a frightening background? Mu Yu silently followed Mu Hao and Mu Xin all the way back to the Mu family. He sighed in his heart. After all, he didn't want to provoke the Seekong family as soon as he arrived. However, there were some things that he couldn't stand, so he chose to take action directly. If he hadn't made a move today, Mu Hao's legs would have been crippled. This wasn't something that Mu Yu wanted to see. Chapter 498. Mu Yu sneaked back to his own courtyard. Not long after, Mu Hao ran into Mu Yu's courtyard with a red face. "What's the matter now?" Mu Yu asked indifferently. He didn't want to start a feud with someone when he just arrived in Clearwater City, but this guy always overestimated himself and provoked others. Now, he had to restrain his hands and feet. "Thank you." Mu Hao's face was red and his voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Back in the desert, he didn't see how Mu Yu taught the bandits a lesson. Everything was described by his father, Mu Rongshuan. Mu Hao didn't believe Mu Yu, but today, he finally understood how powerful Mu Yu was. Mu Hao was very clear about Seekong Santu's strength, but Mu Yu defeated him in a short while. In Mu Hao's impression, only his grandfather, Mu Tianhe, could do this. "I can't hear you. Did I save a mosquito just now?" Mu Yu said as he sat lazily on a chair in the courtyard. "I said thank you." Mu Hao suddenly raised his voice as if he was shouting hysterically, which gave Mu Yu a fright. He thought that there was something wrong with this guy again. "Why are you so loud? What are you thanking me for? In the future, when you go out, don't go around telling people that Mu Yu is your brother. Don't throw dirty water everywhere. When the time comes, if you annoy people, they will kill you first." Mu Yu said snappily. "Mu Yu won't do anything to a child like me. He's a good person." Mu Hao seemed to be sulking alone, his face as red as a monkey's butt. "You haven't even seen him, how do you know he's a good person? Is it written all over his face?" Mu Yu's lips curled into a smile. Every time he talked to this guy, he felt angry and amused. He had to praise Mu Yu so highly that the real Mu Yu couldn't bear to come down. He is the disciple of a true god. A true god is a hero of the 3 continents. A true god's disciple is naturally a good person. From the fact that he still fought for the human race and taught the demon race a lesson while bearing infamy, we can tell that he is actually a person with a strong sense of justice and responsibility. Mu Hao defended himself. Mu Yu couldn't find a reason to scold him. He muttered, "You look quite annoying. Why do you always like to speak the truth? Moreover, even if you defeat Uncle Three-Way, you're definitely not Mu Yu's match." Mu Hao shifted his gaze away and spoke softly as if he was talking to himself. Mu Yu was almost angered to the point of vomiting blood. He resisted the urge to punch Mu Yu, and said, "Fine, fine, fine. I'm not a match for that suave and elegant Mu Yu. You came to find me just to tell me this. If you're done, go back and cultivate. If you don't have the strength, don't go out blindly." However, Mu Hao didn't move. He hesitated for a long time before he stammered, "Can you teach me cultivation?" "Why do I have to teach you cultivation?" Mu Yu didn't have any intention of teaching anyone. He had so many things to do and was always running around. Even if he took in a disciple, he would most likely be an unreliable master. "Because you saved me," Mu Hao said righteously. Mu Yu was confused. "Hey, that counts as a reason? Saving a person and taking in a disciple? If it's such a losing deal, I might as well let you be beaten to death by that Uncle Three-Way. Then what do you want in order to teach me?" Mu Hao asked seriously. Mu Yu shook his head. "I don't have any plans to take in any disciples. Moreover, I'll be leaving your Mu clan soon, so I won't teach you. If you really admire someone, you should work hard to cultivate so that you can be on par with him. You shouldn't go out and sully his reputation every day. Your grandfather's cultivation is also very high. Go find him. Grandfather and the others are too busy. There's no one to teach me cultivation." I just want to learn some skills to help them. Mu Hao's eyes were a little red. I also don't want to sully Mu Yu's reputation. My grandfather said that fourth uncle's child that wandered outside might be Mu Yu. Therefore, I always thought that Mu Yu was my cousin. I only mentioned it once in front of Sikong Chiwu. Who would have thought that he would use this to make fun of me and slander Mu Yu? Of course, I won't let him go. Wait, you're saying that your drunkard fourth uncle is Mu Yu's father? Mu Yu frowned. He didn't expect this. He didn't know many people in the Mu clan. That drunkard was still very wary of him. Ian, I don't know the details. Anyway, that's what my grandfather said. Mu Hao looked at Mu Yu dejectedly and begged again. Are you really not willing to teach me? Let's talk about this in the future. Mu Yu shook his head. Forget it if you don't want to. In the future, I'll go find big brother Mu Yu. Mu Hao left dejectedly. Mu Yu rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Was there really such a coincidence? The next day, Mu Rongxuan hurriedly came to Mu Yu's courtyard. His expression was filled with reverence as he respectfully said, "Greetings, Lord Feng Mu. Uncle, there's no need to be so formal. What's the matter?" Mu Yu walked out of his room and yawned. "I heard from Little Hao that you saved his life yesterday and even taught a lesson to our Mu clan's traitor, Sikong-san to Mu Rongxuan. Thanks Lord Feng Mu." Mu Rongxuan bowed. He was secretly happy in his heart. He originally thought that Mu Yu was only a nascent soul stage cultivator, but he was actually able to cripple Sikong-san too, who was at the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage, in one move. The Mu clan only had Mu Tianhe who was at the 1st layer of the out-of-body stage, but Mu Rongxuan had accidentally invited a great god back. This made him extremely excited. "I don't want to cause trouble. Uncle, help me keep yesterday's matter a secret. Don't tell anyone else, or else I can only leave this place." Mu Yu said. "Lord, don't worry. I've already instructed Little Hao and Little Xin. No one else knows about this." Mu Rongxuan quickly promised. Now that there was an out-of-body stage person in his house as a guest, of course he wouldn't recklessly talk about this matter. Otherwise, if he angered the other party and directly left, then it would be too late for him to regret. Mu Yu was silent for a while before asking, "Yesterday, I heard Little Hao say that his fourth uncle's son is Mu Yu. What's going on?" Mu Rongxuan's face revealed a trace of awkwardness. He didn't understand why Mu Yu would suddenly ask about this matter. However, since he wanted to keep the young man in front of him, he didn't hide it and said, "This matter actually started a long time ago. About 20 years ago, Mu Rongxuan began to talk about the past of his fourth brother, Mu Zhixing. 20 years ago, the Mu clan was still the #1 clan in Clearwater City. The children of large clans didn't have the right to love freely. Their marriages were all arranged by their parents. For the benefit of certain clans, there was a need for things like marriage. As the head of the Mu clan, Mu Tianhe chose a marriage for his son, Mu Zhixing, with someone from the Dongfang clan. However, Mu Zhixing fell in love with an ordinary girl named Zhu Qiuqi. On the eve of the wedding, Mu Zhixing eloped with Zhu Qiuqi and fled Clearwater City. This made Mu Tianhe lose face in front of the Dongfang clan. He personally led people to capture Mu Zhixing. However, after finding Mu Zhixing begged his father to let them go. This was because Zhu Qiuqi was already pregnant with Mu Zhixing's child. Mu Tianhe was furious. He wanted Mu Zhixing to get rid of this bastard and kill Zhu Qiuqi. Mu Zhixing's cultivation talent was outstanding. He was the pride of the Mu clan. His cultivation was only one step away from surpassing Mu Tianhe. This was also the reason why Mu Tianhe refused to let him marry an ordinary girl. Mu Tianhe had always wanted to pass the position of head of the Mu clan to Mu Zhixing. However, Mu Zhixing didn't like being the head of the Mu clan. He would rather be with the person he liked. He protected Zhu Qiuqi all the way from Mu Tianhe's capture. In the end, he lured Mu Tianhe away and was captured. However, Zhu Qiuqi still managed to escape with the child in her stomach. After Mu Zhixing was captured, he changed completely. He didn't want to improve himself. He missed his wife and child all day long. He didn't even see his unborn child. Mu Tianhe was furious. He didn't allow him to step out of the Mu clan. Mu Zhixing lived like this for 2 years. One day after 2 years, Zhu Qiuqi returned to Clearwater City alone. She came to look for Mu Zhixing. She missed her husband too much. She was also afraid that her child would be harmed by Mu Tianhe. Therefore, she didn't dare to bring it back. She didn't even dare to say whether the child was a boy or a girl. Zhu Qiuqi knelt at the Mu clan's door for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Mu Tianhe couldn't bear it. He finally let them meet for a short while. However, he asked Mu Zhixing to pull himself together. As long as Mu Zhixing broke through to the out-of-body stage, he would allow the two of them to be together. The two of them met for less than 15 minutes under Mu Tianhe's nose. Mu Tianhe forced them to separate. In order to be with Zhu Qiuqi, Mu Zhixing cultivated day and night. When he finally broke through to the out-of-body stage, Zhu Qiuqi had already passed away. After giving birth to the child, Zhu Qiuqi's health was deteriorating day by day. She refused to tell anyone about the child's whereabouts. She thought that she could hold on until the day Mu Zhixing broke through to the out-of-body stage. However, she was still a few days away. One night, she walked to the end of her life with regret. In the end, no one knew where the child was. From then on, Mu Zhixing drank himself into a drunkard. His high level of cultivation also disappeared. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. All these years, fourth brother only told us the child's name. He and sister-in-law agreed that if the child was a boy, he would be called Mu Yu. If it was a girl, she would be called Mu Yu. However, my father was present at the time. Therefore, sister-in-law didn't tell us whether the child was a boy or a girl. She also didn't tell us the child's whereabouts. It wasn't until we found out that the true God's disciple was called Mu Yu that we were extremely shocked. We have always wanted to confirm this matter. Mu Rongshuan sighed. Your father is really a good man, Mu Yu mocked. His heart palpitated slightly. This was because he remembered that when he was 2 years old, his mother left Flowing Water Village and left him an orphan. However, he still did not regard himself as the Mu Yu of the Mu family. Not to mention that this matter was too coincidental. Even if it was, Mu Yu did not want to be recognized by his family. Why would he want to reunite with them? Mu Yu came to Clearwater City to wait for Tian Bushi's arrival. He killed Tian Bushi with his own hands. He wasn't prepared to look for his family. Actually, my father regretted it after he captured fourth brother. Because fourth brother missed his sister-in-law, he didn't make any more breakthroughs in his cultivation. He even sent people to look for his sister-in-law. He hoped that fourth brother could pull himself together and take over the Mu family. Although sister-in-law came back, she left so suddenly. Since then, fourth brother never woke up. Mu Rongshuan shook his head. If that child is still alive, how old would she be? Mu Yu asked in a low voice. She should be 19 years and 7 months old. I calculated this very clearly. However, we don't know the exact age of the true God's disciple. Otherwise, we would be able to confirm if she is a descendant of our Mu family. Mu Rongshuan said. Mu Yu opened his mouth slightly. Chapter 499. Mu Yu pursed his lips. He had never thought of looking for his biological parents because he wasn't sure if he could forgive them. They had abandoned him since he was 2 years old. It would be a lie to say that he didn't resent them. Sometimes, he would wonder what was the reason for parents to abandon their children. But when he learned of all this today, he was at a loss. If all this was true, then how should he face it? If Mu Zhixing and Zhu Qiuqi were really his parents, then was what they did right or wrong? Zhu Qiuqi didn't bring her child back because she was worried that he would be persecuted by the Mu family. It seemed that all of this was caused by Mu Tianhe. Mu Yu suppressed the anger in his heart. He told himself that it might just be a coincidence and that he shouldn't get angry. He might not be Mu Zhixing's son. But the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Ever since he had a home in Luochen Mountain, he had never thought about who his biological parents were because he couldn't forgive the 2 people who had abandoned him. When he was a child in Flowing Water Village, he saw other children acting spoiled in their parents' arms. They could hold their parents' hands and be held in their parents' arms. He couldn't. He could only sit alone on the broken doorstep of his home and watch other people's parents dote on their children. He then stared at the entrance of the village, waiting for someone who claimed to be his parents to come and pick him up. Then he could be held in his parents' arms and laugh happily. But after waiting for 10 years, he didn't see anyone. Now, fate had led him here, and by a freak combination of factors, it had helped him find his parents. This made him feel a little helpless. He had waited in the village for 10 years, but now he didn't want to see them. Mu Yu pursed his lips and continued to ask, other than age, is there anything else that can be confirmed? Mu Rongxuan didn't quite understand why Mu Yu was so interested in this topic, but he still said, I'm not very sure if Mu Yu has that thing on his body, but everyone in our family, father, it's not good. Eldest uncle and second uncle are torturing fourth uncle again. Mu Hao suddenly ran in and shouted in a panic. What? How could they? Bastards. Mu Rongxuan's face revealed a trace of anger. He apologetically said to Mu Yu, I'm sorry, little friend Feng Mu, I'll be right back. As Mu Rongxuan spoke, he hurriedly left with Mu Hao. Mu Yu clenched his fists, not understanding what had happened, but he still followed. Walking through the Mu family's courtyard, they soon arrived at a lavishly decorated courtyard. The courtyard of the Mu family was usually very spacious, clean, and tidy. There were servants cleaning it all the time. But today, there was a group of servants outside the courtyard who were watching the fun. They were all pointing at something. All of you stop. Mu Rongxuan angrily ran into the courtyard. A man was tied to a wooden frame in the yard. He reeked of alcohol and his hair and clothes were a mess. His entire body was drenched. It was Mu Zhuxing. Third brother, you don't have to worry about this matter. If he doesn't tell us whether his child is a true God's disciple, our Mu clan will really have no future. The one who spoke was Mu Mingda, the eldest in the Mu clan. His expression was very serious. He held a bucket of water in his hand and splashed it on Mu Zhuxing's face. But Mu Zhuxing's eyes were still hazy. That little bit of water could not wake him up. That's right. The Mu clan's situation is not optimistic. Because of Sikong Chiwen's existence, Sikong Gaoming is becoming more and more arrogant. If we want to fight against the Sikong clan, we can only rely on Mu Yu. Mu Zhuxing's second brother Mu Ji Tong said. Mu Mingda and Mu Ji Tong were both nascent soul 9th layer cultivators. They were both candidates for the next patriarch position. But they both understood one thing. With the Mu clan's current situation, even if one of them became the patriarch, they would not let the Mu clan have an easy time. The Sikong clan had a spirit-severing stage dark horse. This was a very terrifying existence. The Mu clan did not have the qualifications to fight against them. So everyone placed their hopes on Mu Yu. How would fourth brother know whether or not the true God's disciple is our clan's Mu Yu? He is not sure about this matter at all. Otherwise, do you think fourth brother would not go to him? Mu Rongxuan shouted. Mu Jitong said, but fourth brother secretly dug out a genealogy stone. He must have given the genealogy stone to his child. He also knows where Mu Yu was born. We can go to the place where he was born to check. As long as we can verify all of this, find a way to find Mu Yu and tell him the truth. Mu Yu will definitely help us. You and I both know that back then, our Mu clan had wronged Mu Yu. Now, you want her to help with just a few words? It's ridiculous. You two treat fourth brother like this. Even if Mu Yu is a member of our Mu clan, would he be willing to watch his father be tortured by you like this? Mu Rongxuan said angrily. Mu Mingda sighed, we are not torturing him. We just want him to sober up. He has been drunk for more than 20 years. It's time to wake up. If nothing happened to Qingfan, we could pamper fourth brother. Even if he drank until he was old, we wouldn't say anything. But now, our Mu clan's business in Clearwater City has seriously collapsed. If this continues, we might be exterminated. Mu Ji Tong said. Mu Qingfan was Mu Mingda's only son. His talent was originally outstanding. When the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard was released, He was already the 93rd Supreme Immortal. The Mu clan was overjoyed and nurtured him with all their might. He did not disappoint and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. But good times did not last long. Who would have thought that he would be severely injured by the unknown Sikong Chiwon of the Sikong clan? They invited countless famous doctors but they were unable to cure him. He was still bedridden. Let's not talk about whether Mu Yu will help us. Even if you know Mu Yu's birthplace, it's useless. A true God's disciple has always been elusive. Where are we going to find Mu Yu? Mu Rongshuan walked over and wanted to put Mu Zhexing down but was stopped by Mu Mingda. It's not a problem where to find him. As long as we can prove that Mu Yu is from the Mu clan and spread the news, Mu Yu will definitely come, Mu Mingda said. Mu Yu stood under a willow tree in the corner of the courtyard and quietly watched the farce unfold in the Mu clan. He felt an inexplicable anger. From what Mu Jitong and Mu Mingda said, it seemed like he had to help the Mu clan. Was it because of the so-called blood relationship? What a joke. Are you done fooling around? An angry voice came from outside the courtyard. Then, Mu Tianhe strode in. Father, Mu Rongshuan and the rest said respectfully. Put Mu Zhexing down, Mu Tianhe said coldly. Two servants hurriedly walked forward and untied the drunk Mu Zhexing from the frame. Mu Zhexing laid on the ground with his eyes closed. He didn't even care what happened to him. Mu Tianhe's dignified gaze swept over everyone. No one dared to breathe loudly and quickly lowered their heads. In the future, no one is allowed to interrogate him. Mu Yu has nothing to do with our Mu clan. Don't deceive yourself and others. Don't tarnish his reputation. If this gets out, it'll be a joke. Mu Tianhe said sternly. Mu Jitong and Mu Mingda glanced at each other, feeling somewhat unwilling. If our Mu clan wants to rise, we have to rely on everyone's unity and not on others. When will you be able to take on a heavy responsibility like this? Now that a great enemy is in front of us, we should be thinking of countermeasures and not thinking of how to find someone who has nothing to do with us. Jitong, the next time I see you find someone to treat old for, I won't be polite to you. Mu Tianhe said angrily. Yes, father. This child knows his wrongs. Mu Jitong said dejectedly. He still hadn't given up on the idea of finding Mu Yu but he didn't dare to show it in front of Mu Tianhe. The four brothers of the Mu clan were actually very united. Although Mu Zhexing had abandoned himself and sunk into depravity, the other three brothers were working hard for the future of the Mu clan. But many times, just relying on unity and hard work wasn't enough. In the cultivation world, strength was respected. Without a backbone, it was impossible to stand firm. Mu Tianhe was already old. Among his four sons, the eldest and second had higher cultivation talent but they were only at the 9th layer of nascent soul. The third son was good at business. The fourth son had the best talent but because Mu Tianhe broke up the couple, he became drunk and couldn't extricate himself. Yesterday, I heard that the traitor Mu Santu's cultivation was crippled by someone and it was related to Mu Hao and Mu Xin. What happened to the third son? Mu Tianhe asked. Mu Rongshuan looked at the crowd behind him and saw Mu Yu's figure. He hesitated for a moment. Thinking that Mu Yu told him not to tell anyone, he said, Father, yesterday Mu Santu wanted to kill Little Hao under Sikong Chiwu's orders. But a mysterious man saved Little Hao. It was him who crippled Mu Santu's cultivation. Although Mu Santu is a traitor, he is still at the 9th layer of nascent soul. The person who crippled Mu Santu must be at the out-of-body stage. Who is this person? Have you investigated? Mu Tianhe's eyes lit up and asked anxiously. The Mu clan only had Mu Tianhe at the out-of-body stage. If he could get to know another out-of-body stage expert, it would be a timely help for the Mu clan. Mu Rongshuan hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Father, this child doesn't know. Bastard. You didn't even investigate the person who saved your life. How do you do things? Mu Tianhe angrily scolded. Then his gaze swept around and landed on Mu Hao. He waved at Mu Hao. Little Hao, come here. Mu Hao slowly walked in front of Mu Tianhe and said respectfully, Grandfather. Who saved you yesterday? Do you still recognize that person? Mu Tianhe asked hopefully. Mu Hao obviously knew who saved him yesterday. He also saw Mu Yu in the crowd and was struggling in his heart. Yesterday, in order to prevent the Sikong clan from blaming the Mu clan, Mu Yu pretended to be a foreign cultivator who saw injustice. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Mu clan. He now knew Feng Mu's true strength, but he didn't know whether he should say it or not. Mu Hao secretly glanced at his father and found that his father gave him a look. He understood and said, "Grandfather, that person left after saving me. I don't know who he is." Mu Tianhe's expression dimmed. This was not the result he wanted to hear. He left. Ari. How could he leave just like that? Mu Tianhe was extremely disappointed. He patted Mu Hao's head and said, "It's good that you're fine." He looked up again and sighed. "All right, all of you can leave. Let me talk to fourth brother alone." Everyone left, leaving only Mu Tianhe, Mu Zhaxing, and Mu Yu on the willow tree in the corner of the courtyard. Mu Yu looked at Mu Tianhe. Mu Yu didn't like this old man who broke up the couple. If Mu Tianhe really was his grandfather, Mu Yu didn't plan to forgive him. He didn't even plan to help the Mu clan. He couldn't find a reason to do so. The wind blew past the weeping willows in the courtyard and gently swayed. A leaf floated down and spun in the air before landing on Mu Zhaxing's face. Mu Zhaxing didn't notice it at all. Mu Tianhe looked at Mu Zhaxing, who was still lying on the ground. Mu Zhaxing was his most talented child, but now he had become like this. "Zhaxing, I know you're still angry at me for what I did to you. I regretted it very much, but you also knew that we had to marry someone from the Dongfang clan in order to fight against the Yang clan. It's too late to say anything now. Our opponent is no longer the Dongfang clan or the Yang clan, but the Sikong clan that should have submitted to us. You really should wake up. You can't sink any further." Mu Zhaxing's escape from the marriage had indeed humiliated Mu Tianhe in front of the Dongfang clan. When he was young, he was a very strong-willed person and wouldn't allow the Shu clan to lose control. However, now that he was being pressured by the Sikong clan step by step, he seemed to be slightly powerless, and he started to regret his actions back then. Mu Zhaxing didn't speak. He continued to sleep on the ground, snoring. "I know you resent me. Because of me, you don't even know where your child is, whether it's a boy or a girl. All of this is indeed my fault. When that girl, Zhu Qiuqi, had an accident, it was too late for me to regret it. After all, that child is my grandson or granddaughter. I didn't expect that this incident would hit you so hard. I'm afraid the heavens are punishing me for the Mu clan's situation now. Father, I'm also a person with dignity. I never expected Mu Yu to be a member of our clan, but I hope you can wake up and help the Mu clan get through this difficult time together. You were so outstanding when you were young, and your cultivation has long surpassed mine. Now I'm really at my wit's end. The Sikong clan wants to destroy our Mu clan. The Mu clan can only rely on you." At this time, Mu Tianhe no longer had the imposing manner from before. Instead, he had aged more than 10 years in an instant. He was like a helpless father who regretted his wrongdoings. He sighed as he looked at Mu Zhaxing lying on the ground. His eyes were filled with guilt. Mu Zhaxing's cultivation had surpassed Mu Tianhe's more than 10 years ago. But all these years, he had been like a cripple, drinking all day and not caring about worldly affairs. Mu Tianhe knew that the only person the clan could rely on now was Mu Zhaxing, who had pulled himself together. But Mu Zhaxing was still lying on the ground, snoring like an outsider. Chapter 500. Mu Yu lay in his room, replaying the scene he just saw for a long time. He didn't know what to think of Mu Tianhe. Everyone has the right to pursue freedom. Mu Zhaxing chose an ordinary woman as his wife, but Mu Tianhe didn't recognize her as his daughter-in-law. As the head of the family, he needed to take care of many people at the same time. For the benefit of the whole family, Mu Tianhe wanted to tie Mu Zhaxing to the family through marriage, so he chose to separate Mu Zhaxing and Zhu Xiaoqi. He didn't even recognize his unborn grandson. But if it was Mu Yu, he didn't think he could do better than Mu Tianhe. But Mu Tianhe's approach was too extreme. He personally ruined the future of his most talented son. Now, perhaps it was retribution. The Mu family was in a precarious situation. Brother Feng Mu, I'm coming in. Mu Xin opened the door and saw Mu Yu lying on the bed. She walked over to Mu Yu with some frustration. Brother Feng Mu, I don't know what happened at home. The atmosphere is so strange. Mu Xin was only 8 years old now. She didn't know that the Mu family was in danger at the moment, but the oppressive atmosphere made her realize something. Little Xin, don't be afraid. Your grandfather and father are busy for the time being. Little Xin, don't disturb them. Mu Yu sat up, pinched Mu Xin's cheeks, and comforted her. Everything will pass. Even Brother Hao doesn't want to play with me. I can only go to Brother Feng Mu. Mu Xin pouted. Mu Yu seemed to think of something and asked, Little Xin, let me ask you something. You keep saying that Mu Yu is a member of the Mu family. Do you have any keepsakes? He didn't want to become a member of the Mu family, but he had to prove whether he was a member of the Mu family. What is a keepsakes? Mu Xin asked curiously. It's something. For example, something that everyone in the Mu family has. Mu Yu explained. He remembered that Mu Rongshuan had said that everyone in the Mu family had something on them, but before he could finish his words, he hurriedly went to deal with the matters of Starbreak. I don't know either. Oh, by the way, Brother Mu Hao and I both have this genealogy stone. My father and great-uncle Grandpa also have it. Is it the keepsake you mentioned? Mu Xin thought for a while. Then, she took out a pendant from her neck. There was an ordinary round blue stone on the pendant. But when Mu Xin took out the blue stone, Mu Yu was stunned. Because he had it too. And it was hanging on his chest right now. Mu Yu touched the blue stone on his chest and remained silent. I heard from my father that every member of the Mu family has one. Oh, right. I often go to the genealogy stone to play. Let's go, Brother Feng Mu. I'll take you to see that. It's very fun. Mu Xin pulled Mu Yu's hand and ran outside. Mu Yu followed Mu Xin, but in his heart, huge waves were set off. The existence of this blue stone seemed to have tied him to the Mu family's ship. But he wasn't ready to board the ship because he still hadn't forgiven the person who made him an orphan. He was dragged by Mu Xin. His mind was in a million thoughts. He didn't remember where he was going. He only knew that when he came back to his senses, they had already arrived in front of a tall attic in the Mu family's courtyard. This attic had 4 floors. It looked very fresh and elegant, with a solemn and respectful air. The first floor of the attic had the words Ancestral Hall written on it. This ancestral hall gave Mu Yu a very different impression. Very few families had built their ancestral halls like this. While Mu Yu was puzzled, Mu Xin pushed open the door of the ancestral hall and walked in. Mu Yu hesitated. It was very strange to casually enter someone else's ancestral hall. But Mu Yu's mind was in a mess because he couldn't wait to verify this matter. Was he really the Mu Yu that the Mu family spoke of? After entering the ancestral hall, he found that the center of the attic was round and hollow. What reflected in front of him wasn't many memorial tablets, but a huge blue stone. This blue stone was 4 floors high and divided into 4 sides. Each side was 10 meters long. There were many small holes dug into the surface of the stone, and each hole was round, perfectly fitting the blue stone on Mu Yu's neck. Each hole had a name engraved on it. The names were connected by lines. Big Brother Feng Mu, look. My name is here. Mu Xin obviously came here often. She ran to the left side of the blue stone and dragged a ladder out of nowhere. The ladder looked very light, even Mu Xin was able to drag it. She climbed up and took the blue stone off her neck. Then she untied the rope and pressed it into a round hole. The blue stone suddenly emitted a burst of bluestone. Each hole emitted light. With the blue stone that Mu Xin had pressed into the center, the light spread out layer by layer. It was extremely beautiful. Big Brother Feng Mu, isn't it fun? Mu Xin said happily. Mu Yu floated in the air and saw that the blue stone that Mu Xin had pressed into had her name engraved on it. He also saw that Mu Hao's name was engraved on a round hole. Mu Hao and Mu Xin's names were connected by a line. Mu Rongxuan's name was written next to Mu Zongxing's name. There was also a round hole under the round hole that represented Mu Zongxing, but only this round hole had no name engraved on it. Little Xin, what does this blue stone represent? Mu Yu stared blankly at the round hole under Mu Zongxing that had no name engraved on it. My father said that this huge blue stone is the Mu family's genealogy. It seems that the first-generation ancestor of the Mu family accidentally found it in the mountains. Because it was very strange, they decided to use it as the genealogy stone. My father said that after I was born, he dug out a small round stone next to the hole with his name engraved on it. Then he strung it up with a rope and hung it around my neck. My father said that once someone died, the blue stone would be returned to this blue stone. The light of the blue stone quickly dissipated. Mu Xin took down her own blue stone again and pressed it on it. The blue stone began to glow again, and she happily clapped her hands. Little Xin, can you go out and wait for me? I want to take a closer look at this genealogy stone. Mu Yu tightly held the blue stone in front of his chest and said, Brother Feng Mu also wants to play. But you don't have a genealogy stone. I'll lend it to you to play, okay? Mu Xin asked. Brother Feng Mu doesn't play this. I'll play hide and seek. You go outside and count to 100, then come inside and find me, okay? Mu Yu forced a smile. Okay. I like to play hide and seek the most. Mu Xin quickly climbed down the ladder and ran out of the ancestral hall. She also closed the door on her way out. Soon, the sound of Mu Xin counting could be heard from outside. Mu Yu took out his own blue stone, pursed his lips, and finally pressed the stone into the round hole below Mu Zongxing. The blue stone emitted bursts of light from Mu Yu's round hole and spread out in all directions. The gorgeous light illuminated Mu Yu's face. He was stunned. Was he really Mu Yu from the Mu family? He took a deep breath, took out his own blue stone, and held it in his hand. Suddenly, he felt empty in his heart. He regretted coming to the Mu family. He hadn't made any preparations and didn't want to find his family so soon. But now, the blue stone that he had worn around his neck since he was a child really came from here. It was hard for him to accept. He had fantasized about reuniting with his family many times, but definitely not in such a way. Because he didn't know if he could forgive Mu Zongxing and Mu Tianhe. To Mu Yu, these two people were irresponsible. They let Mu Yu live like a lone blade of grass for so many years. During his childhood, when he should have been accompanied by his parents, he could only sit at the door and watch other children act spoiled in their parents' arms. His eyes were filled with envy and endless resentment. The village chief gave him a home, but there were many things that the village chief couldn't give him. He learned what a father's love was from Deadwood Daddy, but he still couldn't experience what a mother's love was. Therefore, at this moment, if he suddenly had a father, a few uncles, and a grandfather, he couldn't accept it because he felt that it was unnecessary. He already had Father Kumu, his master, and Grandpa village chief. These people couldn't give him the feeling of home that he wanted. If he had a mother, he might have considered accepting it. In this matter, Mu Zongxing didn't do anything wrong. His only mistake was to choose to fall. Mu Tianhe regretted it after his son fell. He even gave in and allowed Mu Zongxing and Zhu Qiuqi to be together. But Zhu Qiuqi's unexpected death made everything worse. Now the Mu family was in danger, but Mu Yu didn't want to interfere. Why should he? He had nothing to do with this family since he was young. Even if fate brought him here by accident, why should he choose to help an unfamiliar family? Mu Yu sat on the ladder, his eyes blurred. This family that had abandoned him when he was young suddenly came looking for him. It was so dramatic that he was caught off guard. He felt something was missing in his heart. It was as if the bitterness and resentment that he hadn't felt for so many years suddenly surged in his heart, making him dumbfounded. Brother Feng Mu, I'm done counting. I'm coming for you. Mu Xin pushed open the door and ran happily towards Mu Yu, shouting happily, I found Brother Feng Mu. Brother Feng Mu, you lost. Yes, I lost. Mu Yu laughed self-deprecatingly. He had indeed lost at the hands of this so-called family. He rubbed Mu Xin's head and said, Little Xin, let's go back. Your father might be looking for you. Millimeter, okay. Mu Xin was very obedient, still skipping in front to lead the way. At night, a cool breeze blew, brushing the corner of the man's clothes on the roof. Mu Yu, the Mu family's situation is not optimistic. Do you want to help them? Long Teng asked. The Mu family's situation is not optimistic. None of this has anything to do with me. I'm not ready to be a member of the Mu family. Mu Yu shook his head. He didn't want to directly admit his identity to the Mu family because there was nothing here for him to miss. Little Marshal, Long Teng, let's go. A gust of wind blew, and the figure on the roof disappeared from the Mu residence. Chapter 501. What? Feng Mu is gone? Mu Rongshuan was shocked. He was stunned when he heard Mu Xin's words. Uncle Mu. Did you see where the young man who came back with me went? Mu Rongshuan called Uncle Mu over and asked. Uncle Mu shook his head. Young Master Rongshuan, this old servant doesn't know. How do you do things? Didn't I tell you not to neglect him? Mu Rongshuan was a little angry. Young Master, please forgive me, young Master. This old servant really didn't neglect that guest. I saw him yesterday evening and he disappeared this afternoon. Uncle Mu bent down and anxiously explained. What happened? Why are you blaming Uncle Mu? Mu Tianhe saw Mu Rongshuan scolding Uncle Mu and walked over. He looked a little tired. It was clear that the Mu clan's situation was getting worse and worse. Mu Rongshuan's face turned pale. He hesitated for a while before saying, Father, actually the young man I invited back that day not only saved us on the road, he also saved little Hao from Mu San Tu. Mu San Tu's cultivation was also crippled by that young man. What? You're saying that Feng Mu crippled Mu San Tu's cultivation? Mu Tianhe was shocked. Mu San Tu is at the nascent soul stage. Doesn't that mean Feng Mu is at the out-of-body stage? The Mu clan only had Mu Tianhe at the out-of-body stage. If they could keep Feng Mu, the Mu clan would have more confidence. Bastard. You clearly know. Why did you say you didn't know when I asked you that day? Mu Tianhe said angrily. Mu Rongshuan helplessly said, he told me not to tell anyone because he didn't want to cause trouble. Maybe Feng Mu was worried about angering the Sikong clan, so I didn't say anything. Bastard, how can you hide such an important matter from me? Mu Tianhe looked up and sighed. You still have the nerve to blame Uncle Mu? Uncle Mu has worked diligently for our Mu clan for so many years and has never made a mistake. But you, I thought you were an understanding person. I didn't expect you to be so muddle-headed. Mu Rongshuan's face turned red from Mu Tianhe's scolding. He was annoyed. These 2 days, he only cared about the Mu clan's lost businesses. He didn't even know when Feng Mu left. Master, it's my fault. Please don't blame young Master. Uncle Mu hurriedly said. Uncle Mu, this has nothing to do with you. Mu Tianhe let out a long sigh and looked at the sky. After a long time, he said, perhaps the heavens really want my Mu clan to die. Now, I'm afraid that our Mu clan's time has come to an end. Forget it. Keeping Feng Mu will only harm him, sigh. Right at this time, Mu Mingda suddenly ran over in a hurry and said anxiously, Father, something bad has happened. Our spirit stone bank is surrounded by a group of merchants. They are all asking us to take out all the spirit stones stored in the bank outside, but our spirit stones can no longer be turned over. We are bankrupt. What? Let's go. Let's go take a look. Mu Tianhe turned pale with fright. The spirit stone bank was the most important business of the Mu family. Now, the Mu family needed money for many things. If their merchants no longer chose to believe them and converted all their spirit stones into cash, it would be a devastating blow to the Mu family. Because the Mu clan could not take out so many spirit stones, Mu Tianhe brought his son and hurriedly rushed to the spirit stone bank. At this moment, a large group of merchants had already gathered outside the bank. Most of these merchants were cultivator businesses. Originally, they had business dealings with the Mu clan and also stored their spirit stones in the Mu clan. But now that the Mu clan was in an economic crisis, they were worried that their spirit stones stored in the Mu clan bank would be lost, so they all came to ask for it. Mu clan, give us back our spirit stones. Yes, don't even think about taking our spirit stones. All the merchants were shouting. They blocked all the entrances and exits of the Spirit Stone Bank. The Spirit Stone Bank had already tightly closed the door. The Mu clan's patriarch is here. Someone shouted. Everyone turned around and looked at Mu Tianhe and the others. Mu clan's patriarch, does your Mu clan not plan to cash out our spirit stones? A big man with a curly beard waved a receipt in his hand. It was the receipt for depositing and withdrawing spirit stones. Mu Tianhe said in a deep voice, everyone, please don't be impatient. You all stored your spirit stones in our Mu clan because of your trust in our Mu clan. I, Mu Tianhe, will not take any of your spirit stones. Well, I only stored 10,000 spirit stones in your bank. Including the interest, it should be 10,500 spirit stones. I want to withdraw it now. Shouldn't you give it to us? The curly-beard big man said. Everyone, rest assured. The spirit stones and silver that you stored in our Mu clan will not be lost. Our Mu clan guarantees our reputation when doing business. We will not take any of your things. It's just that something has happened to our Mu family recently. Give us a few more days, and we guarantee that you'll be able to take back everything that belongs to you. Mu Tianhe forced out a smile and bowed to everyone. Mu clan's patriarch, don't try to fool us. I'm afraid your Mu clan can't take out a single spirit stone, right? I heard that your Mu clan is completely finished. Wind from an empty cave, nonsense. We just encountered some difficulties temporarily. Mu Tianhe was strong and calm. In fact, he didn't even have the confidence to say this. The Mu clan was only an empty shell now. They didn't have any spirit stones to take out. Is that so? Then can Mu clan's patriarch settle the debt of 1,500,000 spirit stones that you owe our Jiu clan's medicine store? A discordant voice came from the crowd. When everyone heard this voice, they consciously opened up a path. An imposing middle-aged man walked out from the crowd. This middle-aged man was wearing a brocade robe and his face was glowing. He was Jiu Hongyi, the patriarch of the Jiu clan, one of the 5 great clans of Clearwater City. He was a cultivator at the second firmament of out-of-body stage. When Mu Tianhe saw Jiu Hongyi, his face sank. Patriarch Jiu, didn't we agree to settle the debt next year? Jiu Hongyi's interference at this time was obviously to add insult to injury. Jiu Hongyi sneered. Master Mu, let's not beat around the bush. I'm afraid your Mu clan can't even take out 10,000 spirit stones now, right? I, Jiu Hongyi, don't like to be a sucker. Everyone knows that your Mu clan is already an empty shell. Today, you can either return 1,500,000 spirit stones to our Jiu clan, or you can mortgage the land of your spirit stone bank to our Jiu clan. Mu Tianhe clenched his fists. His heart was filled with boundless anger, but he still forcibly suppressed it. He smiled in an almost fawning manner and said, Patriarch Jiu, on account of the fact that your father and I are old friends, can you see if you can make an exception for us? I'll definitely think of a way to repay this debt, as long as you. Speaking of the fact that you and my father are old friends, I almost forgot one thing. Jiu Hongyi interrupted Mu Tianhe's words and sneered. I remember that my father was engaged to you when you were a child, right? Yes. There is indeed such a matter. Mu Hao and your daughter Qiao Wei were engaged in marriage. For the sake of the two of them, can you postpone the matter of the debt? Mu Tianhe seemed to have grasped at the last straw of hope as he hurriedly said. Old man Mu, your Mu clan is finished. Do you still expect me to marry into your Mu clan and be a poor ghost? A cold girl walked out from behind Jiu Hongyi and said without any trace of politeness. Jiu Qiao Wei was the same age as Mu Hao, but girls developed early. At this moment, her figure was already extremely curvy and her small face was also very likable. But at this moment, her beautiful alchemy revealed ridicule and arrogance. She did not have any respect for the out-of-body Mu Tianhe. Mu Tianhe's face flushed red. He was an elder, but he was insulted by a girl who was originally his granddaughter-in-law. He was filled with anger. If Jiu Hongyi's cultivation was not higher than his, he would definitely teach this girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Qiao Wei, how can you say that about your future patriarch? Mu Rongshuan angrily said. What? You two poor ghosts want me to marry over? Let me tell you, I'm here today to break off the engagement. Jiyu Qiao Wei snorted. Break off the engagement? The Mu clan never thought that Jiyu Qiao Wei would actually say such words at this time. Their Mu clan and Jiyu clan had always been on good terms. But this time, because of the Sikong clan's attack, the Jiyu clan did not help the Mu clan get through this difficult time. They actually chose to sprinkle salt on the Mu clan's wound. She's actually breaking off the engagement. Of course. With the current Mu clan, who would be willing to marry over? Who cares if she breaks off the engagement or not? Hurry up and return the spirit stones that she owes us. In front of so many people, Jiyu Qiao Wei spoke of breaking off the engagement to the Mu clan. This was a naked ridicule and contempt for the Mu clan. However, many people felt that the Jiyu clan did not do anything wrong. This was because marriages between big clans were originally arranged. Once this marriage had no effect on the clan, it was pardonable to break off the engagement. However, Mu Hao, who had his engagement broken off, would not be able to raise his head in front of outsiders for the rest of his life. Mu Tianha's face had already turned ashen. He said coldly, Jiyu Hongi, I hope that this is just your daughter talking nonsense. How can a marriage that has already been set be broken off? Jiyu Hongi raised his head and smiled slightly. She's not talking nonsense. This is also my intention. As long as your Mu clan agrees to break off this engagement, then all the debts that your Mu clan owes these people will all be on my Jiyu clan's head. As for the medicinal herbs, we'll also write off the matter. Everyone's face was filled with joy. When they heard Jiyu Hongi's words, they could not help but shout, hurry up and break off this engagement. This way, we won't lose anything. That's right. This matter will only benefit your Mu clan and will not harm you at all. This matter concerned everyone's interests. They all chose to stand on the side of the Jiyu clan who was originally in the wrong. Everyone knew that the Jiyu clan did not do things kindly. At this time, adding insult to injury was the most disgusting thing. However, as long as they could get compensation, who cared who broke off the engagement? Mu Yu stood in the crowd. It was impossible for him not to know that such a big thing had happened to the Mu clan. He looked at Mu Tianhe and the others, feeling very confused. Mu Tianhe was indeed his biological grandfather. Now that the Mu clan had met with a disaster and was being humiliated in public, Mu Yu did not know how to face the person who had caused him to become an orphan. Did he really need to stand up for the Mu clan? Chapter 502. Mu family head, you should consider it carefully. Mortgage your bank to us and cancel this marriage. We will help your Mu family pay off these people's debts. From then on, our two families will have nothing to do with each other. Jiyu Hongi sneered. With the Jiyu family's strength, it was easy to help the Mu family pay off their debts. They were here to brazenly snatch the Mu family's property. Mu family head, you should agree. The Jiyu family is already benevolent and righteous. Everyone agreed. That's right. We just want to get the money that belongs to us. A fatty said. Everyone in the Mu family had ashen faces. They looked at Jiyu Hongi's smug expression with resentment. However, they were helpless because the Mu family was already at a dead end. Impossible. This marriage cannot be cancelled. Jiyu Hongi, it was your father, Jiyu Runfei, who took the initiative to set this marriage. Your father is no longer in this world. If you do this, are you worthy of your father? Mu Tianhe asked with a trembling voice. Jiyu Hongi's face turned red. If he really did this, he might be labeled as unfilial. However, with the Mu family's current situation, he was definitely not willing to push his daughter into the fire pit. He said coldly, so I still hope that the Mu family can cancel the marriage. This way, both of us will have room to speak, right? No need. Mu Hao's young voice squeezed out from the crowd. He clenched his fist and walked in front of Jiyu Qiaowei. There is nothing between the two of us. I have never acknowledged you as my wife because I don't like you at all. I don't like a barbaric girl like you who is disrespectful to her elders. Whoever marries you is unlucky. You don't deserve to be a member of my Mu family. Determination was written all over Mu Hao's childish face. He glanced at the Jiyu family members in disdain, then left without looking back. You dare to say that to me? Jiyu Qiaowei stared blankly at Mu Hao's back. Her spoiled face was filled with disbelief. She angrily shouted and directly attacked Mu Hao. However, Mu Tianhe stood in front of Mu Hao and said, Jiyu family head, my grandson doesn't like your daughter. There is no need for this marriage. You should take care of your own daughter. Today, my Mu family no longer has any engagement with your Jiyu family. Let me tell you. Evilders are doomed to destruction. Our Mu family will pay back the debt even if we have to sell our ancestral home. Everyone need not worry. After 5 days, the money we owe everyone will definitely be in your account. Mu Tianhe glanced at Mu Hao, who was slowly disappearing into the crowd, his heart filled with grief. How could he not know that Mu Yu had a sense of responsibility for the family since he was very young? Furthermore, he greatly admired the missing big brother Mu Yu. He understood many principles and hoped to protect the Mu family. At such a young age, he shouldn't have become a sacrifice for the family's interests. However, the marriage of every descendant of the Mu family was arranged by him. For the sake of the Mu family's business, he had no choice but to do so. Xiao Hao. Mu Rongshuan caught up with his son and held back the tears in his eyes. Looking at his son, who had been stubborn since he was a child, he could not speak. Father, Grandpa has always told us that we, the Mu family, have a backbone. We can't do things without a backbone. Did I do the right thing? Mu Hao raised his head and looked at his father. He had always wanted to grow up quickly because he knew that once he grew up, he would be able to help his father and grandfather solve their problems. Therefore, he didn't like others treating him like a child. However, there were many things that he was powerless to do. You did the right thing. Mu Rongshuan looked at his son lovingly, his heart filled with guilt. As a father, the saddest thing was that he couldn't give his son a good environment to grow up in. He understood his son and understood what his son was thinking. However, he couldn't do anything about the Mu family's situation. Father, I want to be alone for a while. Mu Hao left alone. His small back seemed so tenacious. He was very weak, but he was very stubborn. He wanted to become stronger, but he didn't know what to do. In a deserted alley, Mu Hao sat in a corner in a daze. He stared at the stone floor in a daze, but his tears couldn't stop flowing. No matter how tenacious he was still a 13-year-old child. He was under pressure that he shouldn't have. He watched as the Mu family fell step by step, but he couldn't do anything. Big brother Mu Yu, if only I had your abilities. I would definitely be able to help father and grandfather share the burden. Mu Hao muttered. He thought of Mu Yu's big brother that he had never met. Mu Hao had always stubbornly believed that the true God's disciple was his big brother, so he had always admired Mu Yu. He hoped that Mu Yu would be able to step forward when the Mu family was in danger, but he didn't know where to find Mu Yu. Mu Hao would never have thought that his big brother Mu Yu was actually the Feng Mu that he had always belittled. Footsteps slowly sounded on the quiet street, and a pair of feet appeared in Mu Hao's field of vision. Mu Hao raised his head in confusion, but he was met with a pair of equally confused eyes. What are you doing here? Didn't you leave? Mu Hao lowered his head and wiped away his tears. He didn't want Feng Mu to see him cry. Mu Yu pursed his lips. Looking at this brother that he had yet to recognize, he didn't know what to do. He could have stopped Mu Hao from being humiliated by the Jiyu family, and he could have stopped the Mu family from being destroyed, but he still couldn't let it go. He didn't know what he was waiting for. Perhaps it was an apology, or perhaps it was an explanation. He didn't know if the Mu family's destruction would make him feel better. Although he was a descendant of the Mu family, after all these years, if it wasn't for the fact that he was the true God's disciple, and if the Mu family wasn't on the verge of destruction, would they have thought of looking for him? If the true God's disciple wasn't called Mu Yu, and Mu Qingfan wasn't defeated by Sikong Chiwen, the Mu family wouldn't have thought of a way to find this wandering child of the Mu family. Now they wanted Mu Yu to save the Mu family. Didn't they think it was a bit too late? Mu Yu didn't understand why he had to help the Mu family. He couldn't forgive the Mu family for what they had done to him. The Mu family wanted him to help when they were in danger. When he was young, he sat alone in front of his house, waiting for his parents to come and pick him up. Where were the Mu family? The Mu family didn't come, no one came. He grew up alone, and had nothing to do with the Mu family. What kind of person do you think Mu Yu is? Mu Yu sat down, and like Mu Hao, he stared at the stone floor in a daze. Big brother Mu Yu is a person with a sense of responsibility. He punishes evil, and contributes to the human race. He is a hero that everyone praises. If you still want to sully Big brother Mu Yu in front of me, I definitely won't allow it. Mu Hao gritted his teeth and said. Mu Yu bitterly smiled. Do you think that if Mu Yu knows about your Mu family's situation, he will help your Mu family? He will. Mu Hao said without hesitation. It was your grandfather who caused Mu Yu to wander outside. Your grandfather even wanted to abort the unborn Mu Yu. If it wasn't for your grandfather opposing your fourth uncle and fourth aunt being together, Mu Yu wouldn't be an orphan. Do you think Mu Yu won't resent your grandfather for what he did to him? He won't mind. Mu Hao bit his lips. He won't mind. If you were Mu Yu, and your grandfather didn't let you see your parents when you were young, and even left you alone outside, what would you do? Mu Yu looked at Mu Hao. A trace of panic flashed through Mu Hao's eyes. He shook his head and said, My grandfather wouldn't do that. But your grandfather already did that to Mu Yu. Mu Yu's voice was a bit strange. Mu Hao lowered his head. If the true God's disciple wasn't called Mu Yu, but Chengyang, Luo Shong, or Xiongnan, would you worship him? Do you worship the true God's disciple, or do you worship your brother Mu Yu? I. Mu Hao was stunned. Mu Hao was stunned. He had never thought about this question before. Did he worship his own brother Mu Yu, or was he the disciple of a true God? He worshipped Mu Yu only because he believed that his brother Mu Yu was the true God's disciple. There was no contradiction between the two. However, just as Feng Mu said, if the true God's disciple wasn't called Mu Yu, would he worship the true God's disciple? I don't know. Mu Hao's voice lowered. He wasn't sure which one he worshipped. He worshipped the true God's disciple mostly because he stubbornly believed that the true God's disciple was his brother, so he didn't allow anyone to speak ill of Mu Yu. He used to say that even if the true God's disciple wasn't his brother from the Mu clan, he would still worship Mu Yu mostly because he was lying to himself. Because he couldn't be sure, and neither could anyone else. That was why he had a sliver of hope in his heart. He was lucky that the true God's disciple was his brother Mu Yu. Of course you don't know. Mu Yu sighed. He stood up and rubbed Mu Hao's head, saying, You have to be strong in the future, and don't place all your hopes on others. You are a member of the Mu clan, but Mu Yu might not be. If you want to protect your family, your parents, your grandfather, and your sister, you have to work hard on your cultivation. Only when you become strong will you not need to rely on others. Mu Hao listened quietly to Mu Yu's words. He clenched his fists and raised his head abruptly, asking, Can you teach me to become strong? However, the alley was already empty. Mu Yu sat in front of the window of the inn, staring at the bustling streets in a daze. He hadn't left his room for 2 days. He was purposely avoiding news about the Mu clan. He didn't want to hear about what happened to the Mu clan, who was hitting the Mu clan when they were down, and who was bullying the Mu clan. The Mu family had made him an orphan for so many years. He felt that the Mu family deserved everything that had happened to them. He wanted to stand by and watch as the Mu family was wiped out from Clearwater City with a clear conscience. However, deep in his heart, he was inexplicably worried about the Mu clan. Why should I help the Mu clan? I shouldn't have appeared in Clearwater City in the first place, right? Mu Yu turned around and laid on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. The dragon vine laid beside him comfortably, squinting its eyes slightly. It didn't have so many worries. If Mu Yu hadn't heard that Tian Buwai was coming to Clearwater City, he wouldn't have come here. He wouldn't have noticed even if the Mu clan got wiped out. He had nothing to do with the Mu clan for so many years, and he had never thought of looking for his own family. However, His identity was suddenly exposed in such a ridiculous way. Even though he already knew that he was a member of the Mu clan, he wasn't ready to become one. He still didn't understand why he had to become a member of the Mu clan. Was it just because of the familial ties that he didn't care about? Back then, Mu Tianhe chose to abandon Mu Yu, the illegitimate son of the Mu clan. He even wanted to kill Mu Yu for the sake of the Mu clan's reputation. What did such familial ties mean to Mu Yu? Mu Yu, I just went to the kitchen to look for food. I heard that the Mu clan is auctioning off their ancestral home today. It seems like the Mu clan is really at their wits' end. Are you really not going to take a look? Little Shuai slipped in through the window, hugging a drumstick as he spoke incoherently. The dragon vine snorted, "What does that have to do with us? Also, did you steal food and not pay for it again? None of your business." Little Shuai jumped onto the table and started munching on the drumstick. Little Shuai and the dragon vine were the same. Both of them were always very free. One would look for food all day, while the other would sleep all day. They didn't have any unnecessary worries. Mu Yu turned a deaf ear. What did the auction of the Mu clan's ancestral home have to do with him? Chapter 503. Clearwater City also had a million-yuan trading company. Originally, this trading company wasn't very big. After all, Clearwater City wasn't a very prosperous place in the cultivation world. However, because of Sikong Chiwen's sudden appearance and the battle between him and Tian Buwai on the 6th of June, many cultivators were attracted to Clearwater City. This was a huge business opportunity, so the million-yuan trading company had already expanded the scale of Clearwater City. The news that the Mu family's ancestral home was going to be auctioned at the million-yuan trading company had already shocked many large families and cultivators in Clearwater City. The Mu family was originally one of the largest families in Clearwater City. Their ancestral home was relatively large and had been around for a long time. Its value was immeasurable. This piece of land was a hot steamed bun in many people's eyes. If they could get it, no amount of money would be too much. Mu Tianhe sat in the private room of the auction house dejectedly. He was already at his wits' end. Because of the deliberate suppression and warning by the Sikong family, the other families in Clearwater City avoided the Mu family. They didn't dare to extend a helping hand, afraid that they would become the next Mu family. Mu Tianhe couldn't stay in Clearwater City any longer. He planned to auction off the ancestral home and pay off all his debts. Then, he would leave Clearwater City with the Mu family. "Rongshuan, how much do we owe in total?" Mu Tianhe asked tiredly. Mu Rongshuan's face was also very haggard. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, "According to the current estimates, the other places need about 9 million spirit stones. The Spirit Stone Bank owes too much money. If we want to pay it off, we need at least 10 million. After deducting the commission, we still need to leave some funds for backup. So today's Mu family mansion must be auctioned for at least 20 million. Moving the entire family was a huge project. After leaving Clearwater City, they still needed to find a place to stay. They needed to buy a new property and invest in a small business. Without enough money, it wasn't enough. Selling the ancestral home for 20 million, we're really ashamed of our ancestors. Mu Tianhe sighed. "Father, don't worry. Our ancestral home is definitely worth more than 20 million. I just saw many rich and powerful people coming. Some are from Clearwater City, and some are from outside Clearwater City. They want to watch the battle between Sikong Chiwen and Tian Buwai. 20 million for such a huge ancestral home is definitely worth it. 20 million isn't a huge sum to them." Mu Rongshuan comforted him. "I hope so." Mu Tianhe nodded, both mentally and physically exhausted. The scheduled time for the auction had arrived, and the huge auction house was packed to the brim. The host of the $1 Million Trading Company's auction was $1 Million Trading Company's daughter, Hui Beiya. Hui Beiya had come to Clearwater City early to prepare for the battle between Sikong Chiwen and Tian Buwai. Their trading company attached great importance to this famous battle. This battle would attract many self-cultivators to come and watch. As long as there were more people, there would be business. Therefore, million-dollar trading company would not let go of this opportunity. Everyone, it's my honor to host this auction. Hui Beiya stood on the stage and gracefully bowed to everyone. She was wearing a cheongsam today, and her slender thighs were faintly discernible. Her figure was graceful and natural, and many people's eyes couldn't help but light up. There's only one item up for auction today, and that's the Mu clan's ancestral home. I'm sure everyone knows that one of the biggest buildings in Clearwater City is the Mu family's ancestral mansion. The Mu family's ancestral mansion has a unique geography and excellent feng shui. It's a wonderful place to live. Due to a small change in the Mu family, we need to auction off the ancestral mansion to raise funds. The value of the Mu family's ancestral mansion is immeasurable. The starting price is 5 million, and each increment is at least 500,000. The auction begins now. Hui Beiya smiled slightly, and her clear and melodious voice resounded throughout the auction house. 6 million. Jiyu Hongi couldn't wait to bid. The self-cultivators outside of Clearwater City didn't know how good the Mu family's ancestral mansion was, but these big shots in Clearwater City definitely knew. According to Jiyu Hongi's estimates, the Mu family's ancestral mansion was worth at least 50 million. 7 million. Jiyu Hongi wasn't the only one who coveted the Mu family's ancestral mansion. 7,500,000. Mu Tianhe was listening to the bids of those people. Many people were following the price, and his heart relaxed a little. As long as more people bid, it shouldn't be a problem to reach 20 million in the end. The Mu family's ancestral mansion isn't bad. I'll bid 8 million. A loud voice resounded in everyone's ears. Once this voice was heard, everyone's gaze landed on him. Then, their pupils constricted slightly. It was the head of the Sikong family, Sikong Gaoming. Sikong Gaoming scanned everyone. Because of his son, Sikong Chiwen, the Sikong family had become the biggest family in Clearwater City. No one dared to fight with them openly. This was because no one dared to offend a dark horse on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard. Everyone, my son, Sikong Chiwen, really likes the Mu family's ancestral mansion. He wants to use it as his place of cultivation. I wonder if everyone can give me, Sikong Gaoming, some face? Sikong Gaoming said slowly. He specially emphasized the two words Sikong Chiwen to remind the other bidders not to ask for a rebuff. Give you face. Many people were secretly scolding Sikong Gaoming for being shameless. If it wasn't for Sikong Chiwen, who would give Sikong Gaoming face? During the auction, the highest bidder would get the Mu family's ancestral mansion. It was a fair competition, but Sikong Gaoming actually brought up his son and pointed out that his son wanted the Mu family's ancestral mansion. However, Sikong Chiwen's name was too big, and it intimidated many people who wanted to bid. Sikong Chiwen was now one of the extreme immortals with the most potential. Many people had high hopes for him. Some people even believed that if Sikong Chiwen had enough time, he would definitely be able to enter the top 9 extreme immortals. One must know that the top 9 extreme immortals on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard would have a very high status in the future. Even the sect leaders of the 8 sects wouldn't dare to speak to them. Although Sikong Chiwen was only ranked 51st, he was still a dark horse. No one knew if he would become one of the top 9 extreme immortals in the future. When that time came, Sikong Chiwen's prestige would be sacred and inviolable. If someone offended the Sikong family now, Sikong Chiwen would only need to say a word if he wanted to take revenge in the future. Therefore, when Sikong Gaoming bid 8 million, everyone quietened down. Even the outsiders from Clearwater City didn't bid. 8 million? Only 8 million? Mu Tianhe slammed the table and stood up. He looked angrily at Sikong Gaoming through the window. He actually forgot about this. With Sikong Gaoming's personality, how could he not covet the Mu family's ancestral mansion? Sikong Gaoming used his son as a bargaining chip to warn everyone not to interfere in this matter. If the Mu family's ancestral mansion was only auctioned for 8 million, it would be far from enough to repay the debt. Increase the price. Hurry up and increase the price. Mu Tianhe was so angry that his whole body trembled. If it was only 8 million, his Mu family would really be finished. Those creditors definitely wouldn't let them off and they wouldn't be able to walk out of Clearwater City. However, no one dared to challenge Seekong Gaoming. Seekong Chiwen, this extreme immortal with extraordinary potential, had too much influence. No one dared to offend the Seekong family for fear of becoming the next Mu family. Mu Tianhe looked at those who chose to give up in despair. He then glared at the smug Seekong Gaoming. He couldn't wait to rush over and kill Seekong Gaoming. However, he couldn't. Putting aside the fact that Seekong Gaoming had 2 out-of-bodyguards, even the auction house wouldn't allow him to make a move. Seekong Gaoming, you bastard. Mu Rongshuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The ancestral mansion was originally supposed to be auctioned for 20 million, but Seekong Gaoming had forcefully lowered the price to 8 million. 8 million was far from enough to repay the debt. Hui Beiya still had a smile on her face. She was much more mature than when she hosted the floating Immortal Island auction a few years ago. The higher the price of the item, the higher the commission of the auction house. 8 million was clearly not the ideal price in Hui Beiya's heart. However, she didn't express her dissatisfaction. The Seekong family's interference wasn't unexpected. 8 million going once. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Everyone's mouth twitched. The Mu family's ancestral mansion was snatched by the Seekong family for only 8 million. Seekong Gaoming really got a huge bargain, 8 million going twice. Mu Tianhe slumped in his chair. He knew that the Mu family was finished. They didn't even have the capital to leave Clearwater City. How would those creditors allow them to leave? Mu Tianhe might be in the out-of-body stage, which was considered extremely high in Clearwater City, but the other families didn't lack out-of-body stage experts. If they joined forces, they could completely wipe out the Mu family. 8 million. Mu Tianhe had already closed his eyes. His heart was dead. 9 million. A clear and calm voice rang out, causing Mu Tianhe to open his eyes abruptly. Everyone in the auction house also widened their eyes. They didn't understand who dared to compete with the Seekong family for the Mu family's ancestral mansion. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, but the person who spoke was currently in a private room. The windows of the private room weren't open, so no one knew who was challenging Seekong Gaoming. Sir, do you really want to compete with the Seekong family for the Mu family's ancestral mansion? Seekong Gaoming's expression was very ugly as he asked in a deep voice. However, the person in the private room didn't even bother to reply. There was still no sound for a long time, as if Seekong Gaoming's words were nonsense. 9 million going once, Hui Beiya reminded kindly. Seekong Gaoming snorted coldly and said, 9,550,000. My son, Seekong Chiwen, wants the Mu family's ancestral mansion. Please reconsider. 10 million. An indifferent voice rang out again. Mu Tianhe's expression became agitated. It was already 10 million. At this moment, he hoped that Seekong Gaoming would quickly raise the price. It didn't matter if the ancestral mansion fell into the hands of the Seekong family. What he needed now was money. As long as he paid off the debt, he could bring his family members and leave Clearwater City to find another place to settle down. He wouldn't have to be troubled by Seekong Gaoming anymore. However, Seekong Gaoming didn't continue bidding. This was because his main goal was to force the Mu family into a dead end. He understood the Mu family's situation very well. He knew that the Mu family wanted to rely on auctioning the ancestral mansion to obtain spirit stones to pay off the debt. He could give up the Mu family's ancestral mansion, but how could he let Mu Tianhe's scheme succeed? I won't bid anymore. I hope that Sir can protect the Mu family's ancestral mansion well. Seekong Gaoming's expression was ferocious. He didn't hide the threat in his words at all. He was also warning everyone to stop bidding. If he couldn't get something from the auction, he would use his methods to get it. Everyone present was smart. Naturally, they understood the meaning behind Seekong Gaoming's words. They weren't stupid enough to compete with Seekong Gaoming. However, everyone was very curious. Who exactly was the person who dared to go against Seekong Gaoming? 10 million going once. Mu Tianhe was stunned. Although the price doubled, 10 million was still not enough. 10 million going twice. 10 million going thrice. Sold. 10 million, 10 million, what should I do? Mu Tianhe sat on the chair in low spirits. It seemed like a good thing that the Mu family's ancestral mansion didn't fall into the hands of Sikong Gaoming. However, the Mu family was still helpless. 10 million wasn't enough to save the Mu family. Mu Yu, who was in the cubicle, sighed softly. In the end, he still couldn't cross the hurdle in his heart. He chose to come here and bid for the Mu family's ancestral mansion. Chapter 504. Do you think I did the right thing? Mu Yu caressed Xiao Shuai and asked in a low voice. He did not owe the Mu clan anything. Instead, it was Mu Tianhe who owed him. However, Mu Yu could not get over this hurdle in his heart. If the Mu clan had been silently exterminated before he came to Clearwater City, he might not have even frowned. However, he had to face this situation. His conscience did not allow him to stand by and do nothing. Anyway, the Mu clan looks pretty big and the drumsticks are delicious, Xiao Shuai said heartlessly. Mu Yu smiled bitterly. Huai Beiya knocked on the door and walked in. When she saw Mu Yu shrouded in a blurry shadow, she immediately understood that he was an array master. Only array masters would use array techniques to disguise themselves and not let others see their appearance. Array master, how should I address you? Huai Beiya revealed a charming smile. When Mu Yu came, she did not personally receive him, so she did not know Mu Yu's background. My surname is Yang. Mu Yu casually came up with a surname. At the same time, his voice became slightly hoarse as he did not want others to recognize him. Mr. Yang, the total is 10 million spirit stones. The Mu clan requires spirit stones and will not accept any substitute treasures. Huai Beiya smiled warmly. Mu Yu nodded. I do not have enough spirit stones. However, can I exchange some spirit stones from your auction house to pay? This kind of request was actually very common in auction houses. Auction houses would provide this kind of equivalent exchange service. Huai Beiya said, I wonder what Mr. Yang would like to exchange for. How much are these 5 tier 6 pills worth? Mu Yu had too many pills in his pocket. Previously, he had extorted so many pills from the high-level alchemists of the Danding sect. Until now, he had not used them all. He didn't use any medicinal pills. Compared to using medicinal pills, he preferred to rely on his own strength. Tier 6 pills. Huai Beiya's expression finally changed. She looked at Mu Yu in astonishment. She did not understand how an array master could have something as precious as tier 6 pills. A trace of seriousness appeared on her face as she said, 5 6-tier medicinal pills, can you let me appraise them? Mu Yu directly handed it over, not feeling any heartache at all. Huai Beiya took it carefully, afraid that something might go wrong. For Mu Yu, level 6 medicinal pills were like sugar pills. But for Huai Beiya and other self-cultivators, it was a different story. One tier 6 medicinal pill was already a rather precious existence. But he never would have thought that this array master could actually take out 3 tier 6 wind resistance pills and 2 9 transformations yang restoration pills. Heavens! Please wait a moment. Even the knowledgeable Huai Beiya could not help but exclaim. No matter if it was a level 5 or level 6 elixir, they were extremely precious in the cultivation world. After all, except for places like the Danding sect, high-level alchemists were rare. The person in front of her was clearly an array master, but he was able to take out 5 6-tier medicinal pills. It really made Huai Beiya endlessly shocked. Since when did array masters and alchemists have anything to do with each other? Every self-cultivator knew that array masters and alchemists were two extremes. Array masters' battle prowess was recognized as the strongest. Although they could not last long in a battle, Xiantian array masters did not lack cultivation resources. So they could completely cover up their shortcomings. Alchemists, on the other hand, were known for their weak battle prowess. Their advantage was that they had many life-saving medicinal pills, which could prevent them from dying too quickly. No one would associate these two together. But who would have thought that this array master could actually take out 5 precious level 6 medicinal pills? I happened to help a Danding sect's level 6 alchemist. The other party gave it to me as a token of gratitude. May I ask Miss Huibeya, how many spirit stones can these 5 level 6 medicinal pills be exchanged for? In order to dispel Huibeya's doubts, Mu Yu explained a little. He also thought that an array master should not have so many level 6 medicinal pills. If it was not done properly, it might make people suspicious. So it's like this. Huibeya nodded her head gently. She did not doubt Mu Yu's explanation. Otherwise, she would be very curious as to why an array master would have a problem with medicinal pills. Huibeya composed herself and pondered for a moment. She said, a level 6 Imperial Wind pill can be exchanged for 2 million spirit stones. A 9 revolving Yang pill can be exchanged for 3 million spirit stones. A total of 12 million spirit stones. What do you think? 12 million spirit stones was not a small number. Huibeya's price was higher than the market price. She wanted to get these 5 level 6 medicinal pills. Otherwise, if Mu Yu took them to auction, the price might be even higher. Then, they would not have a chance to get the million spirit stones. Okay, let's do it like that. Mu Yu did not want to haggle over anything. In any case, if there were no more medicinal pills in the future, he would just go to the old man to extort a few more. Then please wait a moment. I will immediately prepare the spirit stones for you. Huibeya could tell from the other party's voice that he should not be old. But she was not very sure, so she did not say anything. Soon, she leisurely came back with a black jade pendant in her hand. This jade pendant is our million spirit stone jade pendant. The corresponding number is engraved on it. Mr. Array Master, this black jade pendant represents a distinguished guest of the million spirit stone jade pendant. As long as you take this jade pendant to any of our banks, you can exchange it for the corresponding spirit stones. There are 2 million spirit stones in this jade pendant. The remaining 10 million spirit stones will be paid to the Mu clan. Huibeya was very efficient. She knew that the array master in front of her had to pay the Mu clan 10 million spirit stones. So, she separated the other party's money and saved the trouble. There was a knock on the door. Huibeya quickly went to open the door and then invited Mu Tianhe in. Mu Tianhe's expression was still very depressed, but he still forced himself to be spirited. This time, he came to sign the transfer agreement of the ancestral home with the buyer. He raised his head and saw the hazy array patterns around Mu Yu. He was a little surprised. He did not expect that the person who bought his house was actually an array master. Do I have to meet the buyer? Mu Yu stared at Mu Tianhe. This old man was his biological grandfather, but Mu Yu did not want to recognize him. He also did not want to see him in such a place. Mr. Yang, regarding the transfer agreement of the ancestral home, our auction house will act as the notary. So, both parties must be present to avoid unnecessary disputes. If one party goes back on their word in the future, we will deal with it fairly. Huibeya explained with a smile. Generally, the buyer and seller of the auction items did not need to meet. However, because the ancestral home was a fixed asset, it could not be directly taken away without proof. If Mu Tianhe took the money and was not willing to hand over the house, Mu Yu would not be able to directly take it. This would cause a dispute. So, as the notary of the million spirit stone jade pendant, Huibeya would ensure the fairness of this transaction. If one party went back on their word, the million spirit stone jade pendant would come forward and force both parties to follow the agreement. Mu Tianhe suspiciously sized up Mu Yu, who was covered in array patterns. Although the other party's surroundings seemed to be distorted by something, he felt that he had seen Mu Yu's figure somewhere before. However, he could not remember when he had seen this Mr. Yang. Huibeya had already prepared 3 copies of the agreement. These 3 copies of the agreement had a special array pattern. All one needed to do was to inject a drop of one's blood into it. For cultivators, a drop of blood was not a big deal. It did not cause them any pain or itch. The agreement was divided into 3 copies. Mu Yu and Mu Tianhe each had 1 copy, and the million spirit stone jade pendant would keep 1 copy. Mu Yu did not say anything. He directly squeezed out 3 drops of blood and injected it into the buyer's signature on the 3 copies of the agreement. Mu Tianhe took a deep breath and extended his trembling finger. If his blood fell, it would mean that the Mu family's ancestral home would really be destroyed by his hands. Sigh. Mu Tianhe forcefully suppressed the grief in his heart and injected his blood into the seller's signature on the 3 copies of the agreement. The blood dripped onto the paper and a golden array pattern appeared, indicating that the agreement was in effect. How could Mu Tianhe have imagined that the Mu family's ancestral home would actually be bought by the grandson he had almost killed back then? Mu Yu quietly looked at his own grandfather. It was very strange to buy the Mu family's ancestral home from his own grandfather in the name of a stranger. The Mu family owed him so much. Now that he had taken all of the Mu family's foundation, was this a punishment for Mu Tianhe? Mu Yu did not know that by buying the Mu family's ancestral home, it meant that all of the Mu family's members would have to move out of the Mu family's ancestral home. It would also become his personal property. This home was of no use to Mu Yu. He was used to being a drifting leaf. It was impossible for him to settle down in one place. However, he could not directly send the Mu family's ancestral home back. Once he did so, many people would suspect his relationship with the Mu family. Mu Yu was still not ready to become a member of the Mu family. Then I'll take my leave. Mu Yu looked at his grandfather for the last time. He had many strange feelings in his heart, but he did not want to reveal them. He also did not want to say anything to Mu Tianhe. He wanted to leave this place. Mr. Yang, this old man has a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Mu Tianhe hurriedly said. Mu Yu stopped in his tracks. He did not turn around. He only said indifferently, "Speak." Mu Tianhe revealed a trace of awkwardness. He forced a smile and bowed. I wonder if you can give us a few days to move our things out. Mu Tianhe's expression was very sincere. The Mu family was a big family. It was impossible for them to move out so quickly. In the past few days, the Mu family had already sold off all the properties that belonged to them in Clearwater City. Now that even the Mu family's ancestral home was gone, they still needed to find a place to settle down temporarily. If they moved out directly, they would really end up on the streets. Mu Yu could not bear it. After all, Mu Tianhe was his grandfather. He did not want to see the Mu family living on the streets. Especially since the Mu family had 2 younger brothers and sisters, Mu Hao and Mu Xin. Mu Yu cared about them. He did not want them to be hurt. The one who caused Mu Yu to become an orphan was this extremely down-and-out old man in front of him. It was not the other members of the Mu family. Do as you see fit. Mu Yu walked towards the door again. Mr. Yang, why don't you give us a definite time? We will definitely move out before the deadline, Mu Tianhe shouted anxiously. He did not know what Mu Yu meant. If Mu Yu wanted the house tomorrow, what would happen to the Mu family? Chapter 505. For the next few days, Mu Yu stayed in his room and didn't go out at all. He didn't care about the house at all. The Mu family's ancestral mansion was dispensable in his eyes. Even if Mu Tianhe gave the entire Mu family to Mu Yu, he wouldn't raise an eyebrow. When Zhuge Xiaosheng asked him to be the sect master of the Formation Glyph sect, he didn't even want to be the sect master. How could he lack the Mu family's mansion? Mu Yu didn't know how the Mu family was doing right now, nor did he know where they moved to. He kept convincing himself to admit his identity and help the Mu family, but he couldn't find a reason to forgive Mu Tianhe. He didn't even want to find his own father, Mu Zhaoxing. Why should he forgive Mu Tianhe? So what if Mu Tianhe regretted it now? If Sikong Chiwen didn't rise up, would Mu Tianhe repent to his son? If Mu Yu was just an unknown person and wasn't the disciple of a true god, would the Mu family think that they had such a powerful grandson wandering outside? Mu Yu was mocked by many children in the village because he didn't have his parents by his side since he was young. Although he always acted carefree and didn't care, he still had a deep hatred for his parents who abandoned him. Mu Yu didn't understand why parents would abandon their children. He thought that it was natural for children to be accompanied by their parents, but he didn't. He only had the village chief to accompany him. Now that he knew that everything was caused by Mu Tianhe, he couldn't let it go for a long time. He lived alone for 20 years with the help of others. Who could understand the bitterness in his heart? Even if he found his own family by chance, why would he help them? He didn't even have any interaction with their world. They only knew about Mu Yu because he was the disciple of a true god and not because their Mu family had a grandson like him. He suddenly understood why Qiao Shui would rather be a monster than help the human race. It was because Qiao Shui's family had deeply hurt her and made her homeless. Mu Yu and Qiao Shui were the same. They were both abandoned by their families and grew up looking at other people's faces. Mu Yu, don't think too much. You've already done very well. At least the ancestral home of the Mu clan did not fall into the hands of others, and you did not drive them out, did you? Long Ting wagged her tail on the chair while Xiao Shui gnawed on a pile of chicken drumsticks on the table. From time to time, a chicken bone would be thrown at Long Teng, but Long Teng would slap the chicken bone back with her tail. The two guys were eating while fighting with the chicken bones, and they were addicted to it. Mu Yu, what are you thinking? Is there any problem that can't be solved by eating a chicken drumstick? Little Handsome asked heartlessly. After a while, Little Handsome answered himself, if there is, then eat 2 drumsticks. Little Mouse, are you stupid? Mu Yu is still brooding over the fact that the Mu family abandoned him when he was young. If the Mu family hadn't abandoned Mu Yu when he was young, Mu Yu wouldn't have been an orphan in the past. Long Teng knew more than Xiao Shui. But if the Mu family hadn't abandoned Mu Yu, he wouldn't have met such a handsome and charming person like me. If the Mu family hadn't abandoned Mu Yu, you big earthworm would have been refined into medicine a long time ago, right? Xiao Shui spat out another chicken drumstick at Long Teng. You. Long Teng realized that she didn't seem to be able to respond to Xiao Shui's words. If it hadn't been for Mu Yu, why would withered tree and evergreen make a move? It was very likely that it would have become a primer to prolong someone's life. Thinking of this, Long Teng suddenly felt annoyed. If it hadn't been for Mu Yu, it really might not have been able to survive. What about you? If the Mu family hadn't abandoned Mu Yu wouldn't have met that amiable old man Feng Haochen, and he wouldn't have met big sister Tian Ran and big sister Qiao Shui. I love it when they hug me. Their chests are so soft. Xiao Shui giggled foolishly. Are you stupid? Jian Ying and Chen Feng will definitely find Mu Yu. After all, Mu Yu is someone who has Mu Yuming's ability. Long Teng said. Not necessarily. That white-bearded old man didn't find Qiao Shui either. Even if we don't talk about him, that eccentric Deadwood Daddy shouldn't have met Mu Yu, right? If he didn't meet Deadwood Daddy, that unlucky Stargate guy wouldn't have killed Deadwood Daddy, and Mu Yu wouldn't have gone to the Formation sect to find the Formation Heavenly Tao, much less become the sect master of the Formation Glyph sect. Looking on the bright side, isn't there a saying where there are gains, there are losses? Xiao Shui took another bite of a chicken drumstick. Shut up, little mouse. Why are you using Deadwood as an example? According to your logic, Deadwood's death is also Mu Tianhe's fault. Don't you know what Deadwood means to Mu Yu? Long Ting scolded softly. If the Mu family hadn't abandoned Mu Yu, then Deadwood Daddy wouldn't have meant anything to Mu Yu. Xiao Shui wagged his big tail. Mu Yu didn't say anything. He suddenly realized that Xiao Shui's words were right. If the Mu family hadn't abandoned him, then he wouldn't have encountered these people and these things. Perhaps he would have lived a better life, without worries, with the care and companionship of his loved ones. But at the same time, it also meant that all the people he met now would be erased from his life and completely disappear. But those people were the best friends in his life. He didn't want to lose Tian Ran and Qiao Shui, he didn't want to lose his master, he didn't want to lose his senior brothers and sisters, and he didn't want to lose Deadwood Daddy who often scolded him but also cared about him. You say it like Mu Yu was right to be abandoned by the Mu family? Long Ting didn't understand the stakes for a while. That's what you said, I didn't say. First of all, the most important thing is that Mu Yu didn't meet me, Xiao Shui, which is a huge regret. Moreover, without these experiences, Mu Yu wouldn't have that many pills. How could he afford so many chicken legs? Maybe he wouldn't even have the ability to buy the Mu family's ancestral house now. Sikong Chiwon would still rise and suppress the Mu family. If he cultivated in the Mu family, his cultivation wouldn't be as high as it is now. Even if Mu Yu's cultivation is now against Sikong Chiwon, who is at the spirit severing stage, it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage. Then, how can the other Mu Yu who grew up in the Mu family save the Mu family? Isn't it a dead end? At least we can stay out of it now, but the other Mu Yu who grew up in the Mu family is dead for sure. Xiao Shuai snorted. There would always be some regrets and flaws in life. Who could tell the cause and effect of this? If I didn't meet a glutton like you, maybe my wallet would be a lot bigger. Mu Yu suddenly laughed. Xiao Shuai's words suddenly woke him up. He realized that the little glutton was quite honest sometimes. Although he was a bit narcissistic, some of his words were reasonable. If Mu Tianhe didn't do this, he would grow up under the care of his parents, but his cultivation wouldn't be as high as it was now. This was because without his master's teachings, without Deadwood Daddy's teachings, he wouldn't be able to have his current achievements. And facing the sudden rise of Sikong Chiwon, he could only become a member of the Mu family in despair and couldn't do anything for the Mu family. Let's go. Let's go to the Mu family. The haze in Mu Yu's heart was swept away. This was a blessing in disguise. Some things were hard to say. Are you planning to help the Mu family? Long Ting asked curiously. A strange light flashed in Mu Yu's eyes. He shook his head. It's not that simple. Although Xiao Shuai's words are correct, all of this was caused by Mu Tianhe. I need an explanation from Mu Tianhe. I need to see if he has the qualifications to be my grandfather. Right now, the Mu family's ancestral home is my property. I haven't even taken a good look at my property yet. The Mu family was really just an empty shell now. The huge family business seemed to have been destroyed overnight. The 10 million from selling the ancestral home was far from enough to pay off the debt. In order to pay off the debt, everything that could be sold was sold. The Mu family's servants were all sent away. The Mu family's former prosperity could no longer be seen. Instead, it seemed a bit bleak. Mu Tianhe looked at the empty hall. The precious vases, paintings, and other decorations in the hall were all sold. Even the high-quality tables and chairs were replaced with a shabby set. Thinking back to the Mu family in his hands, from prosperity to decline, he could not help but feel sad. The Mu family had been passed down for hundreds of years, but it was destroyed in his hands. He could not absolve himself of the blame. Father, we sold everything. We are still short of 2 million to pay off the debt. Mu Rongshuan walked in with a haggard face. He had been busy for the past few days, selling all of the valuable antiques in the family. After all, the Mu family had a long history. There were still many valuable things. Selling these things would almost pay off the debt. We are still short of 2 million. Mu Tianhe looked very old. He sat down, and the chair below him slightly shook and creaked, as if it was about to fall apart. Father, it's been 6 days. Why hasn't the Mr. Yang who bought our ancestral home come yet? Mu Mingda also walked in. He also looked very tired. These few days, the Mu family's matters had tormented everyone. No one could sleep well. It's good that he didn't come. Have you found a temporary residence? When the array master comes, we will move out. Mu Tianhe sighed. Not yet. Because of the threat of the Sikong family, many people don't dare to have any dealings with us, so. Mu Jitong shook his head. The father and son all shook their heads and did not speak. After a long time, Mu Tianhe said, right now, the Mu family's only real estate is the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. If we still haven't found a place to stay when Mr. Yang comes, then we will go to the cemetery and build a few sheds to live in first. Live in the cemetery. The cemetery was the place where the ancestors of the Mu family were buried. Mu Tianhe could sell anything, but the cemetery was the only place he was not willing to sell. If he couldn't even guard the tomb of his ancestors, then he would be unfilial. Mu Rongshuan and Mu Mingda looked at each other, their eyes revealing waves of helplessness. The Mu family had been reduced to the point where they could only live in the cemetery with the dead. It was truly desolate. Mu Hao suddenly rushed in and said breathlessly, "Grandfather, A strange person came to our house. He said he is Mr. Yang and wants to see you. Mr. Yang? Mu Tianhe stood up and sighed. What should come has come in the end. Father, why don't we ask Mr. Yang for a few more days? Wait until we find a place to stay before moving away. After all, living in the cemetery is not a good choice. Mu Rongshuan hesitated. No need. I, Mu Tianhe, have always kept my promises. He has already given us so many days. This place is no longer our place. Now that we are living under someone else's roof, how can we have the face to bargain with him? What's wrong with living in the cemetery? Our ancestors all lived there. Could it be that they would harm us? Mu Tianhe berated. You want to live in the cemetery? Mu Yu said in surprise. He had appeared in the hall at some point. Chapter 506. Mr. Yang, you're here. Mu Tianhe put away his surprised expression and cupped his hands at Mu Yu, who was surrounded by formation patterns. Although Mu Yu didn't reveal a powerful aura, he was able to appear silently and compete with the Sikong clan, who was at the peak of their power, for the Mu clan's ancestral home. Mu Tianhe didn't believe that Mu Yu didn't have anything to rely on. Mu Tianhe was very sure that Mr. Yang's cultivation was above his, so he didn't dare to be negligent. You want to live in the cemetery? Mu Yu asked again. Live with a dead person? Mu Tianhe was embarrassed, but he still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, we've made a fool of ourselves in front of Mr. Yang. Since Mr. Yang is here, then this mansion is already Mr. Yang's. We'll move out in a while and won't occupy this mansion anymore. You still haven't found a place to stay after so many days. Mu Yu's gaze landed on Mu Hao, who was staring at him. Mu Hao's expression was very calm. He looked at Mu Yu, who was covered in formation patterns, without any fear. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with a trace of resoluteness. Mu Hao didn't look like he was shocked at all. It was obvious that he already knew what he wanted to do. To be honest, we've already sold everything to pay off our debts. We still owe money now. We don't have any extra money to buy a place to live. Now, we can only temporarily stay in the cemetery. Mu Tianhe sighed. Mu Yu looked at Mu Tianhe, who had become extremely old after being tormented by the Mu clan's matters, and felt compassion in his heart. However, he still felt that living in the cemetery was too much. It felt very strange to live with a dead person. Mu Yu pondered for a moment and asked, how much debt does your Mu clan owe? Mu Tianhe didn't know why Mu Yu asked this. The amount of debt the Mu clan owed didn't seem to have much to do with Mr. Yang. However, he still helplessly replied, 2 million. 2 million? Why don't you sell the Mu clan's cemetery to me for 2 million? Mu Yu knew the location of the cemetery. When he took Mu Xin out to play, she had told him about it. He didn't want to help the Mu family for no reason, so he wanted to use this method to repay the Mu family's debt. With a straight face, Mu Tianhe solemnly said, Mr. Yang, this is our family's matter, so please don't make irresponsible suggestions. Not being able to protect the Mu clan's property is already a disgrace to me, Mu Tianhe. How can I sell the Mu clan's cemetery? How can I face the ancestors of the Mu clan? Since Mu Yu had bought the mausoleum of the Mu clan, he naturally wouldn't touch a single strand of its hair, but Mu Yu didn't appreciate his kindness. Mu Yu was also annoyed. He said, the dead are already gone, the living must strengthen themselves. You're a person with one foot in the grave. It doesn't matter if you live in the cemetery, but what about the child behind you? Was he going to live with the dead at such a young age? You're really a competent grandfather. You're not allowed to talk about my grandfather like that. Mu Hao angrily stood in front of Mu Tianhe and roared at Mu Yu. Little Hao, don't be rash. Mu Tianhe blocked Mu Hao. Did I say anything wrong? I heard that your family has a few children who don't know the ways of the world, right? You let these young children suffer because of your incompetence, but you still refuse to lower yourself. You're an out-of-body cultivator, and your strength is considered top-notch in Clearwater City. I think that as long as you're willing to lower yourself to become someone's guard or work for a family, you'll be able to find a place to stay. Is your face more important than your grandson? Mu Yu coldly said. Back then, Mu Tianhe felt that his reputation had been swept to the ground when Mu Zexing and Zhu Qiuqi eloped. Thus, he personally went to bring his son back, causing Mu Yu to become an orphan. If Mu Tianhe still felt that his face was important at this time, Mu Yu would never acknowledge him as his biological grandfather. Mu Tianhe's old face turned red at Mu Yu's words. Mu Yu's words were true, and he really couldn't lower his face. With his cultivation and ability, if he was willing to lower himself to work for a family, there would definitely be someone willing to take him in. However, Mu Tianhe had always been the one to order others around. How could he allow others to order him around? Asking him to be a servant was worse than killing him. My grandfather won't be someone's guard. I'm willing to live in the cemetery with my grandfather. What does that have to do with you? Since the house is yours, it's yours. We'll naturally leave this place. We don't need you to tell us what to do. Mu Hao angrily said. You still need your grandson to protect you? As a grandfather, you're really something. Mu Yu bluntly reprimanded. I'll consider Mr. Yang's words. Actually, Mr. Yang might not know this, but due to Xikong Gaoming's deliberate suppression, I'm afraid that no one in Clearwater City would dare to take us in. However, I'll leave Clearwater City and try my luck elsewhere. We'll take our leave now. Mu Tianhe's face was flushed red as he cupped his hands and prepared to leave the Mu residence with the others. Wait a moment, Mu Yu said. The house is already yours. What else do you want? Mu Hao said angrily. Mu Yu was too lazy to pay attention to this rash young man. He took out a black jade pendant and threw it on the table. He said, there are 2 million in this jade pendant. I live in this house, and it just so happens that I lack a good steward. You have reached out of body stage. If you can stay and be my steward, these 2 million are yours. From the owner of the Mu residence to the steward of the Mu residence. Mu Tianhe clenched his fists tightly. How could he accept the huge difference in status from a master to a servant? Not to mention in the old residence that he had lived in his entire life. Think about it yourself. Your Mu family still owes others 2 million. I'm afraid that you won't even be able to leave Clearwater City. Many people are waiting to collect their debts from you. With your cultivation, I'm sure you won't be able to protect everyone in the Mu family. Once the other members of the Mu family leave on their own, they will definitely be targeted by their creditors. It's up to you whether to choose your pride or your family. Mu Yu said indifferently. Mu Tianhe was in a dilemma. He had to put down his pride in order to go from being the owner of the Mu residence to being its steward. He had never bowed to anyone in his entire life. Now that he had to bow to someone in order to protect his family, he didn't know if he could do it. However, Mu Yu was right. He was in the out-of-body stage, but his family didn't. Those debt collectors would definitely take revenge on his family when he wasn't paying attention. He couldn't possibly be by his family's side all the time. The 2 million on the table was too important to him. Mu Yu looked at his biological grandfather quietly. Of course, he didn't really want to order his grandfather around to vent his anger. He was only doing this because he couldn't stand Mu Tianhe's laughable pride. Back then, Mu Tianhe felt that Mu Zexing and Zhu Qiuqi's elopement made him lose face and was mocked by everyone. That was why he broke up the two of them at all costs, causing Mu Yu to become an orphan and wander alone for so many years. Now, Mu Yu wanted Mu Tianhe to understand that pride wasn't that important when it came to the lives of his children and grandchildren. He could help the Mu family get through this crisis, but the prerequisite was that Mu Tianhe had to give Mu Yu a real reason for him to help. We don't want your stinky money, we will find a way to pay it back ourselves. Mu Hao said angrily. Whether you want it or not is your choice. Whether or not you want to be the steward of the Mu mansion is also your choice. I am not forcing you. Mu Yu said coldly. In the end, Mu Tianhe was Mu Yu's biological grandfather. Although Mu Yu hated him, he didn't want to see Mu Tianhe bowing in front of others. However, he also hated Mu Tianhe's so-called pride, so he chose a compromise. He wanted Mu Tianhe to put down his pride and become the steward of the Mu mansion. He wanted to help Mu Yu manage the Mu mansion and teach Mu Tianhe a lesson for what he did to Mu Yu. Naturally, Mu Yu wouldn't choose to make things difficult for Mu Tianhe. As long as Mu Tianhe could put down his pride and agree to be Mu Yu's steward, Mu Yu would disappear from the Mu family's sight and never take a step into the Mu family again. In a sense, Mu Tianhe's steward was equivalent to the master of the Mu mansion. Mu Yu was also using another method to return the ancestral mansion to them. Most importantly, the Mu mansion would no longer be surnamed Mu. If they changed their surname to Yang, Mu Tianhe would act as the steward in front of outsiders. If others wanted to cause trouble for the Mu family, they would have to be wary of the real master of the Mu mansion. Mu Yu was also protecting the Mu family in a disguised way. He even thought of using Mr. Yang's identity to stir up trouble in Clearwater City. He wanted to let everyone know that the current master of the Mu mansion was not to be trifled with. He wanted to warn those who wanted to hit the Mu family while they were down to not act rashly. However, Mu Tianhe shook his head and refused. I, Mu Tianhe, still have a backbone. I won't lower myself to others. Mr. Yang, please keep this jade pendant. Farewell. Mu Tianhe left the Mu family's main hall with his children and grandson to pack their things. Mu Yu looked at the backs of Mu Tianhe and the others as they left. He didn't stop them and just silently put away the jade pendant. Actually, your grandfather still has his pride, Longteng said. Pride? He doesn't care about pride. He cares about his face. He wants his son and grandson to die with him for his laughable pride. Does being a steward mean he has no pride? There are so many families in the cultivation world. Every family has a steward. Can you say that every steward has no pride? Mu Yu was furious. He wanted to help the Mu family, but he didn't want to expose his identity because he still didn't want to admit that he was a part of the Mu family. However, Mu Tianhe rejected his conditions. This is a world where strength is respected. You don't have any ability to protect yourself in the cultivation world. Do you think you can protect yourself by relying on your laughable pride? The lives of all the Mu clan members were tied to him, but he still refused to lower his proud head and let everyone die for him. He's just reluctant to part with his position. It's not about pride. Mu Yu clenched his fists. Even now, Mu Tianhe still didn't understand that everything he did was simply stupid. He was in the out-of-body stage, so he wasn't afraid of being hunted down. However, what about Mu Hao and Mu Xin? Would they have to hide by Mu Tianhe's side for the rest of their lives? Did Mu Tianhe ever think that he would die one day? Then when do you plan to help the Mu family? You won't let anything happen to the Mu family, right? Xiao Shui asked. Chapter 507. Have you heard? Everyone from the Mu clan is living in the cemetery. Cemetery? Isn't that where the dead live? They're actually living with the dead. I wonder if the ancestors of the Mu clan would be so angry that they would crawl out of their graves in the middle of the night. What a joke, they can actually do such a thing. No choice, who asked them to offend the Sikong clan? The Mu clan, who was originally the #1 clan in Clearwater City, was now reduced to living in the cemetery. This matter caused a huge commotion in Clearwater City and became everyone's topic of conversation. The cemetery was the place where the ancestors were laid to rest after they died. However, the Mu clan had nowhere else to go and were actually living with their ancestors. It was fine if they couldn't protect their family business, but they were actually fighting for territory with the dead. This was seen as extremely cowardly in many people's eyes. Mu Tianhe wanted to protect his face and was unwilling to be a manager. However, everyone was poking at the Mu clan's backbone. Once the Mu clan left the cemetery and went out to do things, they would be pointed at by others. Mu Rongshuan wore a bamboo hat and lowered his head. He hurriedly walked on the road back to the cemetery to purchase some necessities. Usually, these things were done by his eldest and second brother. Because they were at the nascent soul stage 9th firmament, no one dared to find trouble with them. However, because they had other things to do today, they could only let Mu Rongshuan come out. However, he was still stopped by someone. Liu Tu, who was in the magic treasure or business in Clearwater City, had been waiting for this opportunity. Mu Rongshuan, When are you going to return the 100,000 spirit stones that you owe our Jiu clan? Liu Tu aggressively blocked Mu Rongxuan in the small alley. His cultivation was at the Golden Core Stage 8th Firmament and was much stronger than Mu Rongxuan. Manager Liu, I will definitely return the money that I owe you. Please give me a few more days. I beg you. Mu Rongxuan hurriedly smiled apologetically. Even though the Mu family had moved into the cemetery, Mu Tianha's cultivation level was considered one of the best in Clearwater City. Therefore, no one dared to go to the cemetery to look for trouble with the Mu family. However, things would be different if the Mu family members were left alone outside. Just now, Mu Rongxuan had jumped over the mausoleum wall and thought that no one would notice, but he did not expect to be caught by Liu Tu. I don't think you're going to pay me back. Since the Mu family is already living in the graveyard, I don't want the 100,000 yuan anymore. I'll let you live in the graveyard and never come out. Liu Tu pushed Mu Rongxuan to the ground and waved his hand, preparing to teach Mu Rongxuan a lesson to vent his anger. Mu Rongxuan sighed in his heart and hugged his head. But after waiting for a long time, Liu Tu's fist still didn't land. He raised his head in horror, only to find that Liu Tu's figure had long disappeared from the alley. What happened? Mu Rongxuan quickly got up. He thought he was going to be taught a lesson by Liu Tu, but Liu Tu suddenly disappeared. He looked around in bewilderment but found nothing out of the ordinary. Just a moment ago, Liu Tu was still looking for him to get even with him. But now, he was gone in the blink of an eye. However, he didn't have time to think too much about it. He hurriedly put on his bamboo hat and ran towards the cemetery. Ouch! Liu Tu fiercely fell to the ground. Originally, he planned to kill Mu Rongxuan to vent his anger. But before he could do anything, he was suddenly dragged away by a huge force. How much does the Mu family owe you? Mu Yu asked coldly. He used a light illusion technique, allowing Liu Tu to see a very fierce scar face in front of him. 100,000, 100,000. Liu Tu looked at the scar face in front of him in fear. This scar face was emitting a very terrifying aura, suppressing him completely. Just as Liu Tu's voice fell, a large pile of spirit stones suddenly fell from the sky and buried him in the spirit stones. This is 100,000 spirit stones. The next time I see you bullying the Mu family, I will definitely kill you. Do you understand? Mu Yu said. Liu Tu's whimpering voice came from under the pile of spirit stones. I know. Master, please spare me. 100,000 spirit stones was not a small amount. It was almost piled up into a small hill. Liu Tu was completely suppressed by Mu Yu's aura, so he did not have the ability to resist. He could only let the spirit stones press down on him. Very quickly, he felt his body become light. The terrifying aura disappeared and he crawled out from the pile of spirit stones in a sorry state. But where was the scar face? Mu Yu had been secretly watching Mu Rongxuan safely walk into the cemetery. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Is there a need to be so conflicted? You protect the 11 people of the Mu family every day. Why don't you just forgive them? Save yourself the trouble. Little Shuai muttered. Protecting them is one thing. Forgiving them is another. This is a matter of principle. Mu Yu said in a deep voice. He only wanted Mu Tianhe to put down his face and do things for others. He did not want to see anything happen to the Mu family. The Mu family had a total of 11 people. Mu Mingda had a wife and a son. The number one genius of the Mu family, Mu Qingfan, who was heavily injured by Sikong Chiwen, was his son. Mu Jitong originally had 2 wives and 2 children. But Mu Jitong told them to go back to their families. Because of Sikong Chiwen, their families were not willing to help the Mu family. Mu Rongxuan had a wife and 2 children, Mu Hao and Mu Xin. They were not willing to leave and chose to live with Mu Tianhe in the cemetery. Other than that, there was also the drunk Mu Zhixing. He was Mu Yu's father. He was still unwilling to wake up. All the servants of the Mu family had left. Only the old steward Uncle Mu was loyal. He did not leave and chose to go through thick and thin with the Mu family. As the steward of the Mu family, Uncle Mu had quite a bit of savings. The Mu family's expenses were all funded by Uncle Mu. For the past 10 days, Mu Yu had been secretly protecting everyone in the Mu family. Once someone left the cemetery and was stopped by the debt collectors, they would be directly dealt with by Mu Yu. He used illusion techniques to appear in front of the creditors in various forms. He helped the Mu family pay off their debts and warned them not to cause trouble for the Mu family. What's the use of doing this? The Mu family doesn't know that you are secretly helping them. Longting said. At least I know. Mu Yu did not want to feel guilty. He felt that he had already done his best. The 2 million debt owed by the Mu family had already been paid off by him. In the Mu family cemetery. The Mu family cemetery was very large and spacious. Originally, a tombkeeper was hired here all year round. However, after the Mu family's incident, the tombkeeper left. The small house where the tombkeeper lived was not small. There were a few tents set up beside it. It could barely be squeezed in. Mu Rongshuan hurriedly walked in and said, "Father, I was blocked by another creditor just now. Are you all right?" Mu Tianhe asked tiredly. "I'm fine. This is the 3rd time I've been saved. I've been surrounded by creditors 3 times in a row, but I still don't know who that kind-hearted person is." Mu Rongshuan sat down. Mu Tianhe sighed. "I never thought that there would still be someone standing on our Mu family's side at this time. Alas, I really wish I knew who that person was so that I could thank him in person." "Father, there's something important." Mu Mingda excitedly rushed in from outside. "What is it?" Mu Tianhe asked. "I just followed your instructions to understand the debt and found that someone has paid off nearly half of it for us." Mu Mingda's face revealed joy. "What? Half of the debt has been paid off? Doesn't that mean that someone paid 1 million for us?" Mu Tianhe was extremely surprised and continued, "Did you ask them who helped us pay?" Mu Mingda said, "I did, but they all said different things. The owner of the medicinal shop said that it was a pure and unfamiliar woman who helped us pay, but the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant said that it was an elegant scholar who helped us pay, and the owner of the tailor shop said that it was a scar-faced man with a fierce expression who helped us pay." Mu Mingda said, "An unfamiliar woman, an elegant scholar, a scar-faced man? Are there so many people helping our Mu family?" Mu Tianhe fell into deep thought. He couldn't remember who in Clearwater City would dare to go against the Seekong family and secretly help them under such circumstances. Perhaps these people have received favors from our Mu family and don't dare to reveal their identities for fear of Seekong Gaoming's revenge, so they chose to secretly help. Mu Mingda guessed. "I keep having the feeling that someone is helping our Mu family. It's just that he sent different people to help in order to not let us find out." Mu Tianhe guessed. Actually, Mu Tianhe's guess wasn't far from the mark. However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they would never have thought that the person helping them in the dark was Mu Yu, whose parents had been separated by Mu Tianhe many years ago. "Father, do you think it's that young friend Feng Mu who saved our lives back then?" Mu Rongshuan asked. They all knew that Feng Mu was in the out-of-body stage. Although they didn't know why he left without saying goodbye, under such circumstances, everyone in Clearwater City avoided the Mu family. The only person who could stand on the Mu family's side was that Feng Mu. Mu Tianhe sighed, "I don't know if it's young friend Feng Mu, but he has no relationship with us, so there's no reason for him to help us. Furthermore, he left without saying goodbye because he didn't want to have anything to do with our Mu family and get himself into trouble. It shouldn't be him. Grandfather, do you think it's big brother Mu Yu who's helping us?" Mu Xin asked cheerfully. Everyone in the mausoleum was frowning. Only Mu Xin was lively every day and didn't feel anything strange. In her eyes, it didn't matter where she lived. As long as she was with her family, it was good enough. When everyone heard the 2 words Mu Yu, they fell silent. Mu Yu was their hope, but it was also a person they didn't want to face. This was because they couldn't guarantee that Mu Yu would forgive Mu Tianhe for what he did back then. However, Mu Xin was still young. She didn't think too much and just said whatever came to her mind. However, Mu Hao shook his head. "Xiao Xin, don't think about that big brother Mu Yu. He won't help us." According to the past, Mu Hao was the one who believed that big brother Mu Yu was the one who helped them. This was because he admired Mu Yu the most. However, today, Mu Hao unexpectedly told his sister not to think about that big brother Mu Yu. This was clearly abnormal. Xiao Hao, what's wrong? Don't you usually like to talk about big brother Mu Yu the most? Mu Rongxian understood his son the best. In the past, Mu Hao would always involve Mu Yu in everything. It was always Mu Yu's big brother 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 Mu Hao's expression was resolute. Father, I'm fine. I just don't want to rely on others anymore. That big brother Mu Yu has nothing to do with our Mu family. I will no longer blindly worship big brother Mu Yu in the future. Why do you think so? Mu Rongxuan was a little surprised. He didn't understand what caused his son to change. That day, Feng Mu told me that I have to be strong and not always think about relying on others. Moreover, if big brother Mu Yu knew about our Mu family's situation, he might not help us because big brother Mu Yu, Mu Hao secretly glanced at Mu Tianhe. The words Mu Yu said to him before still echoed in his mind. He understood that his grandfather did something wrong to Mu Yu. If Mu Yu really came back, he would definitely not forgive his grandfather. When did Feng Mu say this to you? Mu Rongxuan became cautious. That day after the Jiyu family broke off the engagement, I met Feng Mu on the road. He told me to rely on myself and not rely on people I don't know. Only in this way can I protect everyone. Mu Hao clenched his fist and said. He had been cultivating day and night for the past few days in order to make himself stronger. Do you know where Feng Mu is now? Mu Rongxuan quickly asked. Mu Hao seriously said, Father, don't say that I don't know. Even if I knew, I wouldn't ask him for help. Feng Mu has already said that we have to rely on ourselves. Our Mu family can only rely on ourselves to have a future. Mu Rongxuan smiled and happily rubbed Mu Hao's head. He suddenly felt a sense of gratitude towards the young man, Feng Mu. Although Feng Mu left without saying goodbye, he had already saved his life in the desert. There was no need to blame him. And the biggest help Feng Mu gave them was that Mu Hao seemed to have grown up overnight. He no longer talked about Mu Yu every day. Difficulties were not the most frightening thing. What was frightening was that people did not know how to learn from difficulties. The Mu family's disaster this time was destructive, but it also allowed Mu Hao to truly grow up. Mu Tianhe looked at Mu Hao in a daze. Mu Hao's words had touched him. If Mu Yu comes back, he might not choose to help the Mu family. That's right. Why would Mu Yu help them? Originally, he felt that he had lost face and chose to separate Mu Zhixing and Zhu Qiuqi, causing Mu Yu to become an orphan. Now that the Mu family was about to be destroyed, he was still unwilling to put down his face to ask for someone else's protection. He brought his children and grandchildren to the cemetery to wait for death. Mr. Yang had clearly given him a chance, but he refused because of his face. Chapter 508. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the Mu family cemetery. Every now and then, a gust of wind would blow through the cemetery, causing the trees in the cemetery to sway slightly, emitting sharp whistling sounds. It was eerie in the silent night. The cemetery was very quiet. Only the croaking of frogs could be heard, echoing in the cemetery along with the breeze. Mu Yu had been living in the cemetery with the Mu family for the past few days, but the Mu family had not noticed. He often silently watched the man who had fallen into oblivion, Mu Zhixing, who drank with hazy eyes. He did not know what to think of this man who had fallen into oblivion. Mu Zhixing rarely spent time with his family after coming to the cemetery. Instead, he spent most of his time in front of a grave, often sitting motionless for hours at a time. This grave was very simple. There were no ornate marble carvings or solemn tombstones. There was only a mound of dirt covered with weeds. In front of it was an old wooden tombstone with 3 words written on it, Zhu Qiuqi. This was the grave of Mu Yu's birth mother. This grave was completely different from the other graves of the Mu family ancestors. It did not have a solemn appearance, as if it had been hastily piled up with grass. There were no decorations. It stood out in the cemetery, as if it was not a part of the Mu family at all. The Mu family no longer had the money to buy wine for Mu Zhexing. But Mu Zhexing would go out alone every day, and when he returned, he would drink himself a jar of wine. No one knew where he got the money to buy wine, and no one had the time to care about him. When he returned, he would sit in front of Zhu Chochi's grave and drink wine, staring at the words on the tombstone in a daze. He would sleep here at night, and his 3 meals a day would be delivered by Mu Xin, who cared about fourth uncle the most. Mu Yu did not have any feelings for his birth father, because they had never interacted. Mu Yu often looked at Mu Zhexing like a passerby, and was unfamiliar with this man who was supposed to be close to him. In Mu Yu's heart, his father would always be withered Tri Chongqing, and not this drunk Mu Zhexing. The night wind rustled through the bushes in the cemetery. Heavy and slow footsteps came slowly along the path. Mu Tianhe's aged figure gradually appeared in Mu Yu's field of vision. His steps were filled with vicissitudes of life, and every step he took on the ground made one's heart ache. The Mu clan no longer existed. In just a few days, he had become very old, no longer in his usual spirited state. He walked to Jupiter's side and sat down. Mu Tianhe stared at Zhu Chochi's name, and a strange expression appeared on his old face. Unlike the other tombstones around, Zhu Chochi's tombstone only had 3 simple words written on it. There was no other description or identification. Mu Yu was lying on a thick branch of a poplar tree not far away, staring at Zhu Chochi's tombstone in a daze. The 3 of them just stared at the tombstone without saying a word. Lying in the grave was Mu Yu's mother, whom he had never met. Sitting in front of the tombstone were Mu Yu's father and grandfather. It was a very strange scene. Strange, but it also seemed natural. After a long time, Mu Tianhe supported himself with his hands and stood up with difficulty. Mu Yu thought he was going to leave, but he suddenly knelt down in front of Zhu Chochi's tombstone. When he knelt down, even Mu Yu was stunned. Mu Tianhe actually knelt down in front of the dead Zhu Chochi. He was a person who valued his face more than his life. How could he kneel down in front of a daughter-in-law he didn't even acknowledge? Mu Yu looked at the somewhat stooped figure and suddenly felt an indescribable emotion from the bottom of his heart. Was that really the stubborn Mu Tianhe? Jupiter, it's father's fault. Mu Tianhe's face was full of melancholy. If father didn't care so much about his face, you wouldn't be like this. Zhu Chochi was a good girl. Father shouldn't have separated you two for my face. Mu Tianhe looked up at the moon in the sky and sighed. Little Hao has always admired his older brother Mu Yu. But today he told me that he no longer hopes that Mu Yu can help our Mu family. He wants to rely on himself. Little Hao was such a young child, yet he knew how to give up on the things he clung to. Father, who has lived for so long, what else can I not let go of? Mu Tianhe's body trembled slightly. He still stared at his wife's tombstone and didn't turn to look at his father. He didn't look at the father he didn't acknowledge. Mu Yu quietly watched the 2 people from a distance. He watched the 2 people he didn't acknowledge as his family. Mu Tianhe buried his face in the shadows of the moonlight. No one could see his expression at this moment. The wind blew at the corners of his clothes, making them flutter. Mu Tianhe stared at the moon in the sky in a daze. His eyes became cloudy, like a helpless old man silently repenting for his actions. When he was young, he always wanted to save face. For the sake of face that wasn't necessary, he ruined his son's happiness with his own hands. He also broke up his son's family of 3. Even the grandson who should have called him grandfather had disappeared. After all, that was his grandson. But he didn't even know if it was a boy or a girl. He didn't even know if it was his own son. This was a laughable sin. For the sake of face, he took away a child's right to grow up in the arms of his parents. He knew that the true God's disciple was called Mu Yu and was very likely to be his grandson. But his pride in the past didn't allow him to seek help from this Mu Yu. Mu Hao was right. He had abandoned that child. Why should he help him now? Everything that happened to the Mu family today is because of me. I cared too much about face and did one wrong thing after another. I apologize to you. I've thought about it. Tomorrow I will go find Mr. Yang and start as a steward. I can't watch you suffer with me anymore. I should learn to let go. Surviving is the most important thing. He understood this point. But the Mu family had already been destroyed. Mu Tianhe slowly stood up. Standing up seemed to take a lot of effort. He was even a little out of breath. Mu Yu suddenly realized that Mu Tianhe was already so old. Mu Tianhe's back was bleak and old under the moonlight. The wind in the graveyard blew on his body, making his figure look very thin. It seemed like he would be blown to the ground in the next moment. This should be a hateful old man, but Mu Yu's heart gave birth to a strange feeling for him. Mu Tianhe, who had let go of his face, made Mu Yu's heart feel a little touched. Chochi's tombstone is too disharmonious. Find a time to change it. Set up the tombstone according to our Mu family's style. It has to be the same as the surrounding tombstones. Mu Tianhe's voice was a little hoarse. Then he staggered away. His figure was very long under the moonlight, like a bamboo pole. He gradually disappeared at the end of the path. He had never acknowledged Zhu Chochi as his daughter-in-law because of his own face. He had allowed Zhu Chochi to be buried in the Mu family's graveyard only because he felt a little guilty. He had made a concession so that Zhu Chochi could be buried here. But he did not allow Zhu Chochi's tombstone to have the Mu family's mark like the other deceased members of the Mu family. He only allowed Mu Zhaxing to engrave the words Zhu Chochi. So Zhu Chochi's tombstone had always been out of place with the other deceased members of the Mu family. Mu Tianhe suddenly felt that it was time to rectify this disharmony so that no special tombstones would appear in the graveyard. When Mu Tianhe came, Mu Zhaxing was indifferent. But the moment Mu Tianhe knelt down, his body trembled slightly. And when Mu Tianhe said that Zhu Chochi's tombstone should be changed to the style of the Mu family, Mu Zhaxing's face was full of tears. He knew that his father had finally acknowledged Zhu Chochi's identity. And he had waited for this moment for 18 years. Mu Tianhe had separated them. 18 years ago, Zhu Chochi had abandoned Mu Yu, who was almost 2 years old, and returned alone to find her husband. But not long after, she had died of depression. The disharmonious tombstone had existed for 18 years. For 18 years, Mu Tianhe had refused to rectify this disharmony. Until today. Mu Zhaxing reached out and gently stroked the words on the tombstone. His body trembled uncontrollably. He seemed to be talking to himself, but it also seemed like he was talking to the tombstone. His voice sounded so desolate in the graveyard. In the past, when I drank, you would always angrily snatch my wine jar and not let me get drunk. Once I drank, you would always pull my ear and not let go. But now, I've been drinking for 20 years, and you have never snatched my wine jar again. I've been drunk for 20 years, and you still haven't pulled my ear. Why don't you care about me? Mu Zhaxing murmured softly. Mu Zhaxing was forced to leave his wife for 2 years, and he was drunk for 2 years. When Zhu Chochi returned, he thought that he would be able to be with his wife forever. But Zhu Chochi passed away soon after, and he was drunk for 18 years again. He had always imagined that Zhu Chochi would come and take care of him, but the girl he loved had already left. She was gone, and he could get drunk without restraint, but he could never sober up again. But when had he ever been drunk? I've always been sober. Ever since you left, I've drunk so much, but I've never been drunk. Because you won't let me get drunk. Everyone told me to wake up, but I've never been drunk. How can I be sober? Mu Zhaxing smiled foolishly. He had never been drunk, so how could he be sober? He didn't dare to get drunk because his wife wouldn't let him. But he had to drink because only then would his wife control him. But after waiting for so many years, his wife couldn't control him anymore. But today, he suddenly understood something. I'll never touch wine again. Mu Zhaxing stood up and caressed the words. He has acknowledged the two of us. You are now my wife, a member of the Mu family. The Mu family should follow the Mu family's rules. There is no need for this wooden tablet to exist. The wooden tablet in Mu Zhexing's hand suddenly turned to dust and scattered with the wind. He still refused to forgive Mu Tianhe, and didn't even want to call him father. "Wait for me here." Mu Zhexing looked deeply at his wife's grave, then shot into the sky and left the cemetery, disappearing into the night. No one knew where he was going. He was going to clear his wife's name. Mu Yu looked at Mu Zhexing's departing figure, then at Mu Tianhe's receding figure. He seemed to have crossed a hurdle in his heart. One was an irresponsible father, the other a prideful grandfather. He had always wanted to find an answer from these two, an answer that would make him act. Tonight, he seemed to have found it. "Mu Yu, does this count as Mu Tianhe giving you an explanation?" Dragon Teng asked. Mu Yu didn't answer. He just lay comfortably on the treetop. The branches around him swayed gently and happily around his body. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky and realized that it was especially round tonight. Explanation? What was there to explain? The bright moon shone in the Mu family cemetery, dispelling the haze and bringing some life to the silent cemetery. Mu Yu reached out to touch a withered leaf. The withered leaf that should have fallen suddenly turned green. It was full of life, celebrating its rebirth in the night wind. Mu Yu smiled. If he could give a withered leaf another chance at life, he could also make a destroyed family rise again. Chapter 509. On the second day, Mu Zhexing still hadn't returned. No one knew where he went. Mu Tianhe had already decided to go to the Mu residence and become Mr. Yang's steward. However, his clothes were too luxurious. It was obvious that he was an old man. It didn't look like something a steward should wear. Hence, he borrowed Uncle Mu's clothes. Mu Tianhe felt a little awkward wearing a simple steward's clothes. "Father, are you really going to do this?" Mu Rongshuan's eyes were red. What a son was most afraid of was that when they grew up, they still needed their father to run around for them and they couldn't do anything. Although they had the ability, no one in Clearwater City was willing to hire them because of Sikong Gaoming's threat. Now, only the mysterious Mr. Yang dared to go against Sikong Gaoming. "Father, let's discuss this with Mr. Yang. I'll do this for you. I can be Mr. Yang's steward. You don't have to work so hard." Mu Mingda was also very opposed to this. However, he was also very helpless. He ran around the entire Clearwater City for a few days but still couldn't find a job. When people saw that he was from the Mu clan, they rejected him like he was the plague. Mu Tianhe smiled and said, "Mr. Yang only wants an out-of-body stage steward. He doesn't want a nascent soul stage like you. It's fine. I've been the master of the Mu residence for a lifetime. What's so difficult about being a steward? Master, why don't I go with you? I know that everyone in the Mu residence can take care of you." Uncle Mu said worriedly. Uncle Mu used to be the steward of the Mu residence. He knew everything about the Mu residence like the back of his hand. Being a steward was a meticulous and cumbersome job. He had to take care of all the small things around him, including the flowers and plants. He was worried that his master was used to a life of luxury and couldn't do such a job. "Uncle Mu, if you go, what will Mr. Yang think of us?" "A steward with a steward?" Mu Tianhe patted Uncle Mu's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you guys will stay here. If Mr. Yang is willing to give me the steward's job, I'll borrow some money from Mr. Yang to buy a small courtyard. We won't have to fight with our ancestors in the future." Mu Tianhe's tone sounded a little sad. Who would want to live in the cemetery if they weren't forced to? Mu Hao held Mu Tianhe's hand tightly and said, "Grandfather, don't worry. I will definitely become stronger in the future so that the people of Clearwater City won't dare to look down on us. When that time comes, Grandfather, you won't have to suffer anymore." Mu Tianhe rubbed Mu Hao's head and revealed a gratified smile. He looked at the members of the Mu clan and said, "Ming Da and Ji Tong, when I'm not around, the two of you have to protect everyone. Don't let any accidents happen, understand?" "Understood, Father." Mu Mingda and Mu Ji both sighed. Mu Tianhe wore Uncle Mu's robes and left the cemetery, heading for the Mu clan. The current Mu clan was no longer surnamed Mu, But Yang. When he walked out of the cemetery, there was a large group of people outside pointing at him. If it was in the past, he would have been very angry, but now he calmly accepted the ridicule of others. The gate of the Wood Mansion was still as imposing as before. The 2 words Wood Mansion were still written on the vermilion gate. The current Mu clan was a little cold and cheerless. The gate was covered in dust, as if no one had cleaned it for a long time. In the past, Mu Tianhe would have been very angry if he saw such a situation. He liked everything to be clean and tidy, not dirty and messy. However, he suddenly thought that if he were to become the manager here, then he would have to clean everything himself. Mu Tianhe put away the rueful expression on his face and tidied up his attire. Then, he walked up and knocked twice on the door. "Mr. Yang, Mu Tianhe requests an audience." The vermilion gate opened automatically, and Mu Tianhe walked in. When he returned to his home, he felt that everything was so familiar yet strange. Now, everything in the Mu clan had been sold, leaving only an empty courtyard covered in fallen leaves. He walked towards the hall with ease. At this moment, Mu Yu, who was covered in array patterns, was already waiting for his grandfather. "Mr. Yang." Mu Tianhe bowed. Mu Yu suddenly felt that it was quite funny that his grandfather was so respectful to him for no reason. It was very strange. Now, even though he already considered himself a member of the Mu clan, he still did not want to expose his identity. After all, if a true God's disciple appeared in Clearwater City, it would bring him a lot of trouble. "What brings you here, family head Mu?" Mu Yu asked deliberately. "I have thought about Mr. Yang's suggestion a few days ago. I feel that Mr. Yang's words are very reasonable. Mr. Yang, the position of manager in your residence should still be vacant, right?" Mu Tianhe probed. "Why? Mu family's patriarch, have you thought it through? Are you willing to condescend to be a steward of my mansion?" Mu Yu's mouth curved into a smile. When Mu Tianhe came here, he really treated this old man as his grandfather. However, he still wanted to tease his grandfather. After all, he had become an orphan since he was 2 years old because of this old man. Teasing him now would be a good way to vent his anger. "Mr. Yang, you must be joking. I am no longer the family head Mu. If Mr. Yang does not mind, I am willing to accept Mr. Yang's suggestion and be a manager for Mr. Yang. I will help Mr. Yang take care of all the trivial matters in the Yang residence," Mu Tianhe said earnestly. Mu Yu pondered for a moment and pretended to speak like an otherworldly expert. "Is that so? Have you really thought it through? Being this Yang's steward won't bury your identity. How much salary do you have in mind?" "Salary?" Mu Tianhe actually forgot about this matter. He laughed awkwardly and remembered that he used to give Uncle Mu a salary of 5,000 spirit stones a month. After thinking about it, he was an out-of-body cultivator after all. At the very least, he should not be less than Uncle Mu, right? "Mr. Yang, may I be so bold as to ask for 10,000 spirit stones as a salary?" Mu Tianhe probed. "What? 10,000 a day?" Mu Yu asked. Mu Tianhe was shocked. 10,000 a day was a bit too much. He quickly said, "Mr. Yang must be joking. It is 10,000 a month. 10,000 a month. 10,000 a month is too much of a waste of talent. I will give you 10,000 a day. If you don't have any objections, you can sign these 2 contracts." Mu Yu was rich and overbearing. In any case, he was the one who hired his grandfather. How could he be stingy to his grandfather? Let alone 10,000 a day, even if it was 100,000 a day, Mu Yu would not frown. At worst, he would just sell a few more pills. Right now, he had several hundred pills in his pocket. The lowest quality was 5th grade. Just selling a few would be enough. Right now, the Mu family was short of money. Mu Yu happened to be ridiculously rich and didn't know how to spend money. This was the perfect way to help the Mu family. "Ah!" Mu Tianhe opened his mouth. An indescribable shock appeared on his old face. In the past, if he earned 100,000 a day, he wouldn't even blink. But now, he was a down-and-out member of the Mu family. At this time of crisis, someone was willing to spend 10,000 spirit stones a day to hire him. This really made him feel flattered. He looked at the indenture on the table and was stunned for a moment. What? 10,000 a day is too little? Then 20,000 a day, Mu Yu said. No, no. Mu Tianhe was completely stunned. How could his salary be increased while he was stunned? Mr. Yang was so generous. One had to know that their Mu family still owed more than 1 million in debt. If it was 20,000 a day, then Mu Tianhe would only need to work for a few months to pay off the debt. You are not satisfied with 20,000? Then 30,000 a day. Mu Yu really didn't stop until he was shocked to death. He laughed until his stomach hurt under the cover of the formation pattern. It was quite fun to tease his grandfather like this. No, no, no. 10,000 a day is enough. 10,000 a day is enough. Mu Tianhe hurriedly said. He wasn't a greedy person. There were some things that he knew his limits. At this time, if he could find a job in Clearwater City, it would be enough to pay off the debt. All right, 10,000 a day then. Sign the contract. From now on, you will be the manager of the Yang estate. Mu Yu pointed at the contract on the table. Mu Tianhe picked up the 2 contracts. Looking at the flamboyant handwriting, he suddenly felt that it was familiar. This was because his handwriting style was similar. He glanced at Mu Yu in confusion. He didn't understand why Mr. Yang's handwriting was so similar to his. Then, he scanned each contract in detail. They were all ordinary employment relationships. There was nothing wrong with them. Anyway, it's just a contract. Why are you looking at it so carefully? It's not like it's binding. Mu Yu smiled. Yes, yes, yes. Mu Tianhe didn't hesitate any longer. He hurriedly infused 2 drops of his blood into the contract. Then, he respectfully handed one to Mu Yu and kept his own contract. Old servant Mu Tianhe greets old master. Mu Tianhe wanted to kneel down and pay his respects. When he said the words old servant, there was a trace of struggle in his heart. Even when he knelt down, his body trembled. Mu Yu didn't dare to accept his grandfather's greeting. A powerful force stopped Mu Tianhe from kneeling down. Making his grandfather kneel down to him was something that he would be struck by lightning. He hurriedly said, "There's no need for unnecessary formalities. Don't call me old master in the future. Just call me Mr. Yang." Yes, old servant understands. Mu Tianhe felt the terrifying aura from Mr. Yang and understood that the person in front of him wasn't someone he could afford to offend. However, he was also happy because Mr. Yang didn't make him kneel down and pay his respects. Clearly, he had preserved his self-esteem. At the same time, he understood that with Mr. Yang here, Sikong Gaoming wouldn't do anything to the Mu clan in the future. After hesitating for a while, Mu Tianhe said, "Mr. Yang, old servant has a request. I wonder if Mr. Yang can agree. Tell me. This old servant wants to ask Mr. Yang for an advance of my salary. I want to find a place to stay so that my family can move out of the cemetery." Mu Tianhe said sincerely. "About the advance of your salary? Mr. Yang, please help this old servant. This old servant is extremely grateful." Mu Tianhe thought that Mu Yu wouldn't agree and hurriedly said, "There's no need to find a place to stay. In the future, you can bring your family to live in this residence. My residence is so big and empty. You don't think it's too much for your Mu clan to live in? It just so happens that I need to go out and do something. I might not be back for a long time. Help me tidy up the residence first. I hope that when I come back, there won't be any problems." Mu Yu threw the 1,000,000 spirit stone black jade pendant to Mu Tianhe. "These are the funds for your work. Find someone to replace the old furniture. Decorate it however you want. You used to be the owner of this place. You should know best how to decorate this place to make it more comfortable." "That's right. In order to prevent people from coming to collect debts from you and messing up my residence, take these spirit stones and pay off all the money you owe. As for the rest of the money, you can do as you see fit." Mu Yu added. Mu Tianhe took the jade pendant and probed it with his divine sense. He was stunned for a moment. "Mr. Yang, 5 million? Isn't this too much?" You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.